exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Ball drilled to left center field. This game will be over. Salvador Perez flips the bat away on an 0-1 pitch. Ends the game here in the bottom half of the 10th inning, 4-3. The Royals have won 5 in a row as they come from behind tonight, down 3-0 to win it in 10, 4-3.
Yeah, yuck. Yucky. Welcome in, everybody, on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. We'll try to be happy today after that game last night. Thank you to Salvador Perez for not dragging it out at all. Really just like 2 pitches, hit a gapper. Nobody needed to try at all to get it. Runner scores from second. The Astros lose, and yet another game where they had a lead, built a nice 3-0 lead early in the game, and then the bats go – well, the bats didn't go silent. They had 14 hits. They just couldn't get any.
They just can't do it with runners in scoring position.
That's the issue.
Stranded people. They out-hit the Royals. I don't know why I keep comparing that franchise. I keep wanting to say the Chiefs with that team. It's the only time I've ever really cared about Kansas City in the last decade.
Yeah, man.
And yet, here we are. The Royals undefeated against the Astros.
Yep.
Undefeated.
Well, they got a nice little winning streak going against them. Because they were one of the teams at the end of last year. We're like, oh, well, the Astros are going to clinch the division easily. They play the Royals 6 times, and the A's, and then they, at home.
Yeah, at home.
At home.
Let's not forget that huge home field advantage.
Right. Now this one was in Kansas City, obviously last night. But if you're just waking up, you didn't choose to stay up for the game. Maybe you went to bed when they built a 3-0 lead and Javier's on the mound. But Royals came back to tie it, and Alex Bregman throwing error brought in the 3rd run. Then it was both teams kind of shut out down the stretch, and then the Royals win it in extra innings 4-3. So do we want to start with the bad news, Seth, in the Astros losing to the Royals, or the other bad news, Framber Valdez to the IL?
Bregman making that throwing error, I completely forgotten all about that. Just a wild throw to first on kind of like an odd hop. He made up for it with a throw home that was brilliant off of a chopper later on in the game. But it was the kind of stuff that happens versus a team like the Royals that, like, okay, this is not championship caliber stuff. Let's start with what was the good stuff? You said there was good stuff?
Did I? I know. I said the bad stuff. No, I said, no. I said, we want to start with the bad stuff or the really bad stuff?
Okay. Let's start with let's start with the really bad stuff.
Okay, that's Framber Valdez to the IL. That would be the really bad. One game is one game last night.
I just consider that bad stuff.
Okay.
That's bad stuff until I hear more about it. Potentially it being worse than,
than
how it's been reported.
I feel like Framber to the IL is a gateway to really bad stuff, more so than one loss last night. They'll bounce back.
But Framber to the 15-day IL is not really bad if the comparison is Framber out for the year with the Tommy.
Oh, no, I'm comparing it to the game last night. Like that's
gotcha.
Yeah. So
So
Framber to the IL. Which I think, look, once he went out with elbow soreness, was expected that he was going to miss some time. I don't think you go from sore elbow to like, okay, cool, give me my spot back in the rotation. They now have Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, and Jose Urquidy on the IL. When healthy, that's a pretty good 5-man rotation right there. I'm not saying the Astros would be, leading the division or anything, or that, Justin is what he used to be or whatever, but that's 5 really big Astro names on the IL right now. That's what you're operating with in the starting rotation right now.
Sean, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, then every day would be Christmas.
It's true.
Okay?
Yeah, that's true.
So my grandpa used to tell me.
Yep.
And then I'd always say, Grandpa, we don't get like nuts in our stockings.
Yeah, nuts
on Christmas
suck.
or anything.
Yeah, nuts are terrible.
And then he said, I'll give you a knuckle sandwich.
Yeah, right.
And so Grandpa, so many metaphors. Why with all the metaphors, Grandpa?
Are they all food? Yeah.
Then he hit me. He has actually a yardstick was his weapon of choice.
Okay.
So, I guess we're supposed to always remember that you're not supposed to panic early in the season over outcomes because it's a long baseball season, and yet here we are where people continue to tell us that. And sure, yes, of course, you don't want to panic, but like I also don't want to like be commended for being the pilot who calmly and coolly nosedives his plane into the ocean. You know? Like, oh, hey, nothing to panic about. No, don't panic. Everybody, everything's calm and cool. And then kerplunk you go.
Here lies Seth Payne.
300 souls dead.
Here lies Seth Payne. When the plane crashed, he didn't panic.
He didn't panic.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. He could have saved many, many lives, women and children, but instead he chose not to panic.
What is your concern level over this Framber thing right now? Is there just not? Do we not know enough yet to panic about it? Is it? Because in the short term, they're operating with a starting rotation where they are bringing guys up from Sugarland
Bring up the minor leaguer of your last year's minor leaguer of the year.
And I'm excited to watch him pitch. Spencer Arrigetti's going to pitch tonight. I'm excited about that. I'm not excited about the circumstances that have led to it.
I'm using minor leaguer of the year the way some people act like winning a Heisman Trophy guarantees you to be a great college player or NFL player.
Yeah.
So no, you can't panic about Framber right now. It's just it's the uncertainty of the matter and the fact that this organization in the past has hidden behind the moniker of elbow soreness for as long as, I don't know, how many weeks was it with Verlander before we found out that he did indeed need Tommy John surgery?
It was several. They were riding.
It felt like forever.
It was the COVID year, and they were kind of riding it out a little bit, hoping for something good. But it was a while. Yeah.
But on the other side of the coin, you need to be cautious. Like, two things to be cautious about right now. Maybe Framber doesn't have any damage at all, and it is just soreness. But you got to be careful because this is the dumbest thing in the world to push Framber back because of short-term losing, and all of a sudden he's lost for the year. The other side of it, too, which I'm okay with, is last night Hader made it through the ninth inning in, was it 9 pitches?
11
pitches.
Yeah, 11 pitches.
11 pitches very quickly, and the question with this shortened bullpen staff they have right now is whether he should have gone out for the 10th. He hasn't pitched more than an inning since 2020. It's early in the season. I would say zero chance in hell they should have spent it.
Zero. I have zero issue with them not sending Hader back out there for the 10th inning last night. None at all. I think. As far as the game last night goes, so Framber, obviously Framber to the IL, that we know. What this is going to turn into, we don't really know. We're excited for Spencer Arrigetti to start tonight. Hate the circumstances. As far as the game goes last night, classic Astros loss. Bunch of guys on base the whole game. Couldn't get hits when you needed to. Built an early lead. Thanks to Jordan, who is just a one-man wrecking crew right now. He's getting no help from anybody right now. I don't know. Joe Espada, it's early. He's 12 games into his managerial career, so I'm not here to say he's awesome or he's obviously not awesome thus far. They're 4-8, but I'm not here to bury him either. Now, that said, this Jonathan Singleton pinch hitting thing came up again last night where Dubon is coming up in a big situation with a chance to, get a big hit. And I know, that Dubon's numbers are not great early this year, but I think over 162 games last year, the year he had, should engender some trust. I know. Jonathan Singleton was awful in the games he was up last year. So this is twice now in early season losses where a decision to plunk Jonathan Singleton in a pinch hitting spot has not worked out for Joe Espada. And even worse, and I know Jake Meyers' OPS number is better than Dubon right now. In a big situation, who do you trust more? In the 10th inning situation with a runner on second, Mauricio Dubon or Jake Meyers? To me, it's no contest. And Meyers struck out looking like a little leaguer. That's the
chasing,
thing.
That thing was like hidden behind the moon.
Right.
That was like a second eclipse of what the hell was that?
Right.
My God.
So when you pinch hit for Dubon, you got to remember there's still game left to play, and Jake Meyers is now coming up in that big situation. So that's not a great look for Joe Espada. That managing that part of the lineup, that bottom part of the lineup has come back. I'm not going to say it's cost him 2 games, but it's cost him the opportunity to win a couple of these games.
I need somebody smarter than me to explain the Jonathan Singleton fixation. I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand the explanations. I don't why is lefty or righty ever being mentioned with a guy that bats 143?
Right.
And has for the last 2 years. I don't understand or get it. Other than that, you're just trying to say something to placate people that aren't going to be happy with the results like us, and it doesn't do it, I just don't know. It's like saying that a little leaguer is a Hey, let's throw this little leaguer in there because he's a lefty.
Yep.
He's 5'2", 172 pounds.
Yep.
He hasn't yet grown any. He's prepubescent, but he's a lefty.
Yep.
Let's throw him out there.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's crazy, man.
My God.
It's crazy. And then how about? I don't disagree with the decision, but the reminder that your first baseman stinks is that you were pinch hitting for him late in the game with Victor Carrot, with your backup catcher. Your backup catcher pinch hit for your first baseman. Is that not a sign for where we're at with the first baseman right now?
This is like so much of, man, that one stretch that the Astros had without a general manager that gifted them Jose Abreu, an overpaid Montero.
Hey.
It just keeps paying dividends. It's like you knocked somebody up, with a woman you hate 2 years ago, and now you're just going to be paying the rest of your life with it because now you're stuck in a bad situation. You got a psychotic baby mama, and there's no way out. There's no way out. At least this one will be over after 3 years or so.
Yeah, you know what? You bring up Montero. He was in my notes when I would have stood up as a bigger moment had they gone on to win the game. But him coming in with first and third, he came in. It was first and third, nobody out. Javier was able to get a big strikeout in the sixth inning. And then in came Montero, and I know like the gut reaction of Montero over the last year has been to go, here come the runs. Came in, got the grounder to Bregman that you referred to earlier. That Bregman came home with it, got the out, and then was able to get the third out. Kudos. Montero's had a nice start to the season so far, knock on wood.
Yes, he does. ERA is 169.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll pull my punches a little bit on that one.
Yeah.
And the Jose Abreu, there's the thing about the Jose Abreu contract. It isn't such that it should destroy your season or anything. It's all a matter of like, okay, but how do you choose to deal with it and respond to it? Do you choose to have John Singleton try to clean up the mess that is Jose Abreu?
Well, it doesn't kill your season, but he's basically worse than a pitcher right now hitting. Like it is a massive automatic out at the seven, even in the 7 hole. It's just a horrible thing to have in the lineup right now.
I saw that you had to confront somebody that was using the old, hey, he's a notoriously slow starter. And whenever people bring this up, they'll point out that in his career, he's batted like 247 in March and April. Yeah, right. And I'm like, what does that have to do with, batting 874 and being equally horrendous last year in March and April? For the life of me, I don't get it. I don't understand that.
Yep.
It's like, hey, you dated a 5 before. Why don't you date this bridge troll?
Yeah.
Why don't you date an actual beaver?
Yeah.
Like an actual creature of the woodlands.
It's
not
bad.
the woodlands, Texas, but just like woodland creature.
Right,
like
the outdoors, the great outdoors. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. The Astros back at it tonight. Spencer Arrighetti debut tonight for the Houston Astros. All right, we got it. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. Guess what we got, Seth? Our first cryptic tweet of the Stefon Diggs era.
Crypticism,
That's it. We got crypticism, and we've got it for you. We'll read it to you. What does it mean? Coming up next.
Nothing cryptic about this. Kirk Holmes, the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year, rewarded and honored.
turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Good morning, Payne and Pendergast. We got our first taste of it. I know, Seth, one of the groups of people who become a scourge of yours, and it is your life's work now to stamp them out, is cryptic tweeters.
Cryptic tweeters who are at least, especially though, cryptic tweeters who pull the Southern Belle routine when they are confronted with their cryptic tweeting,
right?
Where they say, "What? I'm just quoting Drake or whatever." It's like that means nothing at all because then it goes from being a cryptic tweet to just being flat out insulting. They're calling you an idiot for seeing something that is clearly something. Yeah,
yep.
That's what annoys me about it. The cryptic, it's trying way too hard to seem deeper than you probably are.
Maybe not stamp them out, but maybe rehabilitate them and show them the error of their ways and have them become better tweeters.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a goal in the matter because these types of people tend to be incredibly unself-aware.
That's true. It's very time-consuming. To do that. Either way, it'd be nice if at least one of the cryptic tweeters, maybe put the cryptic tweets on the shelf. He's our new wide receiver, Stefon Diggs. Now, I don't know if this particular one, as with any cryptic tweet, by definition, we don't know what it means. But at 5:01 p.m. yesterday, April 9th, 2024, we, Texan fans, got our first cryptic tweet from our new wide receiver, and it reads as follows. Never put the carriage before the horse, ... Okay,
I'm going to tell you, I saw this before I saw the kerfuffle over it, and I honestly didn't even interpret it as a cryptic tweet. I thought it was just more an aphorism, like just daily advice for living or something. Yeah. Like he might be one of these accounts that you might log on to give you a little bit of advice,
right? Like Jack Easterby,
Which honestly, and without being overly cryptic about it, I thought it was just kind of maybe like, hey, there's a whole lot of excitement right now, and now I realize I'm reading into it. So yes, it was definitely cryptic.
By definition, that you and I are having this conversation, is cryptic.
This is the way I interpreted it, which was that, there's a lot of hype and hoopla over Stefon Diggs being signed to the Texans. People picking them to go to the Super Bowl, all this stuff. They are the contender to the Chiefs, all this. And I think maybe the most wholesome thing in the world would be Stefon Diggs saying, hey, we've got a lot of work to do. Don't put the cart before the horse.
I would say that's highly likely. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't think of what else. I can't think of what else it would be. If it's something other than that, then it's probably something I don't care about, and I'm okay with this. It's.
I saw some young people reacting to this that just had never maybe heard the expression or didn't understand it, which is just, look, you're not going to get to your destination with the carriage alone. You need to drive. You need to focus on the things that are going to pull you there, and drive you to the destination.
Right. Guys like you and I that grew up in the horse and carriage era, get this tweet. Us and the Amish.
You can't get to your destination without putting some gas in the horse, okay?
That's right.
You got to fuel up is the lesson I learned.
These electric cars these days, so it did draw some responses, I would say. Here's one, a retweet of it, like a comment tweet. Oh boy, Houston fans getting a preview early. That presumably is from a Buffalo fan, I would think, right?
Yep, that was a Buffalo fan, I believe. Diggs wants out already. I saw a bunch of those. Diggs wants out already.
That's funny.
The dumbest Cowboys fan alive said this.
Okay.
It starts off just like normal, like trash talk, but then it got really, really stupid. This might be the dumbest Cowboys fan alive. For him to have actually been on social media and not understand what's going on in Dallas right now.
Right.
So first part, okay, whatever. He already wants out of Houston. I don't blame him either. All right, that's who in their right mind would rather play with C.J. Stroud than Dak? So as if somehow the Cowboys were ever in the conversation of doing, not just trading for Stefon Diggs, but doing any damn thing this offseason.
Right.
You idiots.
Oh, my
you
God.
Stupid Dallas Cowboys fan.
And even if the Cowboys had matched the Texans move for move, would you rather play with C.J. Stroud or Dak Prescott?
I'd rather play with C.J. Stroud. I'd rather play honestly, if what I'm hoping to do is do something in the postseason, I would go with the team that has most recently won a playoff game and not gotten embarrassed like drastic. Well, actually, okay, both teams got embarrassed in the playoffs.
No. But they got embarrassed at home and didn't win a playoff game this year. Yeah. It was at home. They were the favorite. It was against a 7 seed, and they got worked.
Well, plus, and we know that C.J. Stroud for certain isn't trying to angle his way out of town within the next year. We're not so certain about that with Dak.
That's true. That is true. I was thinking about this during the break as I'm reading it, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe Stefon Diggs is actually in Houston right now, and he heard our segment yesterday where we were already in 2025. We were going, okay, what's going to need to happen? Because that's a logical response to that segment we did. There was an article on CBSSports.com that said 5 logical landing spots for Stefon Diggs in 2025. And my gut reaction was, hey, man, he's a Houston Texan. Get your greasy mitts off. Let's at least let the season play out a little bit here before we're plunking him down somewhere else, all right? You know?
It's like if you're a bride at your own wedding and you walk up to the bar and you hear people having a conversation of who your new husband's second wife should be.
Right. That's what it feels like. That's what it felt like. So we did a segment where we were talking about, okay, what would 2024 need to look like in order for Stefon Diggs to be a Texan beyond this contract year that he's in? Maybe he heard that segment, Seth, and maybe he heard it on the Odyssey app, on the podcast. Maybe he's one of the millions and millions that download the Payne and Pendergast podcast on the Odyssey app. And he said, these guys, they're making a lot of sense, but they're putting the carriage before the horse. So I'm going to tweet about this. Let's not talk about 2025. Let's live in the now and worry about 2024. I need to tell these guys without tagging them to not put the carriage before the horse.
Hey, what time was this tweet at?
5:09 p.m.
What time?
5:09 p.m.
5:09 p.m. So a lot of times, we do this is, when you're watching a game or something and you're tweeting out about the game. So there's no frame of reference or anything.
Yeah.
And, most of your followers are in Houston and they know you're talking about an Astros game or something.
Right.
But if you see it, you don't quite know. Is there any chance at all that he was just live tweeting an event of some sort at 5:09 p.m.?
I don't know what it would have been at 5:09 p.m. I'm not sure. It's a Tuesday. There's not a lot of there's really nothing on sports-wise in the middle of the day.
There's also a tendency for all of us to just at any given time just assume that people know what we're talking about without really putting it out there ahead of, Meltzer is as we all know, when it comes to texting, will just text you like in the middle of his stream of thought, whatever he's thinking about, with no frame of reference, and you're left there trying to figure out what the hell is Mike talking about at this moment. Maybe Stefon Diggs is just a lot like Mike Meltzer.
Could be. I always equate those two. Whenever I see Stefon Diggs, I'm like, he's very Meltzer-like, that guy.
They couldn't be more similar.
Yeah, exactly. How about this on social media from our boy Diggy? Diggy Dig. He liked a rando making this comment. Bills low key got the worst fan base. Y'all bitter AF in these comments.
So Stefon Diggs liked it.
He liked that, yeah.
And that was noticed by more than just you, I'm guessing.
It was noticed by one of these aggregators. Yes.
That's where again, because he did the right thing, and he put out that nice statement, right, thanking the city of Buffalo and the fans or what have you. Yep. But this is the kind of stuff, I just know that this is some of the stuff that wore thin in Buffalo was, if asked or confronted about this, he has in the past said things like people make too much of social media or what have you. I do feel like you got to get to a point where you realize that, man, like, you know what you're doing. You don't put things out to the public without expecting a public reaction. It does make me a little bit nervous that the cryptic tweets are going to be an issue this year. And I think, and again,
2 days in, I know.
I don't think it's if they are, I don't think it'll surprise Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans one bit. I think that's why they made it, for all intents and purposes, a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier to weather the storm for a short little while. This is like the first day of Harvey. Remember? Like, this is actually a pleasant rain.
Right.
Not much wind at all.
Yeah.
Not much wind at all. Then you remember the next 2 years of your life where anytime it rained, you were traumatized and immediately had PTSD to the week of rain that we got.
To the cloud that hovered over the city for 5 days, dropping millions of gallons of water per minute on us. Yes.
Do you remember where we'd get 2 hours with no rain in the middle of Harvey, and you'd be without paying any attention to what it was actually saying on the satellite or anything, you're like, all right, well, maybe this is it. Maybe it's moving on. And then the rain would come again.
Yeah.
So I feel like the cryptic tweets are going to be a little bit like Harvey, and you just accept by a 1-year deal, it'll be a much shorter duration.
Man. Speaking of athletes on social media, one particular athlete who I haven't followed him closely lately to see if he's still chippy on social media, but it sounds like Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, is at one of these NFL offseason kind of media boot camps, and he tweeted last night, "One day into this media workshop, and I have a newfound respect for sports media."
Oh, go Ty. Yeah.
I gave him a big compliment. I said, see, we're not all that bad. I think Tyrann Mathieu would be a good – I think in 2018 when, you and I weren't doing the show together back then.
Yeah.
But either I was talking to somebody about it or we were talking about it on the Triple Threat. But, which of the Texans on this team – this is when they had a lot of big personalities on the team. And when every answer was J.J. Watt about everything – which Texan do you think would make a good, would be good in the media once their playing days were over? And I said I thought Tyrann Mathieu would be the best one. I thought he always
Tyrann Mathieu
gave thoughtful answers.
I wonder what the prefer. If you're a recently retired athlete right now, and you're not worried as much about getting maximum penetration or anything, would you prefer to be on a studio network show or to be a guy who's in studio with Pat McAfee 2 or 3 times a week?
I would probably go where I think I would prefer to be my own guy, the first one, I think. Studio show.
I see. Do you think that's being your own guy, though? I feel like you can still grow your own personal brand, but actually be yourself more on the McAfee
show. Maybe. I guess I'm thinking more in terms of what I'm availing myself to as opposed to being a guest on somebody's show.
If you're in a studio show, you're one of the main dudes.
Yeah.
You're a sidekick on the McAfee show.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah. What about you?
I think McAfee. Yeah. I'd say more of that feels more like what I do now, and I like what I do now.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy television as much as I enjoy, which obviously McAfee is. McAfee is more it's like doing sports radio on television.
On TV.
Well,
yeah.
It's doing a streaming YouTube show, but on TV.
Yeah.
Exactly what it is. So I think I would prefer that.
Yeah, he actually violates a lot of the quote unquote rules of what we do, which I think is what makes the show endearing to a lot of people. Yeah. Well, you and I do. He actually, I said, and I'm putting air quotes around rules because I think there's fewer and fewer rules about what we do. I think it's getting a little more spatial. But so Tyrann Mathieu, he's got a newfound respect for us. I
will say, when some of these guys, it's just always funny because I've watched the transition so many times, and myself having been through it. When you watch athletes get into the media and they start realizing oh, maybe I shouldn't have actually gotten offended by people's predictions before games. When I was a guy. Jeff Van Gundy said the same thing. He's like, why the hell was I so wrapped up in stuff like that? I don't know. It's because you like putting chips on your shoulder.
Sure.
It's rationally dumb, but it's practically smart because it's just one of those things that you do to put a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the talking heads' opinions on who will or won't win a game should have zero bearing on anything, and yet it's that's how the Patriots were able to convince themselves that the world thought they sucked for 20 years.
It's true.
Like that. Oh, everybody's against us. Nobody picked us. What the hell are you talking about?
If it's being channeled for a positive end, you're absolutely right. Here's the other thing too: if the athletes knew how little many of us cared about being right about those predictions, you know what I mean? I don't I'm not huge on having to be I picked the Texans to do this on Sunday, and I come in Monday, and I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe I picked this.
Well, you want to make a good pick, but if you understand, the way, the lines work, to be really, really brilliant at picking winners with the spread or against the spread,
right?
You're, if you get it 58% of the time, you're an unheralded, you're a 58% who's never done it before,
You're counting your money on a beach somewhere at 58% for sure. I guess the better way to put it would be, the emotion they probably feel over me being wrong is way less than the emotion I feel about me being wrong. That's what I would say. And I think a lot of people think like, boy, it's, if I have money on it, then I'm really angry. But if it's just a prediction I made on the show, then it's just one other thing on to the next.
The thing that's genuinely frustrating as an athlete is that you do get a lot of criticism from people that either aren't like that it's impossible for them to know actually whether you are playing well or not playing well in football, especially because without knowing the scheme or the play, like there was a lot of times where somebody in the media blames a specific defensive back for a play blowing up, and defensive backs in general are like pretty good about keeping their mouths shut. Tyrann Mathieu wasn't necessarily, and that's where I don't know, like I didn't get too worked up about him getting chippy because I understand the human emotion. It's tough when you're the player that's being blamed for a bad game or a bad play and it wasn't you at all, and you just got to sit there and keep your mouth shut while your name's being dragged through the mud. It's tough.
You're absolutely, and football with so many moving parts, you're absolutely right. All right, headlines up next. We've got two big Astro headlines we got to get to. Rockets closed out the home portion of their schedule last night, and we've got more news on T'Vondre Sweat, defensive lineman from Texas, and his DWI arrest from over the weekend. We'll get to all that in headlines, but first, soda weight loss. That was, I know there was an easy transition there off of T'Vondre.
Professional.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to the headlines. We'll start with the Astros. Let's start with Framber Valdez. We'll get to the game last night. Astros lose to the Royals. We'll get to that in just a second. But Framber Valdez headed to the IL with they're calling it left elbow inflammation. We'll see. Joe Espada is still kind of playing it upbeat, saying they don't think it's a big deal, but, they want him to, rest it, let this inflammation die down. Spencer Arrighetti, the best pitcher in the Astros minor league system, will make his major league debut tonight in Kansas City. Here was Joe Espada following last night's game talking about Spencer Arrighetti starting tonight.
Yes, he's going to be starting the game tomorrow for us. We've gone through our pitching here the last week, so we want to make sure that we protect some of these guys. And having Abreu here tomorrow will allow us to push everyone back a day and protect some of our young starters that we're going to need them for a long season.
So Hunter will go Thursday and JP will go Friday?
Yeah, everybody will get pushed back one day.
So push back a day. Man, 12 games in, and Joe Espada, the baseball gods, have dropped a ton of little, grenades and mines on his early managerial career with all the shuffling and the pitching staff going on, with Jose Abreu being even worse this year than he was last year, with the Presley Hader thing in spring training of him having to sit down with both guys. Like, that's not for a rookie manager, a first-time manager. These are all things that are, they're not the easiest things to manage.
And then Ryan Presley looking initially like he might not be adjusting to it all that well.
Absolutely. Things
have stabilized, but still, there's been a lot. As far as the starting pitching and how that's going, I have no issue with them having gone to Blair Henley, and that was my opinion on the Blair Henley experience 2 nights ago. That was my opinion when I thought the Astros were definitely going to lose. Because for one, that was still before there was a single out in the first inning. I kind of assumed that they were just going to leave the poor kid out there until there were like 10 or 11 runs. Just get through that first inning to preserve all your pitchers. They ended up getting a win in the matter. So, but I had no complaints about that. And then likewise with Spencer Arrighetti, guy they feel really good about in general, and there was talk of him coming up this year already, but there's just very few options at this point, given the health of everybody. They've got a really quality starting rotation, as you have pointed out, is injured right now for the Astros.
Right,
You've got 5 quality starters injured for the Astros.
Yep. So this is, in a perfect world, Spencer Arrighetti is still a Sugarland Space Cowboy. This is a triage situation right now. Like before they called Arrighetti up, they only had 4 guys that were really starters on the team, and one of them's Ronel Blanco. The best one is Ronel Blanco, who has started 9 games in his career.
Yeah, well, and you look at yesterday, I mean, Christian Javier, lets up 3 runs there after a good start, but it's 3 runs, and I'm not going to blame the relievers for this. You've got 14 hits, and you can't score with runners in scoring position. Yeah. The very first inning, you had them on the ropes in the first inning, and they just couldn't get it done. That happens, but it's just the latest of things that have happened on their way to losing 2/3 of their first several games.
That game last night was on the non-Yordan bats. That's who that. If we're blaming somebody,
Yeah.
it's the inability to score some of these runs after getting 14 hits in a game against the Royals. For those who didn't get to see the game, as you can probably tell by the way Seth and I are talking about it, the Astros did lose 4-3 in 10 innings. Here's what the bottom of the 10th sounded like.
Ball drilled to left center field. This game will be over. Salvador Perez flips the bat away on an 0-1 pitch. Ends the game here in the bottom half of the 10th inning, 4-3. The Royals have won 5 in a row as they come from behind tonight, down 3-0 to win it in 10, 4-3.
When I say that's what the bottom of the 10th sounded like, I'm being literal. That was the entire bottom of the, other than the one pitch that got that strike for the 0-1
Ghost runner,
count.
baby.
Yeah, that was the entire. You just heard you didn't miss anything. You heard the whole 10th inning right there, the bottom of the 10th. Salvador Perez. There you go.
So I'd say God bless the Ghost Runner. I know a lot of people don't like it. But
it's a morning radio host. It's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah. Hey, listen, everybody. Listen, everybody. Before you freak out over starting off the season 4-8, let's remember that this is still only 7% of the season down. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you're only a half game behind the A's. So, I mean, you're right there. Dude, if I had told you a month ago that you'd only be a half game behind the A's in the standings, would you have taken that? I'm guessing yes.
This close to not being dog crap. This close. Rockets last night, as we continue with headlines, they win their home finale, 118-106 over the Orlando Magic. You haven't checked the standings in the Eastern Conference. Orlando's a pretty good team this year. They're in that 4 or 5 seed range in the Eastern Conference, but the Rockets, They got a big lead on them early, and they held it for the whole game. They kind of held the Magic at bay the entire night. Rockets 39-40 on the season right now. They finish up the season with 3 road games, Utah, Portland, and then the finale against James Harden and the Los Angeles Clippers. Rockets finish a more than respectable 27-14 at home this season. So they protecting their home court. They've got that down pretty good.
They've got that down.
Yeah.
That, from the get-go this year, that was impressive. And they were just atrocious, absolutely atrocious on the road.
Yeah.
So that alone, they're better than the Astros already in that regard. Mm-hmm. If everybody's chasing the Astros in this town, then at least you can be awesome at home sometime since last October.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The Rockets, they hit the road. Utah up next. More information coming out on T'Vondre Sweat and his DWI arrest from over the weekend. T'Vondre Sweat, defensive tackle from the University of Texas, big-time draft prospect. A lot of Texan fans hoping that the Texans might take him with one of their second-round picks. A lot of mock drafts have the Texans in on T'Vondre Sweat as well. We've got more information on the arrest now, Seth. He blew a .105 into the breathalyzer, which is more than 25% above the legal limit in Texas. The police affidavit also indicated a strong odor of alcohol, and Sweat was swaying while they were apprehending him. Police arrived at 4:41 a.m. at the scene. They took the blood alcohol test at 6:08. So there's about an hour and a half lag time between the time they got there and the time they tested him. .105 is a lot for a big man.
So one of the questions that people always come up with in these situations is, gosh, how much does a guy that weighs 365 pounds have to drink to get up above the legal limit? I did the calculations, my friends.
Yeah.
So if he had a 4-hour bout of drinking, who knows whether it was or not, maybe he started early in the evening, whatever. So calculating in that hour and a half between when he was arrested and when he was tested, or when he was taken in and when he was tested, I'm going to say by my calculations, he'd have had 14 drinks over the course of 4 hours. Yeah. That would get him to a .124. 90 minutes later after that, his BAC would be about .102.
Yeah.
So if he was out for 4 hours and he had 14 drinks, that would be about much. Now, this is where don't kill the messenger, everybody, because I know immediately a lot of people out there are saying like, well, it's a one-time thing, it's a mistake. Yes, I could understand 100%, but you got to find out the context behind everything. There are reports that he has talked to teams about his hard partying history in the past, and that those days are behind him. And nope, it's nothing but the straight and narrow for me now. And this doesn't look. 2 weeks before the draft, this does not look like a guy who's got his life completely in order. And it doesn't look like it's just a one-time bad incident that you can just chalk off for a guy who also people have concerns about his body weight. And it's not the thing that's going to keep him from being drafted at all, but it could certainly take some teams who think of him as a second-round pick and maybe move him down the board a little bit.
Some teams will.
Yeah.
What do you, if you had to guess, because you and I have both been waiting for more information to come out on this thing, and now we've got. This is pretty good information now that he was definitely out drinking, definitely got behind the wheel he was definitely driving while intoxicated. It feels like. So what do you think? Do you think there is a team that'll still take a chance on him in the second or third round?
I think there probably is.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody that's going to get comfortable with him, and if a team that runs a 3-4 or plays with a consistent nose tackle all the time will probably. I think this is the big dividing factor is it doesn't seem like there's reports that he's a bad dude. There's always that question of, okay, you know how I divide it? It's like crimes against yourself versus crimes against humanity. Now, don't get me wrong. The DUI is obviously a crime against humanity, but it's one of those downs that comes from your own personal demons.
Yeah.
Like if he's not out there recklessly doing it all the time or whatever. I'm not trying to diminish the gravity of that crime.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem like he's a bad teammate. Doesn't seem like he's a jerk or so far. We haven't heard reports of that. He might just have some self-control issues.
He's going to be a Raven. The Ravens are going to draft him, and he's going to turn into Haloti Ngata.
I mean, yeah. They don't. The Ravens have taken guys who have had some crimes against humanity. The bigger deal.
Yes.
He's got great technique. That's what I love defensive linemen who already have really good technique, because as much as scouts and teams will try to say, well, we can teach them that technique, they ignore all the times they haven't been able to teach guys technique. Some guys just aren't teachable, and he's very teachable. He has really, really good technique for a college kid, so it's not like he's unconscientious or anything like that.
The Texans hosted a quarterback this week on a top 30 visit. They only get 30 of these. They used one on a quarterback. We'll tell you who it was, and should the Texans be drafting a quarterback in a couple of weeks. That is next.
Bayway Chevrolet is your absolute best player.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, interesting tidbit from the Texans yesterday. It's actually Aaron Wilson tweeted this out, that the Texans reportedly hosted South Carolina quarterback Spencer Rattler for a top 30 visit. And I think,
baby.
Yeah, I mean, we should point out that, look, the Texans looking at quarterbacks is probably not huge news. You need backups to C.J. Stroud, and as you pointed out, Seth, even with a good quarterback, you draft a quarterback every year. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you've said that before, right?
I think, just kind of like what the Patriots did when Tom Brady was there. Not every year, because it's just you're not going to be able to get the reps out of the guys to figure out what they have, but every other year. Okay. That was the standard. The Patriots drafted during the Tom Brady era a new quarterback about once every couple of years, and they would just kind of roll through them. They thought they had something a couple times. But, the Packers under Ted Thompson forever would just always have quarterbacks in the hopper.
Yeah.
And you either use them for trades or they end up being the replacement or whatever. I'm cool with that. I do wonder, Sean, if the Spencer Rattler visit might also be at least partly motivated by any interest the Texans might have in South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Leggett.
Oh, the dude with the pipes.
Yeah, the guy that with the super country accent, which, by the way, he's the latest interview I saw with him, he toned down the country accent.
Why?
I feel like the media attention got to him, yeah.
Oh, man. Come on.
I don't know. People comparing you to Bubba from Forrest Gump is probably not the best. It was endearing, except that people were it was endearing in the wrong type of way. People, the way it was being received.
Okay, that's where I've heard that accent before. I'm like, hey, man, this sounds awfully familiar. Okay, Bubba, yeah, a little bit. So you think maybe trying to get a little Xavier Leggett intel from Spencer Rattler?
Well, okay, so Xavier Leggett, I just it was PFF on their mock draft simulator where you can go on and do your own mock drafts. The majority of times, the most selected player to the Texans in the second round there by NFL fans who use that site, it's been interesting, is Xavier Leggett at 59. Sorry, at the 59th spot.
59. Okay, gotcha.
So late second round for Xavier Leggett. Braden Chase, the defensive tackle, was the one most selected to number 42
Braden
overall.
Fisk, yeah.
Him as well.
Yes. Right.
I prefer to call him Chase.
And
so
Fisk,
Braden Fisk, apologies. Yep. But so Xavier Leggett, the interesting thing about him is, Sean, he had 1,255 yards receiving last year. It was an astoundingly good season for him, and Spencer Rattler was throwing him the ball.
Yeah.
Previous to that, in the 4 seasons, remember because of COVID, he had 5 seasons. So in the 4 seasons prior to that, he had less than 500 yards combined total. He had been non-existent.
Yeah.
Right. And then all of a sudden he busted out this year. And Spencer Rattler now Spencer Rattler's been there for 2 years, but Spencer Rattler's been cited as one of the reasons that maybe it just all finally clicked for Xavier Leggett. And so Xavier Leggett, for me, would make a lot of sense in that, yes, I know the Texans are all fine with wide receiver right now, but he's a project. He's probably a guy that still needs further refinement, and people are trying to figure out exactly, okay, what is he really, because we just don't have a track record of great success with him. Maybe they just want to talk to Spencer Rattler about him a little bit, as well as also, kick the tires on maybe a backup quarterback now that Davis Mills is going to be gone and Case Keenum's getting old.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. I actually like this a lot. He's obviously no threat to C.J. Stroud, but if you want to groom a young quarterback that has tools like Spencer Rattler, I'll remind you, and I'm looking at this, I Googled Spencer Rattler mock draft 2021. Because that was the season in college football where he was coming off of 2020 where he was amazing. He was the Heisman Trophy favorite going into the 2021 season, and then he got benched for Caleb Williams 2 games into the season during the Red River, Texas game. He got benched, and Caleb Williams came in, and the rest is history, and Rattler ends up transferring to South Carolina. I'm looking at a mock draft from DraftWire, August 2021. Ben, you have the draft sounder? This is a mock draft from 2021 in August with the first pick in the DraftWire August of 2021 mock draft. The Houston Texans select Spencer Rattler, quarterback, Oklahoma.
Wow.
That's how highly thought of he was at one time.
So I guess from that I read that maybe you want to be careful about just exactly what you do with somebody that comes out of that system or from that coach, and just how high that you might really, really feel about that guy and whether they should go number one overall.
I'm looking at this draft. You know who the 6th pick in this mock draft was? Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
Number 6 overall?
6 overall, yeah.
Those preseason mock drafts or the 1 year out mock drafts are
Some
hilarious
wild stuff.
sometimes.
Malik Willis, 10th to the Atlanta Falcons.
I'll tell you what, you know where that's messed up is that, like, how often does an off-ball linebacker go number 6 overall unless they are Luke Kuechly type or something like that?
Yeah.
And Kuechly, where'd Kuechly even go? Was he in the 20s?
He was. I don't remember. He was a first-round pick, but I don't.
I know. But an off-ball linebacker that high is pretty exceptional.
Kenyon Green, 8th to the Carolina Panthers. It's a lot of Texan ties to this little mockaroo.
We got some good deals here, Sean.
Yeah, man.
I mean, honestly, the Texans, if you compare where they drafted those guys to where they actually went, I'd say they did pretty well.
One more from this. I promise I didn't do this segment to repurpose a mock draft from 3 years ago.
Kuechly was 9th overall, by the way.
9th overall. Okay, yeah. Derek Stingley Jr., 3rd overall, which is where he went. Ironically, in this mock, he goes to the New York Jets. Who drafted
Where'd Sauce Gardner go?
36th overall in this mock draft.
What a bum.
Yeah.
What a loser.
Kyle Hamilton, 5th overall to the Jags. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to close this because I'm going to spend the rest of the segment looking at it if I leave it open. So the bottom line is I'm cool with the Texans using a day 3 pick. I don't want no quarterbacks with 42 or 59 or 86 or any picks that are derived from those picks. Yeah.
You know, by the way, I think that you could probably find a niche doing that, just having a YouTube channel where all you do is look through old box scores and
like
mock drafts and stuff.
Retro mock draft? Yeah. You know I love doing that stuff.
Well, yeah, no, it's the same way that these threads will take off on Twitter where you just name a random athlete and it ends up being people will sit there. I'll waste a full half hour just reading through a thread of people naming random athletes, and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's fun. Yeah.
Text message. How do you guys feel about all the hype the Texans are getting? That's from Brian. Seth, can I make a confession? And I actually have the prop here in studio.
Yeah.
I am so in on the hype for the Texans that I made the biggest impulse buy of my life during WrestleMania over the weekend.
What was it?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show the YouTube.
Steroids?
Hang on. I'm going to show the YouTube stream. I brought it in with me right now. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Sean is taking his headphones off. He's got something stashed behind his chair. It's a championship belt with a Texans logo. It's a Texans logo championship belt.
Dude. They ran a commercial. They ran a commercial during the break on WrestleMania, and they're like, "Do you want to be a champion with your favorite championship team?" And I'm like, "I do."
Yes, I do.
And I said, "Amy, look it up." And you want to hear? So for those who can't see on the YouTube stream, I have a Houston Texans WWE Championship belt, legit. Like it's like 20 pounds heavy. It's super heavy. So I'm like, I need to get that. One, I'm a wrestling fan. I'm a nerd. It's pretty cool. Two, I think this would be a good prop, like out at the pregame show, like out on the desk that you and I have.
Yeah.
Like to have in front. I think it's a cool look, and I think people would want to like take pictures with it and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
I think there's definitely
some social media opportunity.
Some of the players that when you give them player of the game or something, you got to be sure you tell them beforehand that you're not giving it to them, giving it to them. But
What happened? Will Anderson took my belt. He just walked out with it.
Like when Putin took Bob Kraft's championship ring. Some athlete's going to Putin you for your belt.
He is.
You're going to have to write a letter saying, hey, well, actually, I didn't intend for you to take the ring.
Will, that belt was not for you. I did think that too.
That's a nice belt, man.
It is. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Gold foil?
I'm sure it's gold plated. Yeah. Yeah, I paid an obscene amount for it, but that's why I say it was an impulse buy. Here's something cool. This was the last one in stock, the Texans one. The Texans one was one of the most popular ones. No, yeah. I checked. They had all of them.
Yeah.
Because it's out of stock now. I bought this one. You can't buy it. It says it's out of stock. Yeah, you can't. Okay. Yeah. No, they didn't try to get me in and say there's only it's not like Southwest where they say there's only 2 seats left. No. Yeah. When I clicked on it, it said limited supply, so that, of course, really got my buying bug going. I looked at Amy. I'm like, there's only a few left. I swear. But then when I went to buy it and I hit, like I was putting my credit card information in, it said one left. And I'm like, man, I got to get this in quickly. And then I hit send. And then, watchdogging them like I should, I went back to say, okay, does it say out of stock right now? And it did. And it's been out of stock for a couple of days. So I say that to say the Texans are a very popular team in the belt community. Yeah, man.
How many commemorative coins from the U.S. Mint do you own? Do you have a Texans on one side, bald eagle on the other side, commemorative mint from 2002 or anything?
But if they show it on WrestleMania, you know that I'm going to be probably going to WWE shop and buying that bad boy.
When you were a kid, were you confused by those? Like I didn't. The concept of like a coin, but not a coin that wasn't actual money, but that you paid a boatload of money for. Yeah. I was always so confused by it. I was like, why? So is it like an antique coin or something? I don't get it.
I can see that.
Why did the government choose to commemorate Dolly Parton? I don't understand. Yeah.
This is where I admit to the audience that I am guilty of. I get roped in by those infomercials. If it's like 1 a.m, I bought more apparati to cook things differently than I care to admit.
Oh, really?
You know what I mean?
Slapdash and all that or whatever?
The thing. I remember back in the day, I bought this thing where you could cook like 6 hot dogs at the same time in like 90 seconds.
Some people call it a microwave, but you had to buy this
device that was shaped, that had a curvature to it. I'm like, wow. I was wasted, man. I was bombed. Forget what it was called, the Dogginator or something.
So
like
is it like it ends up being like one of those countertop displays, like having your own movie theater concession stand in your house?
No, but I definitely would have bought that for sure. No, I'm like, wow. I think of all the times I need 6 hot dogs.
On earth, you mean they finally figured out a way to cook food that's already been cooked 6 at a time?
As soon as I described it to you, I'm like, Seth's going to make a microwave joke. I know it. I know it. And I deserve it. So, yeah, man. Impulse buy right
that's
here.
All right, man. I'll tell you what, man. I'd pay good money for an Easy Bake Oven right now.
Dude, I know.
Some of the best meals I ever had were Easy Bake Ovens.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
Little brownies and cupcakes and stuff like that.
Kids, you ever had a delicious baked good baked by a light bulb?
Oh.
Probably not. Probably not.
Funny story, for my bachelor party, this is a text message, we bought the kids cheap WWE belts, $20, and wore them. Had people literally come up and ask what I was champion of as though it was real.
Like a champion of being the best team out there, man.
I wish this was only $20.
Can you... You should wear that when we do the pregame show, like the entire time.
You think?
You should just do it after, or I guess it would make more sense for you to wear it after the during the post.
Well, I thought pregame for home games. You know, you guys, you and I are out there at the right outside Bud Light Plaza there. So I thought it'd be cool to have on the desk, and then like I said, if people want to come up and whatever, take picture or whatever, that's cool. Not like it's a unique thing. If they want to buy one, they can buy one. But I've got one right here. But I thought after the games it'd be fun. After wins, not after losses. Like after wins, like me and Clint get a picture with whoever the player in the studio was with us. I think that'd be some fun social media stuff.
Yeah, plus that'd be a good way too you'll kind of start to find out who your people are on the team. Like Big the guys that are just like might be future pro wrestlers. You could become just the same way you stole Brendan Williams from the Texans, I've always assumed.
I did.
Like Brendan Williams went on to pro wrestling probably because Sean talked him into it. Didn't he? He would come on your show, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah. He was, and Brendan and I we would go to Monday Night Raw together when it came to the Toyota Center.
You know who you are?
Who?
You're Jim Nantz. You're the same way Jim Nantz talked Romo into going into broadcasting when there was a chance that maybe the Texans would have traded for Tony Romo.
It's true.
Not that it's not like that was like the thing that was going to all of a sudden change everything. But I always felt it was a little messed up that a dude who covers the league and is from Houston actually was like competing with Houston for the energy and time of Tony Romo.
That is messed up. Now that I think about it, yeah, man.
Thank you. You're the first person who's ever agreed with me on this. It's been like 5 years now.
Okay. Well, now I don't feel bad about what I said about Ian Eagle yesterday being the best in the business right now.
Right.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about it at all. You know, I
didn't even mention Jim Nantz's name when I brought Ian Eagle up to point out that he was doing the Final Four.
Right.
And you were like, yeah, best in the business he is.
Right.
Like,
right.
I mean, it was. Jim Nantz's footprints aren't even dried yet on that spot. His tie is still hanging around the neck of last year's champions, Sean.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, okay, so you want to talk about hype for the Texans. One guy hyped, one guy pumping the brakes. Two of the loudest screamers in the business going at it over your Houston Texans. We're just going to get our popcorn and watch. That's what we're going to do coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento. You know, if I'm going to give somebody a belt, a championship belt, it would be Dr. Ben Salento. It would have 3 big Z's across the front of it because he's the champion of fixing sleep issues. 3 big Z's with a Ghostbuster sign over it would be the front of the Dr. Ben Salento.
turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right. It's funny. We just had someone ask in the previous segment, what do you guys think about the hype for the Texans? I didn't answer the question. All I did was pull out the championship belt that I bought over the weekend, which you can see on the YouTube and Twitch stream. Before we get to old Shannon and Stephen A here, Seth, where are you right now on how much of a darling the Texans are in the media this offseason?
I think this is where I get nervous, and I've told you this multiple times, but this is where I get nervous, is that they are right in a lot of ways. They're in the same spot they were entering the 2013 season. Now, the Super Bowl odds entering 2013 weren't actually all that great, but they were the favorite. They were the darling dark horse pick.
They were.
A lot of teams said, hey, keep your eye on the Texans. I think this is really it. This is the year where the Texans take off. So I worry a little bit in that regard that, man, you can't, as one Stefon Diggs tweeted out yesterday, do not put the carriage before the horse.
That's right.
I think that though that was a cryptic tweet, I'm choosing to interpret that as Stefon Diggs being like the adult and saying, hey, this is nice. It's been nice. Thanks for the welcome. Thanks for all the love. And I appreciate that everybody out there is saying the Texans are the next in line to knock off the Chiefs. But let's not put the carriage before the horse.
That's
right. We got week 1 is the only game that matters.
It's funny you bring that up about the Texans in 2013, coming off of that 2012 season where they were 12-4.
And as a reminder to the kids out there, they ended up being 2-14.
They did, yeah. I'm glad. Yeah, we need to put the last chapter on there for people, because people may look back and think like, oh, wow, the Texans were that highly thought of in the midst of the Brady dynasty, and Peyton Manning was still a thing. And just thinking back now, like 2013, there was a bit of like a power vacuum in the NFL because the Patriots had not won a Super Bowl in 8 years at that point. Like, they went 10 years. People forget. Yeah. They did go a decade without winning a Super Bowl. They went to a couple of them, but they went a decade without winning a Super Bowl, and that was when Peyton was early on in his Denver time frame. They'd blown the game to the Ravens at home in the playoffs the year before. So there was a bit of a vortex, a little power vacuum at that time where the Texans could have capitalized, but instead they finished 2-14 that year, unfortunately.
Started off, I'd completely forgotten that they started off 2-0 that season.
They did.
So far, so good.
Amy and I were at the Monday night game to open the season against the Chargers. Yeah. Where they fell behind 28-7, and they came back and won, I think, either in overtime or on a last-second field goal, I think.
Yeah.
Cushing had a pick six in that game. Yeah, man.
2-14 is rough, but when it's 14 losses in a row, it makes it that much rougher.
No respite, man.
Yeah. But I guess, the question would be, all right, well, how are they different now than they were then? And the biggest and most obvious thing you look to in any NFL scenario is always the quarterback. And how are they different at quarterback? I think there's very little chance that this is the year that all of a sudden C.J. Stroud's arm doesn't work anymore, and that his judgment sucks.
Starts throwing pick sixes. Dude threw 5 picks all of last year.
One of the things that drove me most insane about that year was people like Bill Barnwell claiming that pick sixes were just random bad luck. And I'm like, dude, don't do this now.
Yeah.
Not now, because there's times where, sure, I'm guessing much of the time that's true.
Yeah.
But there is a very clear type of pick six that Matt Schaub is throwing here. Yeah. And it's when he just cannot push the ball to the sideline, and he's writing checks that his arm can't cash, and it was bad, man. It was so bad.
Schaub had almost as many pick sixes in the first month and a half of the season that year as CJ threw picks, period, in his rookie year. Schaub had 4 or 5, and CJ had 5.
You know what was so infuriating about it, though, too, is it wasn't just the one game. Sorry, I'm going down a bad memory lane here. But the game where everything really fell on its ear was that Seattle game where they had a chance of winning it. But Schaub threw a pick at the end of the game that the pass didn't need to be thrown.
No.
All he had to do was to eat the sack.
Down, yeah.
Yeah, they had a lead. What the hell are you doing? It was that. It was awful. It was awful.
It was bad. All right.
So I don't expect Stroud to turn into Matt Schaub all of us. Late stage Matt Schaub.
No, I think they'll be okay. I think Stroud will be good. So first take, Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp got into it yesterday about the Houston Texans. Here was Shannon Sharp. They had a big debate on the show about where do the Texans fit in the AFC right now. Here is Hall of Famer Shannon Sharp.
They're clearly behind Kansas City and Baltimore, in my estimation.
the uncertainty with Houston leaves me. I would say probably fourth or fifth. I'm not so sure I'm putting them in front of Miami. I'm not putting them in front of – no, I'm not. Because here's the thing, Stephen A. If you take Miami and bring them to Houston, you know you're putting them in a controlled environment, right?
Yes.
And you know what happens when you – okay. So I'm gonna say I think they're behind Buffalo. I still believe in Josh Allen. Let's see what they do in the draft. I would say fourth or fifth.
Come on, Shannon. Come on, Shannon.
Okay.
Okay. Well, help me through this for a second. Yeah. Like just before we even get to the fifth overall part.
Yeah.
Was he making a point that somehow like playing outdoors in Miami makes it tougher than playing in the controlled environment?
They were making a big deal that Miami is dangerous in a controlled environment. And Miami is a controlled environment because the weather's always nice.
Yeah.
Instead of you brought them to Houston, which is also a controlled environment, who the better team would be, that kind of thing. It was a point Shannon didn't need to make. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If
you take one team that plays in advantageous circumstances and put them in another place that has advantageous circumstances, okay.
I just don't think I just don't think Miami's as good as. I don't care what environment it is. I think the Texans are better than the Dolphins.
This is, by the way, I want you to prepare yourself, Sean, because last year all the talk was about Tua and his jiu-jitsu and bulking up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
This year he's decided to lose weight.
Oh, really?
So he still got the benefit of the jiu-jitsu and knowing how to fall, but he's lost weight so he can be more mobile.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are they going to pay him at any point here, do we think?
Yeah, they're going to pay him a boatload of money.
Okay.
They're going to pay him. They're going to pay him up with the top quarterbacks and then regret it. And it'll be a cautionary tale, but also one that hopefully we can be petty about.
Yes.
Listen, everybody, if maybe you're new to the Payne and Pendergast show, we do not shy away from pettiness, okay? If Caleb Williams ends up sucking, even though it doesn't really affect us one way or the other because it's Chicago,
right?
We'll be petty about it.
Yes.
We will be gleeful over Caleb Williams being a disaster, just so we can bring up receipts from 2 years ago when people are saying that the Texans, should be going for Caleb Williams anyway.
100%. All right, so that was Shannon. Now, as you heard at the end of that cut, Stephen A. is having none of it. Here was Stephen A. Smith's retort on behalf of the Texans. Where does old Stephen A. have the Texans in the AFC?
Miami and Buffalo have given us no reason to be sold on them. With the personnel they had in place, they couldn't get over the hump in Buffalo. Miami, don't get me started once you get them away from near South Beach, or as you would say, a controlled environment. A controlled environment on South Beach. Okay, so if you talk about head-to-head matchup, you got the cheater in Houston. I understand that. I ain't no answer for that, brother. I do understand that. But I'm saying you got to play against a whole bunch of other people. And what has Miami given us to believe in them when they get away from a controlled environment or, dare I say, elite weather near South Beach? I'm sorry. I got Houston at 3. I got Houston at number 3.
Okay. They're way too fixated on this weather in Miami when it comes to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I guess. Well, it comes to if you're talking about power ranking everybody and you envision, okay, how are they going to fare in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I guess there's that. So it matters whether or not they get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, I suppose. I don't know.
The Texans play all 4 of those teams those two guys were just discussing this year.
It's the biggest thing that when you try to compare last year to this year, you have to take into account the fact that the Texans have on paper right now, it looks like it's going to be a much tougher schedule than last year.
Yeah, big time.
And they'll face more marquee quarterbacks. So, yeah, that is a big deal. The part that maybe, to quote Stefon Diggs again, if you're putting the carriage ahead of the horse right now, I think it's a lot of us just kind of keep drawing that line on the graph upwards to think like, oh yeah, look at how much better they were getting last year, and then you add Tank Dell to the mix.
Yep.
Oh, and then you add Stefon Diggs to it. There you go. And then the defense made improvements too. Like it's not always so simple that you just necessarily improve. We saw that last year with the Jaguars. So yeah, I get a little bit nervous about that, but I also do have a hard time looking at Buffalo, especially, in the fact that they are currently, like as constructed right this moment, they don't have their 2 best receivers from last year. They lost multiple other impact players, some of whom were in decline, but still, they're not as good a team as they were last year. And Josh Allen doesn't have the same tools to work with as he did last year. So I can't see putting Buffalo right there right now. We'll see what happens in the draft and if that changes at all. But I would put Kansas City, Baltimore, and then Houston, understanding that I'm still like I've got bias, but I can't put Miami ahead of them.
Where do you put Cincinnati? I'm surprised Cincinnati didn't get a mention in this conversation between these two guys.
I think as Cincinnati, remember Cincinnati was not quite right even when Joe Burrow was healthy. It wasn't like
Texans beat them in Cincinnati.
Right,
yeah.
right. And it wasn't like at the time it wasn't like, oh, wow, they did it. They toppled over one of the very best teams in the league. They were going through some changes offensively. And, we'll still see what happens with T. Higgins there. But the Texans did beat them in Cincinnati last year, so we'll see.
Yeah. Third feels good. That feels about right. So there you go. Some of the hype they're getting on First Take. There's a lot of people on the text page, Seth, saying that I can take my WWE Championship belt with the Texans logo on it that I purchased, which you can see on the YouTube channel. I put it right here in front. And Twitch, you can see it there. That
we can see it on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
from the overhead view.
From the view, the overhead view. That I could either expense it or make it a tax deduction. I can tell you right now, Odyssey is not reimbursing me for this belt.
No, and you can't make it a tax deduction unless he's using it for his personal business. So you're not going to be able to write that off.
Crap.
I know this from I believe. Tax advisors tell me if I'm wrong or not. Yeah, you got to be like, you got to your company when you're doing it and claiming like, well, I'm doing it for my job, but I'm an employee for somewhere else. It gets dicey. So if you start your own, you're a speaker, right?
I'm a freelance writer.
You're a speaker and a writer. You just need to start writing some articles. Write a few articles about that.
I do have some outside income that is outside of Odyssey. Yeah, so maybe I just probably create an LLC and claim it against that, right? Something like that.
Technically, again, I don't know if you even have to claim the LLC if you're just that part of it self-employed, but whatever. Yeah.
There's accountants right now in their cars that are gently throwing their coffee against the radio.
No, I'm saying this openly. Please correct me. 713-572-4610.
Right. Someone texts in 8611. Dang it, Sean, I was looking for that belt this weekend. Well, sorry, it's out of stock because of me. I got the last one.
You can't see it on the YouTube channel
really?
Right now, though. No.
Okay. You can't see it in front of me? Oh, yeah, you're right. You can't. Okay.
Yeah, they only show that overhead view while we're during break.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, I got to maybe get the camera aimed down a little.
Wear it.
I'll wear it. Yeah, I'll wear it. I'll put it.
Show off that slim fit. Actually, you can use that almost like a girdle. That could be like your Spanx T-shirt. You just cinch it up real tight to like a 32-inch
belt at Lululemon. There we go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
I like that. You need to. That's it. Right
there.
Like that.
Okay, cool. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. We'll do the 8 at 8 top of the hour. We got a lot of stories to get into. You mentioned Caleb Williams. Some of the other quarterbacks, the other top two quarterbacks in particular. Differing opinions on what these guys are and where they could go. We've got non-Caleb QB face-off going on between media members right now on Drake May and Jaden Daniels. You will not want to miss it, and we do it next.
Hey, owning property is not all.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. I got
Does anybody actually my tax advice?
No.
Okay.
So you're basically an accountant now. Yes, that sounds good to me. All right. Got a bunch of people.
Who do I need to compete with? Apparently, everybody's doing taxes for free these days, so I feel like that's not gonna help me. Yeah.
I still need to do mine. Oh God. Monday, right? Monday. Reminder, people. Monday's tax day. The only other Houstonian that I know that goes around Houston wearing a Texans championship belt, for those just getting in their cars, I made an impulse purchase this weekend, a very expensive one, a Houston Texans legit WWE world title belt off of the WWE shopping website. The Ultimate Fan, our guy Steve, who paints himself up like the Ultimate Warrior. He's there he's at every Texans function, painted up, tassels on his biceps, and a title belt. He says, "Welcome to the Belt Club." He says he wrote, "I'm in the Belt Club now." Yeah. He wrote his off. He says, "Make sure you wear it all day." Oh, that's funny.
You do need to wear it all day. Yeah, you make your own. You're independently employed for your writing and then for speaking engagements and stuff. So if you write a couple articles in which you reference it, and then also maybe write an article about how people receive you when you're out and about town wearing your belt.
Wear my belt. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. It could save me a lot of money.
That's why being a writer is just so lucrative these days, Sean. The tax benefits. That's why so many sports writers are like, never been better. I can, you know how easy it is? I can basically break even on the year by writing off a couple things.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Because how little they're actually paying me.
Buying essential things like a world title belt with a Texans logo on it. All right, non-Caleb QB face-off here. All right, let's do Drake May here first. Drake May, North Carolina. It seems like it's Drake May, Jaden Daniels for that second and third pick, with J.J. McCarthy kind of sitting, waiting for his number to be called to jump into a three-way dance here. You know?
I gotta feel like if this were the NCAA tourney and I'm looking at those two, Drake May and Jaden Daniels, I just want Jaden Daniels to win. There's so much about Drake May that just feels like
the face test is not good.
Before, man.
The face test is not good on Drake May. It's not good.
I don't need another North Carolina quarterback with sketchy decision-making ability, or like, oh no, but Jaden Daniels is skinnier than his ideal. All right, great. I'll deal with it.
I'll deal with it too. The way Baltimore's dealing with it with Lamar Jackson, MVP. Merrill Hodge versus RG3 on the Drake May front. Here was Merrill Hodge. We played this a couple days ago, but Merrill Hodge is of the opinion that Drake May will get you fired.
Drake May will get you fired. Drake May's the kind of player that gets you fired. And especially you draft him in the top 5. Top 3, he's going to get you fired. And let's use the process and accuracy. Malik Willis might be the only guy I could think of that is as erratic as Drake May. I studied him for 2 years, and I am telling you, I have yet to find, actually, I'd say probably his best game. I watched every one of his games last year. It's probably the Pitt game. And that was an average football game. His last game, the NC State game, was the most embarrassing display I'd ever seen from a guy who's supposed to be an elite franchise quarterback. When you talk about accuracy, it is erratic everywhere.
All right, so Merrill Hodge brings up specific games he watched, issues he has. Seth, I'm going to let you be the judge here. Let's hear from RG3. RG3 yesterday on ESPN, not only taking up for Drake May, but kind of going at Merrill Hodge a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out who took a doo-doo on Merrill Hodge's front porch, because the guy's raining all over Drake May's parade. I've watched the game multiple times that he's talking about from NC State, and what I came away from watching all of the totality of the film with Drake May is that he has all of the tools he needs to be a franchise quarterback. And if he gets a coach fired, it's not that he can't play, it's that coach can't coach. It's a coach's job to coach a player to help him realize his potential. If a coach gets fired because of Drake May, it's simply because he can't coach, and I think he will be a franchise quarterback. So somebody needs to get Merrill Hodge a cape, because he's mad right now, but with that cape, he'll be super mad once Drake May becomes a franchise QB.
Oh, that was a shoehorned little. Okay, great.
Yeah, big time.
This is super mad.
What was going on ESPN?
Thanks a lot, RG3. Now I gotta envision Merrill Hodge wearing a black cape being super mad. All right. Thanks, RG3. I disagree with RG3 just in totality, to use his word, just on the simple thought or notion that somehow the fact that Drake May is inconsistent, and I'm guessing that's what RG3 is talking about, because sure, he has the tools to do it sometimes, but there's also times where he's dive bombing footballs into the turf on intermediate routes. He's throwing behind receivers. So he's the classic highlight reel quarterback. They've schemed him into some good things. But, yeah, you can point to the times he does things well, but it's not always a coach's issue that all of a sudden, you couldn't teach this erratic guy to be more consistent. I reject RG3's argument even without the name of the quarterback inserted. It's
the logic.
Some guys just aren't consistent. Some guys every guy up to this point has had QB coaching. You can't rely on all of a sudden the magnificent magic wand that is NFL quarterback coaching, which I say that in jest because there's a lot of bad quarterback coaches out there. But you can't all of a sudden expect that that's a coaching issue. That I guess Drake May has never been coached before. He's never been able to watch YouTube. Apparently he's never been able to work on it on his own or go to a football camp. It's not always about the coach. You can't always blame Mike Shanahan for everything, RG3. Okay?
Yes, now we know where it comes from. All right, let's move on to Jaden Daniels. This isn't so much a face-off about the quality or caliber of player Jaden Daniels is. This is more about where he could end up. Let's start with Cowherd, Ben. Colin Cowherd earlier this week, and we know Cowherd is, he's plugged into certain elements of the NFL community. He said he is hearing Jaden Daniels to Washington at 2.
I've been told the Washington Commanders right now, as of today, would choose Jaden Daniels, LSU quarterback, as their top pick. And going back and forth, I'm told they believe he's more consistent than Drake May. He is quicker, more mobile than Drake May. An offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury, who will have some say in this, has had multiple quarterbacks in his college and pro coaching career that play like him.
Okay, so that's Colin Cowherd saying he's hearing things. I like Jaden Daniels better than Drake May myself, so I agree with that. But that he's hearing Washington is in on Jaden Daniels. Then comes this mock draft from Evan Silva yesterday, in which he's got Jaden Daniels going 3rd to the Patriots, and his synopsis has this peculiar sentence in it. Jaden Daniels is rumored to be intent on playing for New England after Daniels' meetings with Washington didn't go as smoothly.
So intent on, I guess, does that mean he doesn't want to go to Washington?
Is he going to try to
somehow he's going to force his way out of there?
He's going to pull an Eli on Washington?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Cowherd's, because a lot of these football writers aren't actually good writers.
Yeah.
So he might just mean that his expectations are that he's going to go number 3 because he figures Washington doesn't like him.
I'm in a weird place of trusting Cowherd here above Evan Silva right now as far as where Jaden Daniels is going to end up. I think
that if you look, every single one of these prospects in the history of football always has negatives and things that they're going to have to work on. And I think that the difference between Drake May and Jaden Daniels is the concerns, the things that would definitely turn them into a bad quarterback. With Drake May, it's all on the judgment and mental side of things. Where with Jaden Daniels, it's more on the either total arm strength or just his ability to, he's good throwing when he's on a designed rollout, but when he has to scramble and throw, he's not as strong. They're all things that are questionable as to whether he can do it in the NFL. But man, overall, the physical side of things is really good for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of guys. Remember, Deshaun Watson had questions about his arm strength coming out.
Yep.
For me, it's always okay, if you don't have an objectively weak arm, then I don't worry about it at all. And I'd much rather have the ability to throw with touch more so than to be a Jay Cutler or something like that. So that's not fair to Jay Cutler. He could throw with touch, but you know what I mean. I worry. I think that Drake May has more bust qualities than Jaden Daniels.
That's a great way to put it.
The higher floor for me is Jaden Daniels. The only thing I would concern about for him being an actual bust would be as if he can't stay healthy.
Yep. That's a really good way to put it. All right, I have a bonus non-Caleb Williams face-off. It's actually a non-football face-off, Seth. The eclipse was a big topic earlier this week, the solar eclipse. So which camp are you in when it comes to the solar eclipse and how relevant it is, how much coverage it should have gotten, how excited you get by it. Here are two folks going head to head on eclipse on the solar eclipse. The first one, they're both New Yorkers, by the way. The first one is reporter Christine Johnson of CBS New York. Here was Christine Johnson out there amongst the people as the solar eclipse was taking place earlier this week.
I cannot believe we're seeing this right now. It has been cloud cover all day. How lucky are we?
It is a miracle.
It's incredible. No way. It's like this. I cannot tell you. The timing of this is absolutely amazing. Do you see the corona? Yes! See the sparkling lights? I have goosebumps. I can't describe what I'm feeling right now, but this is so intense. And there it is. We're coming out of the eclipse, and we're gonna get. Look at this. I'm just speechless. I'm absolutely speechless, and suddenly it's like somebody turned the lights back on. This is just amazing.
How did it feel?
This is absolutely amazing. It's very, very emotional, and I don't know why it's so emotional. Thank you for joining us.
Christine Johnson, CBS New York.
I like the little kid there.
I do too. Chiming in at the end.
Getting brainwashed by Christine Johnson into thinking this is going to be the most incredible experience of that kid's life.
Yeah. So she's pretty needless to say.
She's into it, yeah.
Yeah, into it, big time. All right, so that's Christine Johnson at one end of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
The other end of the spectrum, broadcasting legend, former coworker of ours with Odyssey, former WFAN afternoon host, Mike Francesa on his show that he does now. He's got a gambling show that he does now on a stream. Here's Mike Francesa.
I don't want to rain on everybody's parade and go into a rant about this eclipse stuff. If you're big on it, if your kids are big on it, God bless. But, I mean, enough already. Please, can this happen already? I mean, the Yankees moved their game because of it. They moved the time of their game. You have network specials today in the middle of the day to cover this thing. It's 4 minutes. Give me a break, please.
Okay, I'll remind real quick, Seth. I'll remind Mike Francesa just that 4 minute thing. Mike Francesa, noted horse racing aficionado, noted gambler. Yeah. The Kentucky Derby is the greatest 2 minutes in all of sports.
Right. Well, the hilarious thing there is so much irony in this. So much irony in this is like, for one, it's 4 minutes. Like, you seem to be diminishing the importance of 4 minutes, and yet you're incredibly agitated that your baseball game has to get moved 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay, so there's that. The other is just the irony of. And I'm with Francesca. I don't get emotionally moved by the eclipse or anything. I think it is really cool, but I'm certainly not Christine Johnson. But also, let's all remember what we're doing here. Mike Francesa is taking out time from his podcast where he talks about grown men in tights chasing a baseball.
Yeah.
The really important stuff.
That's right.
To diminish the importance of other, in our eyes, less important stuff. It's all stupid, man. You can't, if we sit here and talk about sports for 4 hours, we can't act like somebody else getting emotionally moved by an eclipse is somehow, less meritorious than what we do? My God.
Everybody's a nerd for something, and that's what I've come to the realization about. I don't begrudge anybody their hobbies. I'm sitting here literally wearing a WWE championship belt around my waist while I do my job right now.
That's where I've taken up that cause as well, because I used to be somebody that used to kind of look down my nose at people that were into wrestling, because whatever, it's all, did you guys even know that it's scripted, all that crap. And then you realize, I tend to get pretty worked up about a lot of scripted stuff, don't I?
Right.
I really, really do. I go to movies, and nobody questions me for doing that.
Yeah.
I'll go to a play every now and then, which is almost exactly like WWE, except way less grueling physically.
Yes.
And honestly, less impressive physically. So I don't do that anymore. So when I went to the wrestling event,
AEW, you went to AEW
with Wallace. I was like, I had already figured out that I was being a bum beforehand. And I was like, all right, I'm going to throw myself into this. I'm going to suspend disbelief.
Yes.
And I'm going to have a good time. Yeah.
You did. Nobody had a better time than Seth C. Payne at that event.
That's right, man.
You had a blast.
I'm raring to go back.
You had a blast.
So, I say poo-poo to you, Mike Francesa.
Yeah.
Don't be a grumpy old man. Don't go down like this.
I'm with
you. Want
you.
you want your last 3.5 years on this earth to be, meaningful and full of love and positivity.
There you go. Yeah, let Christine Johnson have her day, man. Come on now. All right, it's 8 o'clock. This means we do the 8 at 8. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. 888, the Ocho, 8 stories. Here we go.
One.
All right, let's start with the Astros. Let's start with the off-the-field news, and that's Framber Valdez. He will be headed to the injured list with left elbow inflammation. It'll be at least 15 days. We'll see where this goes. I still don't feel great about it. I don't like the word forearm being mixed into some of the reports as well, because that's always feels like a red flag for UCL ligament damage of some sort. Joe Espada said that Framber will be shut down for a few days while the inflammation subsides. That's where we are right now.
Inflammation is that, inflammation is a worse word than soreness. Even though soreness comes from inflammation, it's just there's a difference there.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Inflammation would be pretty bad. If he had said tender, I would have felt better.
Okay.
If he had said elbow
discomfort.
Pain.
Remember, discomfort was the big one they used for a long time.
That's true. Discomfort was a euphemism for a torn UCL.
Yeah.
So I guess there's almost no word that would actually make me feel okay about this. It's just inflammation does feel worse than even discomfort or soreness. Yeah, if discomfort is what they use to describe a torn UCL, then inflammation does not make me feel any better.
Right. Spencer Arrighetti, the Astros' best pitcher in their minor league system, will make his major league debut tonight. I wish it wasn't under these circumstances because I love Framber Valdez, but I'm excited to watch Spencer Arrighetti. Joe Espada last night on Spencer Arrighetti.
Yes, he's going to be starting the game tomorrow. Plus, we've gone through our pitching here the last week, so we want to make sure that we protect some of these guys. And having Arrighetti here tomorrow will allow us to push everyone back a day and protect some of our young starters that we're going to need them for a long season.
So Hunter will go Thursday and JP will go Friday?
Yeah, everybody will get pushed back Monday.
Put aside for a second the fact that Ronel Blanco has been amazing in his 2 starts, Seth. Just put that aside because thank God he's been amazing in those 2 starts. They're 4-8, and where would they be without Ronel Blanco? But we're 12 games in. By tonight, it'll be 13 games, and a third of their games will have been started by Ronel Blanco, Blair Henley, and Spencer Arrighetti.
Wow.
We're not even half a month into the season.
Yeah.
The bad kind. But I am excited to see Spencer Arrighetti tonight, man. Hope they can give him a little something.
He's on full rest. He's the top pitching prospect in the organization, and you just cross your fingers and hope that you've got another one of these, yet another pitching prospect for the Astros that comes up and kind of exceeds expectations.
Yeah.
Not that expectations are low or anything, but this is just not. These are not ideal circumstances for anybody right now.
Now, he's not from the Dominican Republic or anything like that, like some of these other prospects the Astros have been able to find on the margins. He went to Cinco Ranch. So not totally the same background, but hopefully.
Are we at the point now where we're starting to treat? We've been so spoiled by our Latin American players that now we're starting to treat any Americans like white centers in the NBA.
A little bit.
We're like, oh, great, he's an American-born white center.
A little bit.
Great.
Maybe
I'm sure he's going to tear it up.
Subconsciously, yes. Apparently, that's exactly what I'm doing.
You plucked a 7'2" dude off of a cul-de-sac somewhere.
it.
Let's go get his ass beat by somebody who's seen actual war.
That's right.
Yeah. Great.
2.
All right, the actual game itself last night, that was not fun either. The Astros had 3-0 lead early in the game. That was it. That's all they were going to get was 3 runs. The Royals come back, win 4-3 in 10 innings. Here's what the walk-off sounded like.
Ball drilled to left center field. This game will be over. Salvador Perez flips the bat away on an 0-1 pitch. Ends the game here in the bottom half of the 10th inning, 4-3. The Royals have won 5 in a row as they come from behind tonight, down 3-0 to win it in 10, 4-3.
So Salvador Perez with, literally the second pitch of the bottom of the 10th inning, game over. As far as things last night, Seth, the bullpen had another good outing. I know it was, they had a rando in there in the 10th inning. But the bullpen, by and large, very good after Javier came out in the 6th inning. Jordan is wrecking shop right now. Some of these other guys need to start stepping up in this lineup, and I don't know what they're going to do at first base. I don't know. It's the pitcher spot.
It's absolutely. They pinch hit Singleton for Dubon. because, theoretically Singleton, I guess they think is better against righties than Dubon, but he's not. And he's not good against anybody.
Right.
I don't think there's no argument for Singleton. I don't and I feel like I'm not trying to be mean to Singleton here or anything. He's a 150 hitter.
Yeah.
The matchup just doesn't matter.
Right.
There's almost no matchup for anybody other than Jose Abreu where you can make a justification for putting him out there versus a guy like Dubon. The disrespect they showed. Honestly, there's times where I'm just like, you know what, Dubon? Go get that $25 million somewhere else.
He's going to have to wait a little while.
My God. Go get that $30 million per year, man.
Yeah,
you deserve
man.
it.
Go get
They're
that
going to disrespect you like this.
Go get that cheddar. All right.
Do it.
They're back at it. Royals and Astros back at it tonight in Kansas City. Arrighetti, again, on the mound for the Astros.
3.
The Rockets won their home finale last night against the Orlando Magic. Orlando, for people who maybe haven't been following it, Orlando, pretty good team this year. The Rockets beat them 118-106. They're 39-40 on the season, so still a decent shot at finishing at or above 500. 3 games to go. 2 against Utah and Portland, very winnable games, and then they finish the season against the Clippers. We'll see. Maybe the Clippers are resting guys. Who knows? But the Rockets, if we're looking at signs of progress this season for the Rockets, Seth, I think 2 things. 1, they finished 27-14 at home. That's really, really good. That's a good, solid home record for such a young team. Number 2, they seem to be getting guys ejected from games on the regular for getting chippy.
Yeah.
And I like it, and Ime Udoka likes it.
Udoka's unapologetic about
Cam Whitmore last night. It was Cam Whitmore last night. It was Amen Thompson the game before.
Amen Thompson, it was more like he was giving him fighting tips more so than an admonition.
You should have shoved him lower.
Admonishment,
yeah.
He was just...
How can you not love Ime Udoka, man? I love that.
I like the grit.
Yeah.
I like the grind, Sean.
Yep.
They got it's going to be a gritty bunch, damn it. Udoka, I think, has maybe that same quality. He's like more openly hard-edged than D'Amico, but I think both of them have an ability to connect with players that they accept it. I think sometimes people are too quick to assume that Gen Z can't accept hard coaching or can't accept criticism or what have you. And aside from the hazards of making sweeping generalizations about any group of people, there's also that I think even your prototypical Gen Zers, when it comes from somebody that they feel has their best interest in mind and has formed a connection with them, they can take it just fine.
Yep.
And I think Udoka and D'Amico are both that way.
I agree.
4.
All right. To the National Football League we go. Actually, the NFL Draft. T'Vondre Sweat, Texas Longhorn defensive lineman, who was arrested on Sunday afternoon for DWI on a traffic incident that took place early Sunday morning, 4:41 a.m. More information now coming out about his arrest and the actual traffic incident itself. T'Vondre Sweat did register a .105 blood alcohol content. That's about 25% above the legal limit here in the state of Texas. The police affidavit indicated that there was a, quote, strong odor of alcohol coming from T'Vondre Sweat and that he was swaying while they were apprehending him. Police arrived at 4:41 a.m. Sweat took the blood alcohol content test about 90 minutes after that. So we're, more information now. The more that comes out, the worse it is for T'Vondre Sweat. Clearly, this appears to be an incident where not only were you driving while intoxicated, but you got involved in a crash as well. There's another car involved in this. I don't think I mentioned that. There was a crash between Sweat's SUV and another sedan. So the information gets worse and worse for T'Vondre Sweat.
Well, and I think for some people who might say, well, maybe it was just one mistake or a one-off incident. That theoretically could be the case, except it's also been reported that T'Vondre Sweat has addressed with teams his partying history, that he's changed his ways, and that there's enough at least that there's a history here. So this is something that could easily tip or sway some teams. Because the other side of it with T'Vondre Sweat is just teams are concerned about whether he's going to be able to manage his weight appropriately. I'll tell you honestly, I like T'Vondre Sweat a lot. I've watched a lot of him. And just after the sum total of everything I've watched, there's no part of me that thinks he needs to play at 365 in the modern NFL. I think he needs to weigh 345 at most. And he could be awesome. If he genuinely wants to be great, he needs to lose weight. And based on what he said at the Combine, he has no interest in doing that. He doesn't seem to be interested in really proving to teams that his hard partying isn't an issue anymore. So it's going to knock him down the board a little bit. Somebody will take him. Don't get me wrong. He's not going to get canceled or anything. It's just going to knock him down the board.
Yep.
5.
Cougs are kind of running it back with their basketball team, man. LJ Cryer announcing yesterday on social media that he's going to take a 5th year. He, of course, Baylor 3 years. Then with the Cougs last year, transfers from Baylor to U of H. He's got an extra year because of COVID. I think we're starting to get into the era of guys. This is the last year of guys having COVID years here, I think.
The last year of guys having a 5th year.
Yeah.
For 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be winding down. But Cryer's one of them, and he is going to take that season and play for the Cougs. And man, they're bringing back Roberts, they're bringing back Emmanuel Sharp, they're bringing back Francis. Nothing on Jamal Shedd. It seems like everything about Jamal Shedd is people are assuming he's going pro, but he's got a COVID year too. I think he can take if he wants to.
And he's not projected to be a super high pick or anything.
He's not. Some of the drafts I've looked at, he's not even drafted. Which I mean, he's one of those guys that is a phenomenal college basketball player that may just not have, for the position he's playing, might not have that knockdown shot even as a point guard.
I wonder how the U of H NIL money is compared to some of the blue blood programs. Yeah, that's got to be. I would imagine it varies just like it does in football. But especially in basketball, perhaps some of those, especially the schools that are blue blood, but also bigger schools or affluent schools like Duke, obviously.
Yep.
I'm guessing the NIL isn't as tempting to stay in school for Houston as it is a lot of the other places.
I know because Suitmart is in on NIL with Houston. Suitmart gets suits for the guys to travel on the road with. They're very involved in Houston's NIL. I do know, man, they treat it very seriously. They've got a point of contact for it. Yeah. They vet a lot of the companies that are working with the players and things like that. So they take it.
It's not nothing.
It's not
it's certainly not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Yeah.
It's not nothing. There you go.
6.
Jacoby Jones. I got this press release yesterday, Seth. I think I forwarded it to you. It was one of those headlines where if it happened on April the 1st, I would have been like, okay, hang on a second here. Former Texan star Jacoby Jones named offensive coordinator of Beaumont Renegades expansion franchise.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's
offensive coordinator?
Offensive coordinator.
Okay, that part's especially intriguing.
That's the April Fool's part for me. Yeah, okay, come on now.
I don't know. The whole thing is that we don't know exactly what Jacoby's been up to since he finished playing. And also, I think some people's perception of Jacoby Jones has always been based on a couple things. One are some of the curious things he did in games. But that's not, you don't actually have to feel the kick as a coach. And the other would be just somebody like his goofy demeanor and what have you.
Yeah.
They might not look at him as coaching material, but he's probably spent time learning how to coach over the last few years.
He's been coaching. I'm glad you said that. So anyways, this team, he's been coaching at his alma mater, Lane College, the last couple of years. He's been coaching wide receivers. This is the American Indoor Football League, and it's got teams in Flint, Michigan, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Cedar Rapids, Amarillo, Columbus, Mississippi.
It's every bit as glamorous as I thought it would be.
Dude, these are some big-time major metro areas here. But the Beaumont Renegades, man, Jacoby Jones is going to be the offensive coordinator. You know what? It doesn't start till 2025, spring of 2025. I am going to make a point next year. Ben, remind me, next year, a year from now, I'm going to go to a Beaumont Renegades game so I can critique Jacoby Jones' offensive style in the American Indoor Football League.
That'll be. Are you going to get a Beaumont Renegades championship belt?
Hell yeah, I am.
Championship
yes, I am. Well, we'll see. I'm going to see how good they are first. I don't want to wear the.
We had Jacoby Jones in studio when he was in town for a flag football game of some sort.
Okay. He's great. It's a great interview.
No, he really is. And I think he's one of those guys that sometimes the outlandish stuff he says gets way more press, but he's actually got some stuff between those two ears that actually knows what it's doing.
No, he does.
He's just an interesting dude, you know.
He does for sure.
7.
Final viewership numbers are in. This was a big story yesterday. The women's basketball final, college basketball final, on Sunday afternoon between Iowa and South Carolina did nearly 19 million viewers. The men's numbers came in yesterday, Seth, a shade under 15 million viewers. So the women...
What in the USMNT is this all about?
Viewership.
What the hell?
Now, several folks pointed out who wanted to make sure that the men's final ratings got their due. I don't have a dog. I'm a man, but I don't really have a dog in the fight in this ratings battle. It is funny how worked up some people get about it.
People go all Bobby Riggs on this thing. Yeah, what is it?
A little, and the point about start time, I think, is fair. I don't know why the men start this thing at 9:40 Eastern time on a Monday night. The women are in the middle of the afternoon on a Sunday. But to me, the big story here is, okay, women's basketball had by far its best viewership postseason ever.
Yeah.
It had a better viewership postseason than the NBA did on a game-by-game basis.
Right.
How many of these people are watching for Caitlin Clark, and how much are people going to stick around next year?
Well, I think that, regardless, it's unlikely that they'll be as high next year because, there is a huge Caitlin Clark factor there. But I do think, the general lesson probably to take from it is that something that women's basketball has going for it that men's doesn't is that, look, the very best player in women's basketball was there for multiple years.
Yes.
And had time to form a base, and people got excited and enthused about it. It's not like if Caitlin Clark had showed up as a sophomore and then was gone the next year, obviously there wouldn't be the same effect, with Iowa basketball. And I guess that's really the difference there. I mean, it's going to happen with multiple different sports. The ones that don't retain the better players for multiple years just aren't going to be as intriguing to people. There's no time for a storyline to build.
The faces of the men's tournament are coaches. The faces of the women's tournament are players.
That's a great point.
Yep.
The biggest face amongst the players was a Canadian that we'd all just learned of.
7'4" Canadian. Yeah. Last one, as I wear my Texans WWE Championship belt around my waist, as we're talking about viewership numbers, WWE set a record with WrestleMania 40. Selfishly, I'm sharing these numbers with all the people that tweet at me like, it's fake, right? I can't believe an adult watches this stuff. There were lots of adults that watched it. 660 million views on social media over the 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, for WrestleMania. Set their YouTube channel, WWE's YouTube channel, had 67 million views in 24 hours over the weekend.
Wow.
2-day live attendance at the Link in Philadelphia, 148,298 for a total gate of over $30 million.
So it goes on for 2 days.
WrestleMania is a 2-day thing, Saturday and Sunday.
How long are each of the sessions?
About three hours-ish.
3 hours?
Yeah.
So you get 6 hours of pro. That's a lot of intensity, man.
Dude, for a while, for the longest, it was like a 3.5 hour event. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, by about 10 years ago, it morphed into where it was 5 or 6 hours long, including the pre-show. And by the main event, and I went to a few of those, by the main event, people are just tapped. They're tired.
Right, yeah. They start there screaming, and you can only do so much of it.
Yeah, so you're just out of it. So they just said, you know what? It's our biggest event. We're just going to split it into 2 days, which is smart. Because now you're getting twice the gate.
And then after that first night, I'm sure they have all kinds of events and autograph signings and everything. I bet the retired wrestlers love it, right?
Yeah, dude,
you got
it's a
diehard
huge
people in there for town, and they're going to be there the next night, too.
They have a big fan fest that lasts for 4 days where these guys come in and they sign autographs and take pictures. It's a big payday for these retired guys. Absolutely. All right.
That's why we do 5 days. It was we used to be a 2-day show, and it was just too intense for too many of our listeners.
So we spread it out over 5 days. We
had actual deaths and fist fights, and not in that order. And we had to change it to a 5-day show.
That's right. CBSSports.com put up the wide receiver trios. You and I kind of hashed this out last week. Hey, where do the Texans receivers stack up? And we were kind of ballparking it. When you take a look, pick any of the 3 Texans' top receivers, and you compare them to random dude number 3 on any of these other teams with top receiving cores, it gets me super excited about what this offense is going to look like this year. We will get you super excited coming up next. If any of you are looking for to look good, to look clothes, I had a big event this weekend that I was emceeing, and I got compliments on my suit. I said, Suit Mart, Gary Dante and the team.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast. Seth and I are having a wrestling conversation.
Was it good that McMahon was forced out just for the business?
Massively good. Massively good. Not
it's been
just
an injection of professionalism and new ideas.
New ideas is the big thing. I mean, obviously Vince got forced aside for some pretty unsavory and awful reasons, but the product itself on TV has been immensely better since they forced him out.
What's old Vince up to?
I don't want to know. Based on the things that were in that report.
I don't even know. Yeah, I never read the
bad.
Reports or anything.
It's
It is? Oh, really?
it's
Okay,
bad.
I'll do that after the show.
It's bad. Yeah, it's
I'll
really...
do a YouTube episode on it.
Yes.
People
are digging your YouTube episodes, man. You're good at the graphics. The graphic you had the other day with you and who was it? CJ and Stefon Diggs.
Yeah,
your thumbnails.
CJ Diggs is throwing up the H.
Yeah, man, that was funny. That was really good. Hey, speaking of which, you and I had this conversation a week or so ago. It was right after the Diggs trade, where without looking at the depth charts of all these other teams, like, hey, where do the Texans' top 3 receivers stack up? And I know that ultimately what matters is how the whole package stacks up. Throw Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon, the offensive line. Like, ultimately, you got to score points. It's more than just the 3 receivers. But for purposes of sports talk radio, it is fun, especially given the fact that the Texans receiver room got no love last year going into the season.
None at all. It was rated as the worst receiving group in the league. You know what? Honestly, I felt people were sleeping on it a little bit, but it wasn't like I was standing up on a table, proclaiming them number one. Obviously,
I certainly wasn't sitting here saying Nico Collins is going to get 1,300 yards receiving and look like a top 10 or 12 wide receiver in the league. I wasn't saying that for sure. But CBSSports.com has I'm going to give credit to the writer here of this article. His name is
Garrett Podell.
Garrett Podell, yep. He put out the top 12 wide receiver trios heading into the 2024 draft. I think it's appropriate to mention that because some of these teams, my big takeaway is if these are some of the top 12 wide receiver trios, a lot of these teams are going to be in on drafting a wide receiver. This is who their third guy is. You know what I mean?
I guess, yeah. I'm a little bit more along the lines of I think a lot of teams don't expect or plan to have an awesome trio. They'd love to have it, but they've got other stuff to worry about.
Yeah.
That's where the fixation on having to get in a veteran was a little bit curious to me this offseason. But I understand the want and the drive for it. It's just it helps you appreciate that the Texans, like everything you're just about to show, the Texans are in a really strong spot when it comes to the top 3 positions at wide receivers. Like, it's very, very rare for teams to have something like this.
I'll use, for purposes of this demonstration we're about to do here,
yeah.
I'll use Tank Dell as the number 3 for the Texans. One, he's listed as the third guy on this profile. And plus, look, he's played 11 or 12 games, a really good 11 or 12 games. Nico Collins, obviously Stefon Diggs is a brand name. Nico Collins had a Pro Bowl caliber season. So let's just use Tank Dell as the example here. And you tell me, Seth, like I don't think we need to roll through all 12 of these here. I'll just do like the top 6 or 7 teams. But when you look at the 3 wide receivers for each of these teams, sure, the top 2, I think, if you're on a list like this, the top 2 almost have to be good for you to make this list. But to get 3, it makes you realize what the Texans are sitting on here in terms of offensive weaponry. I'll start with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Mike Evans was a guy a lot of people wanted. Their 3 top wide receivers, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Their third one is Trey Palmer. I think every team would take Tank Dell over Trey Palmer as their third receiver.
Is that a golfer? It sounds like a golfer.
It's true.
I would definitely take a football player over a golfer.
You're right. For a third of these, we could play, is this an NFL player or not? I'm not even joking.
A golfer.
Or a golfer. Or a golfer. Yeah. Chicago Bears. Oh, this is another good one. DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen.
Okay.
Tyler Scott.
Yeah, Tyler Scott. He's the South African pitcher for the Astros.
It's Taylor Scott, Seth. It's Taylor Scott.
Either way,
yeah,
have fun discerning the two.
Either way, not as good as Tank Dell. And this is the 6th best trio that we're on right here at the Bears right now.
Mm-hmm.
5th best trio, Philadelphia Eagles. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Devontae Parker.
The old Devontae Parker
who's
dynamic.
Been shuffled around between multiple teams now. Can't get open. Has the lowest separation grade of any wide receiver in the NFL.
What happened? Why wasn't there a period of time where I was excited about Devontae Parker?
Maybe. I think there was a time the league was excited about Devontae Parker, and then he got to about his second or third or fourth team. I think this might be his fourth team he's on now. But Tank Dell, better than Devontae Parker, I think, right? I think, yeah, for sure.
There was a stretch, you know what? There was a stretch in his rookie year with the Patriots, with the Dolphins, where I think he might have had a good multi-game stretch, and it looked like, oh yeah, he'll be, and then that was about the best you've ever seen him.
San Francisco 49ers, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, two very good receivers. Jawan Jennings, I don't want to diminish Jawan. I'd rather have Tank Dell than Jawan Jennings. I think Jawan Jennings is a nice young receiver. He had 19 catches for 265 yards. He made some nice plays in the postseason for them. I will say that. Jawan Jennings did. I would take Tank Dell over Jawan Jennings.
No, I would too. Yeah, and that's you're right. That's not a shot at Jawan Jennings or anything. And it's I guess notable though too that you do see when executed properly, this system does show you the absolute best version of people. Yeah. So that's part of it too. I mean, you kind of wrap up these guys and how they're integrated into the system. It matters for something.
Dude,
what's that?
I was going to say it's funny. The top four, we'll get to the top three.
Yeah.
The top four, all Coop Shanistan. The whole thing.
Yeah.
The top four teams are all off of that tree.
Honestly, man, Sean, after I learned my rookie year. The first time I played a Coop Shanistani offense was my rookie year in the playoffs versus Denver. And I didn't know what the hell happened to me. I was playing with a separated shoulder, and all I knew was that it seemed like I was beating Mark Schlereth, and then all of a sudden I wasn't multiple times. I'm like, yeah, I got a good down. Hey, or it was like, oh, good, I've got a good down going versus the run. Why is John Elway 30 yards away from me on the other side of the field, untouched by anybody on a bootleg? How did that old man get over there so fast?
I'm moving slower.
And immediately from that point forward, I was like, why is everybody not running this offense? I've never understood why. There were it's evolved and changed over time.
Sure.
But before we get up into the very, very top of all this, the one that I was a little curious about that was ranked where they were was the Seahawks. The Seahawks are 8th on here, but tell me, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba. It was Jackson Smith and Jigba, he had 628 yards receiving last year, but I felt like it was the one in which he looked more and more and more like what you're hoping to get out of Jackson Smith.
They should be higher if that's what you're thinking.
I feel like they should be ranked higher than that.
I'm 100% with you on that.
But by the end of the year, they might be in contention with the Texans on that.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens with Tyler Lockett, he's getting to that stage in his career.
Similar to the debate, or similar to the argument you and I are putting forth about the Texans here, I feel better about Jackson Smith and Jigba than I do about a lot of these number 3 guys that we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Number 3 on this list, again, we're going through trios of wide receivers ranked in the NFL here by CBSSports.com. Cincinnati, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Their third, Trenton Irwin. He's that white dude with the long mullet that I think scored a touchdown against the Texans in the game this season.
That's right, because it felt right.
Yeah.
Usually, the Texans have a long history of a nondescript white dude ruining your world.
Ruining their day.
It just all of a sudden shows that it's especially insulting because you're like, crap.
Yep.
My plumber came and beat the crap out of us. All right. Awesome. Thanks.
I would take Tank Dell over Trenton Irwin. Yet another person with a golfer's name. Number 2, the Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Braxton Berrios. I would take Tank Dell over Braxton Berrios.
Over the Formula One driver, Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, that's a Formula One name, yeah.
The thing, Sean, about this is if you look at all of the third receivers, I mean, very few of these guys on this list of the top 12 trios of wide receivers, very few of the third receivers have 400 yards receiving.
It's crazy, yeah.
Jackson Smith and Jigba was one of them. That's why I was a little bit surprised. And you can tell they're weighted heavily on the top 2 on these.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tattoo Atwell there for the Rams had 483 yards, and that's about it. Those 2 guys and Tank Dell would be another one of the high performers. So it really is I don't want to say it's an embarrassment of riches, but it's a very unique situation to have 3 receivers that are this productive all on one team.
Yeah, and none of them feel like they're system skill sets. They feel like, no, they could get open in any offense. They've either got the physical traits. Nico's a big physical guy. or Diggs and Tank Dell are just they'll get open in a phone booth against guys.
Yeah,
it's going to be it's going to be a whole lot of fun to watch this offense this year for sure. Okay, text message back to the Astros for 1 second 9367, and I know the play he's talking about here. My slime ball if while Abreu was running towards the tarp on a pop up yesterday, the thought crossed my mind of him getting injured and forcing him into retirement. After reflection, I felt bad that was my thought, but also thought, well, he'll be fine. He's got plenty of money, so ... No, you're a slime ball. That is slime.
No, that's not. It was a slime ball moment.
Yeah.
We all have them.
Yeah. You're not a slime ball.
Just
that's true.
Not acting on the slime ball moment, and then also, reflecting back on it, and maybe thinking like, oh, okay, I'll do that differently in the future.
Yeah.
That's it. You're probably not a slime ball. The fact that you question yourself on it at all, and I'm guessing you're not a slime ball.
Yeah. You're right. That you're having a reflective moment about it means you're not a slime ball, but it is a slimy thing to think. Now, that said, the thing I was most angry about on that play was that the ball didn't land in the crowd or anything. It bounced off the tarp and rolled back towards the field. I'm like, dude, so you were in the vicinity of the ball because the ball didn't leave the stadium. Like catch it, man.
I think if there's one thing that needs to be done that it hasn't been done yet in lieu of actually just getting rid of Abreu altogether. Mm-hmm. It's not like you're going to be able to trade him for anything. You got to fire his Pilates instructor.
It made him
I read
worse.
all these articles about how he did Pilates in the offseason, and that was going to be the difference in the change. The other thing, too, is that I'm going to start blocking anybody that says Abreu has always gotten off to slow starts in his career.
Yeah.
Because I don't need you to try to comfort me by telling me that historically he's been a 250 hitter in April when he's currently batting. What is he right now, Sean?
He's like .059 or something like that.
If he gets up to 100 or so, maybe I'll not block you with that take.
He's well under 100 right now. That I know. And he's like 2 for 34 or something like that. Now, I will say the one that was making the rounds last night of he's been a historically slow starter was Will Kunkel, who is with Fox 26. He's new. He's new in the last year. He replaced Mark Berman. So I'm willing to give him a one-time pass for pointing this out to us because he wasn't here and experienced Abreu 2023.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Yeah, he hasn't been through the cycle of just like, we've heard all these arguments before.
You get one mulligan, Will.
We've done.
He gets one mulligan.
One mulligan.
Yeah, that's it.
Right, because those very same arguments we were hearing last year this time.
Yes.
And you got being bad. Like he was because the other thing I will say, I'll point out another statistical trend historically. Father Time always wins.
Yeah.
Like everybody ages out at some point.
Big time.
So I can take this. I can take the career stats of any dude from his 20s and early 30s and pretend that he's never going to age and say that if this is just in line with what he's done historically. Like no, at some point people get old and they look decrepit.
Yep. Speaking of which, as far as Jose Abreu goes, I put up a poll yesterday. By the All-Star break, where do we think Jose Abreu is? The people are very split on this. We will tell you what the people say. We'll give our take on it as well. That's coming up next. Prize picks. Let me give you a few here. Christian Javier, less than 2.5 earned runs. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, more than 28.5 points. And then what was the other one I had? Oh, Jabari Smith, more than 9.5 points. He had 23 last night. What do those things?
Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, what to do with Jose Abreu if you're the Houston Astros? Because there is no, at the major league level, no great alternative solution right now. Though this Loperfido kid at Sugarland sure is getting a lot of love. He's like the backup quarterback, Seth, in a city that's got a bad starting quarterback. The most popular person is your AAA first baseman / outfielder who's hitting the cover off the ball right now.
Right. Yeah, which couldn't. And like literally, the hard thing too is that right now with Abreu's numbers being what they are, there's almost literally nobody that wouldn't be better than him offensively.
Like people, not just players.
Realistically come up, right.
Actual people at the Galleria just walking around,
Like him mismanaging so many throws at first base, though, too, has been a big part of just it feeling even worse. I mean, it's really hard to watch. Some of these, where you're 4-8, and they haven't been blowouts by and large or anything. You've lost some close games, and these include games in which Abreu is just not making plays at first defensively.
He is hitting, according to the stat app I'm looking at, he is hitting .088 right now on the season. Okay. Got 2 hits on the season so far. So he's not good. I put this to the people yesterday, Pender poll, simple one. By the MLB All-Star break, Astros first baseman Jose Abreu will be ... And here are the 4 choices. Have you looked at this yet, Seth, or do you want to guess?
I did not.
Okay. Here are the 4 choices.
Okay.
Released, traded, Astros everyday first baseman, Astros part-timer. And it is
what's the date? What date is it?
By the All-Star break, so middle of July.
By the All-Star break, okay. I'd say a part-timer. I think that's the most realistic. I don't know if I think nobody realistically is going to want to trade for him right now, even if the Astros are paying almost all his salary.
It's just he's not good.
Just because why? Yeah, somebody's going to give up a prospect for that.
Right.
So I think that's most real. And Abreu, for whatever reason, last year just did get into more of a groove after a few months. But and they'll maybe try to cling on to that. Not to mention, there's a little bit of ego wrapped up in this.
Yeah.
This is something that I'm guessing Crane and Bagwell, even though it shouldn't be the driving force behind this, like there's a part of them that just wants to see it through and hope that it works out.
I agree. So your guess is Astros part-timer. That's your guess?
Yeah.
All right, the answer is in. That's Seth's guess. The answer is Astros part-timer.
What percent?
33.9%.
Oh, that doesn't sound like an overwhelming.
It's not an it's a dogfight between Astros part-timer and released.
And just flat out released.
Yeah. 33.9% for Astros part-timer. 31.5% say released. 26.5% say everyday first baseman. And honestly, this kind of captures how I feel about it. I do feel like because Jonathan Singleton is the backup plan right now, he might be your... If Jose Abreu gets on a streak of like 4 or 5 games where he happens to go, 5 for 14 and his average is $140, that makes him significantly better than probably what John Singleton's going to give you at first base. So this captures exactly how I feel. I'm with you. Astros part-timer would be my favorite. I think there's a much better chance he could be released than anybody else who would have $30 million left on their deal midway through this season. The 8.1% of the people who said he'd be traded, I'm with you, Seth. I need to know who's trading for that. Who's giving up anything to get Jose Abreu?
It's not like in a basketball-style trade where you're going to eat salary or something like that. It's just to make things match up.
Yeah.
I don't know the way it works in basketball.
No, but if anything, you'd probably have to do, if you wanted to get out from under the salary, you'd probably just have to tack a prospect onto him,
The scary thing is, and this is the hard part of it, is the fact of the matter is he's 37 years old this season. This is what happens to people when they're 37 years old in professional sports. And it's been this way for a long, long time. No matter how much you push it down the road a little bit, it's kind of like a terminal life expectancy with humans, Sean. Yes, people are living to be 100 more frequently, but not much longer than that. It's not like all of a sudden there's a boatload of people that are living to 150 or something.
Yeah.
So likewise, there are more and more people that are productive on into their late 30s in sports, but it's still a general rule. It's extremely, extremely rare for somebody to actually be good up until they're 40. So, the most likely scenario for a guy who had his career low batting average last year at the age of 36 is that, this is probably it for him.
Yeah.
He's probably done. He'll have a nice couple little stretches here and there, but if you're going to be smart and rational about it, you can't sit around waiting for a 37-year-old to all of a sudden discover the fountain of youth.
No, we can't. And we've people pointing this out. I'll say it again. Brandon Belt is out there and can't be worse. He is. This is where Jim Crane gets put to the test a little bit with all the money that he spent on these other things. Jim Crane has been very good about spending money on this team. He went and signed a closer, Josh Hader, to premium money this offseason at more years than he's ever given to an outside free agent, 5 years. He's paying Jose Abreu. He paid Rafael Montero. Jose Altuve got a contract extension. We'll see what happens with Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. But they need a solution at first base badly. Is he willing to invest? I don't know what Brandon Belt would cost at this stage. He's a free agent that's still sitting out there.
Yeah.
$10-12 million bucks. I don't know. But they're at a stage now where if it's $10 or $12 million bucks, it's really several million more than that because you're over the competitive balance tax. So
Yainer Diaz. How many starts does Yainer Diaz get at first base this year?
If Jose Abreu gets released, that's probably the solution.
Well, gets released, yeah.
So
I'll tell you what, man. It was a nice. Yainer was safe at first on an unexpected play last night.
He can move a little bit,
there
man.
being a double play. He can move.
He can move a little bit. Abreu has 3 hits. Oh, that's right.
Sorry, that was confusing as we're talking about playing first base. I meant as a batter, he hoofed it down the line.
Yeah. No, he can move for a catcher, Yainer Diaz, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Why did the Astros text message? Why did the Astros sign him for 3 years knowing he was going to be 36 during the year in which he signed? Yeah.
made a fool of a lot of us that really defended the move at the time.
Yeah.
Maybe I tore into Keith Law and his opinion or something at one point.
Well, I don't want to get it twisted. There probably was a market for Jose Abreu when the Astros made the sign. Look, I didn't kill the signing when they made it. His numbers had started to dip that last year, in Chicago's power numbers had started to dip, but I think he still batted 3-0 something.
He hit 304
in
2022.
Yeah.
It was the decline in the second half of the season that made a lot of people wonder. People that were against it thought, okay, he might be on the decline. He had an 824 OPS in 2022.
Right.
That part of it was, that's... And the Astros have done well with older players, I understand where it was coming from.
Yes.
The 3-year part of it, perhaps, was, that was curious, but I don't know what they were in competition with. It's just it ended up being the wrong move.
Yeah, it hasn't worked. If I had to guess, just to answer the texter, I would guess they weren't the only ones willing to go 3 years on Jose Abreu, at age 36.
They may have been. I mean, was anybody who were they in competition with for Montero in that number?
Yeah,
also,
you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's fair. And again, you're right. You're operating without a GM in that time period. Not that Jim Crane hasn't negotiated his fair share of business deals in his lifetime, but, maybe a Major League Baseball contract, it's a different game of poker you're playing with agents and things like that.
The drop-off, that is, in hindsight, it's a lot easier to just say, it was the dumbest move ever. But it was, his OPS plus was 134. So the average, that's a stat. OPS plus, they standardize it for all the different ballparks and everything. The average baseball player is 100.
Yeah.
So 134 is a really good OPS plus. And it was in line with a lot of his career numbers in terms of OPS plus. And then it just fell off a cliff last year down to 87. Right now he's at, I didn't know this was possible. He's a negative 24 OPS plus.
Oh, my God.
100 is the average.
Dude. Coming up next, Jose Abreu is doing things we didn't think were mathematically possible. Oh, my God. All right.
It feels like it's less than absolute zero or something.
Yes,
what the hell?
I feel like we've entered some sort
How
of...
cold is he? Colder than absolute zero.
Yeah. He's colder than a vortex in the universe. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Up next, one of the concerns about Stefon Diggs. We got our first one yesterday. We will tell you what it was coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, wants to get you into that.
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, if you had your own power rankings of people that are annoying you or that bug you, I don't want to know where I am on those rankings.
If. I like the if part of it.
Yeah,
like there's no Google Doc.
Please share it. Please share it. We can see how it compares to mine, which, as you know, I carry around on my phone with me.
You have just things in general.
Things that annoy me in general, yeah. I've added a few things over the last couple weeks. But where do I feel like cryptic tweeters are making they're moving up the charts with a bullet here for you, I feel like. Cryptic tweeters.
I don't, you know what? As right now, I'm not currently bothered by them.
Okay.
It's always just like in a matter of it's whenever somebody cryptically tweets and then denies tweeting cryptically.
Got you. Okay.
That's what annoys me.
Southern Belle cryptic tweeters. Yes.
I honestly I think that Arian Foster is an interesting one here because Arian will say stuff that it's hard to figure out sometimes. And I think when he was a younger man, he tried to act like, oh, you guys are reading too much into that. I feel like as I've noticed, as he's gotten older, I think if you were to confront him with a cryptic tweet, he might just kind of smile or chuckle at you, like in a way that he's like, yeah, you know what I do. Like he doesn't, I don't think he doesn't try to deny that there was something meant by a cryptic tweet.
Yeah.
It's when people tweet cryptically or like a tweet and then act like, no, it means nothing at all. And you're stupid for ever thinking that this thing that I put out to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people had any significance whatsoever. Yes.
So Stefon Diggs, the reason I'm bringing this up is because Stefon Diggs had what I think would qualify as a cryptic tweet. I mean, you and I tried to hash it out earlier, like what he meant by it.
Mm-hmm.
By definition, that makes it cryptic. Now, how damaging or angst-inducing it is. He just tweeted yesterday at 5:09 p.m., never put the carriage before the horse, ...
Which, coming from anybody else that doesn't have a history of cryptic tweets, like tweeting, get me up out of here, or things like that. It's kind of a cryptic tweet, you know? Except that it doesn't even seem that cryptic. Like, get me up out of here doesn't even seem that cryptic.
Oh.
It's just like until there's
demand.
no follow-up or there's an insistence that it didn't mean anything or what have you. Stephen Nelson on his podcast admitted to tweeting, or was it Instagram, whatever, to posting about Nick Caserio and his vest, but then also criticized people for reading too much into it because it's just social media. Like, what? Like that annoys me. That 100% annoys me. Stefon Diggs, if he had just been any random person that tweeted out, don't put the carriage before the horse, I would think, oh, that's just an aphorism. That's just a little stupid life advice thing, which is true. And what I did assume, given that I can't possibly imagine he's disgruntled about anything right now, I assumed that what he meant was, hey, there's a lot of love being put on us right now, and everybody's all excited about it. But let's not put the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
You gotta focus on getting there first.
That actually,
you can't get to a destination by just putting the cart there. You gotta have a horse pull it there.
That cryptically makes him an early locker room leader.
Yes.
Cryptically, but a locker room leader nonetheless.
By cryptic tweet standards, though, he can't actually claim responsibility for it.
Right.
He has to say, like, oh, no, it actually meant nothing at all.
Yes, he does.
So,
He does. We being Houston, we're getting, some, little, people kind of ridiculing a little bit, like, oh, boy, Houston fans getting a preview early. Yeah. Diggs wants out already. Yeah.
Other people, like stupid Cowboys fans, saying, like, he already wants out of Houston. Who in their right mind would rather play with C.J. Stroud than Dak?
Everybody.
I say dumbest Cowboys fan ever, not even because of the QB power ranking there, but because he hasn't paid attention to what his team has done this year. Like, apparently this guy's pretending that the Cowboys were ever in on anything this offseason.
Yep. So Stefon Diggs' cryptic tweet, I'd probably be more concerned that he'd liked a tweet saying the Bills have the worst fan base yesterday. Like, that feels a little like a scorned lover kind of thing.
Look, this is the thing that worries me, is that, like, many scenarios over the past, how many years now, 15 years or so, I think there are a lot of locker room issues that bubble up and boil out of control in a way they never did before, simply because social media is a catalyst for mayhem. And a lot of things that previously were kept in-house or maybe just between a few individuals now become just big old debate topics and news items, and people's families get involved and all of that, and it just makes it a lot harder to put a lid on things that should be minimal. And I go back to the Oilers documentary. It was a Houston 90, what was it?
93.
Houston 93.
Yep.
Where Warren Moon said afterwards, he's like, I didn't even know a lot about a lot of this drama that was going on until I did the interviews for this documentary.
Yeah.
And so that was back in 93. You had the nightly news. Sports radio was just getting started. It wasn't even really a thing yet. Social media was non-existent. Internet was barely existent amongst normal folks. And And, there was a lot of stuff that would happen on a team that other teammates didn't even know about.
Yeah.
Now it's the complete opposite, where these little minimal things can blow up into huge stories when they didn't need to be that way. And I don't need Stefon Diggs being a part of it.
No.
I don't know. He might still be in Buffalo happily if he hadn't had to allow social media to get involved with some of that stuff.
He's got 631,000 followers on X. CJ Stroud, 134,000. I wonder if some of that's a function of the shift over to Instagram for the era of CJ. You know, not that Stefon Diggs is 90 and CJ Stroud is 22 or something like that, but CJ Stroud only having 134,000 Twitter followers is strange to me.
Well, he's just not active on it at all.
Yeah.
If you go to CJ Stroud's Instagram, as I recall, the last time I checked, I was kind of surprised
on his Twitter.
by you're saying Instagram or Twitter?
No, Twitter. He's got.
Okay, so you're saying the shift over to Instagram is the reason that
why he may have
CJ
doesn't have a ton of followers on Twitter.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I would imagine it's just a simple matter of activity. It's just like that CJ. I would guess Stefon Diggs has more Instagram followers than CJ too, just because Stefon Diggs is
he's on there
way
all the time.
Too active on social media.
Yeah. February 11th was the last time CJ tweeted something.
Yeah.
No, check it. March 25th. March 25th to promote a going live with Fanatics to talk football, meet with fans, and sign autographs. Tune in here.
Yeah, Stefon Diggs has 1.8 million followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing CJ has fewer than that. Just because CJ, like I said, he just doesn't, which is awesome. Like, that's the way you want it. You want him to focus on the things that actually matter, and that does. Although, as a retirement plan, having a few million social media followers for Stefon Diggs is not a bad move.
No.
CJ's got 1 million Instagram followers with a total of 57 posts.
Now that's efficiency right there.
Yeah. Well, the young kids are more into the stories and the
stories.
Posts
that's
also,
true.
But,
yep.
Yeah.
But I follow him on there. He doesn't post much in the way of stories either. When he says that he's not that active on social media,
right?
He's not that active on social media. And in fact, when I did the deal with him a couple weeks ago, the sit down interview with him at the charity deal for Christus. The very last thing I asked him was, what advice do you give kids when you talk to them, like younger kids?
Yeah.
And he went on for about 3 minutes about social media. And
how it's the devil?
Yeah. Like the whole answer was about social media.
It's the freaking devil, man. And I'm not even exaggerating, depending on how you want to define devil. It wheedles your way into your brain in a way that you don't even see it coming. You know, it's in sheep's clothing. And it's like, oh, these are pretty pictures on Instagram. Why do I hate this entire class of people all of a sudden?
That's right.
You know one thing? I like pictures of puppies and flaming hatred across the world.
Right.
That's what I like, yes.
Right. I like ice cream, picnics, and people beating the crap out of each other outside of bars. Yeah.
You know, after being largely apolitical for most of my life, I gotta tell you, I feel like we should capture, tie up, and burn this entire political party. Yeah.
Yeah. How did this happen? Question on the text page 7085. Would you all be okay if this is the best version of C.J. Stroud? What if he plays at this level? I guess meaning his rookie year. And no higher. He played so well, I don't see him getting much better.
There's lots of things he can get better at. I guess it comes down to what the sum total of the entire season. You know, the sum total of the entire season was that they weren't actually that good of an offense. It's the trajectory and what they did over the second half of the season. And then the absence of Tank Dell threw a wrench into a lot of things there. So I would I struggle to think of a really good NFL quarterback who didn't improve upon his rookie year.
Right.
There's plenty of guys who have been busts after having their best year as a rookie year. Usually those guys rely on their legs a lot, like RG3.
Yep.
So I'm not worried about that part of it. Please tell me about a genuinely quality NFL quarterback who lasted a decade who wasn't better, who didn't improve on his rookie
But
year.
the original question, I'm curious what you think when he said, would you all be okay if this is the best version of Stroud? What if...
No, because he said no, it would be, and neither would CJ. There were a lot of things he was still doing like a rookie this year. He has to build on it and grow on it. His involvement in pass protection and in the run game as well, that's something that he's going to have he just needs to see more reps. He needs to get more, and he'll be more totally in control of all that stuff. That is not one tiny shred of criticism. That's just the way it is. That he's only had so many reps in the NFL. You get a 1,000 or so your rookie year, you get 1,000 or so the next year, and you just keep stacking them up.
With that in mind, is it fair to categorize what you're saying as like, if this is the version of C.J. Stroud that he is, like if there is, because he was good, obviously, like he was good.
Yeah.
He wasn't great. He was good. Great at times for sure. That this version of him would be one that would kind of trap you into paying him when maybe you shouldn't be paying him that much, like a Tua kind of thing.
Has he already reached like the Alex Smith or the?
I think it's Tua right now.
Tua, yeah. Well, forever the Andy Dalton scale. That was the line of demarcation where like, he's too good to cut.
Kirk Cousins.
But we're not sure he's the guy to take us. Yeah. Kirk Cousins is the advanced version.
Yes.
Of that.
Yeah.
So he's a better version. Yeah, that's probably Kirk Cousins. Is he really the guy to take us there? But is he so bad that we would cut him? That's Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
And I would say that's where CJ maybe is right, like, or was his rookie year.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's an unfair question because it's predicated on a reality that doesn't exist.
No.
Good quarterbacks always, if they are genuinely good quarterbacks, they get better than they were their rookie year.
Yeah. I mean,
now lots of quarterbacks don't get better than they were their rookie year. So that's why my answer is no. I would not be okay with that.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't be okay with it because I think he'd still be good enough to where you'd have to pay him to keep him, and you'd have a quarterback that you're paying a ton of money to, and you're gonna have a hard time making improvements around him, because you're paying him. Because I wouldn't just this version of CJ I wouldn't just let walk in 4 years. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. I don't think I would. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. So yeah, CJ Stroud. Go ahead. You look like you're about to say something.
Oh, no, nothing. So I didn't know if you were stumbling for something. I was going to add a stat for you.
Yeah, give me a stat.
Well, no, I was just thinking, like, the biggest thing about him as a rookie.
I was stumbling for something.
Well, I thought the Lord of Radio was going to criticize me for, like, not following up on the last thing you said or
give
something.
Me a stat,
so
Seth. Yeah.
I was like scrambling. I was like, oh crap, LOR is gonna replay this and blame me for something. Just like his ball security, and honestly, that like the dynamic of the total number of touchdowns and as few interceptions as he threw. What was the stat that was up there with Joe Montana?
It was Tom Brady. He's the only quarterback other than those two to lead the league in passing yardage per game, and touchdown to interception ratio. Mm-hmm. So that's the best of the best right there.
Yeah.
Montana and Brady. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Sean, thanks for clarifying. The only thing cryptic is why you brought up the subject in the first place.
Yeah, what the hell, cryptic, Sean?
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that.
No, I thought we were going into the fact that I thought what you were leading into was that Spencer Rattler is visiting the Texans, and that's obviously because the Texans don't trust that C.J. Stroud is going to develop beyond where he was last year.
Let's get into that in the next segment. I think that deserves probably more than the 90 seconds that we have here. Texans hosted Spencer Rattler yesterday for a top 30 visit. Should they be hosting quarterbacks? Should they be burning top 30 visits on quarterbacks? Should they be looking at drafting a quarterback this year with C.J. Stroud? That is coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. What should you be doing for your workouts? And let's be real.
SportsCenter.com. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I think if the Texans are using a top 30 visit to visit with a quarterback, a draft prospect at quarterback, I think it raises eyebrows just given how good C.J. Stroud was this year. I think it's perfectly fine, and I think drafting a quarterback in day 3 would make a whole lot of sense. But Spencer Rattler, who at one time was thought to be the best quarterback in college football, he went into the 2021 season as the favorite for the Heisman Trophy. And by early October, he had lost his job to Caleb Williams at Oklahoma, and then Rattler transferred to South Carolina. It went okay there, not great. But I think, there's parts of his game that got exposed the longer he played in college. He had some maturity issues early on, seems to have gotten past those. And now he's in the draft, and he visited with the Texans a couple of days ago here, as it turns out.
Yeah, and for one, I have a long-standing philosophy of being cool with drafting quarterbacks all the time. It's the most valuable position in sports. For 2 reasons, the Texans might want to do it. One is to have a capable backup when somebody goes down, but then 2, you can always trade the dude away. He has a promising performance. Trade him away. He has a promising. A guy has a good couple games. Well, C.J. Stroud is down, then all of a sudden you're trading him for a second-round pick, and it's as simple as that. So for multiple reasons, I like the idea of always, if you've got a chance to it's like taking a little detour because you found out, hey, this hiking trail you're on, turns out there's actually a bunch of diamonds in the earth, just a few hundred yards away. Why don't you just go and sift some sand on your way? Oh, okay. I'll go sift some sand for some diamonds here and there.
You saw that dynamic you're talking about where a guy's a backup and he comes in, he has a couple good games, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, there's a little something with this guy. You watched that in person with Rob Johnson in Jacksonville.
Rob Johnson.
He's like the gold standard for that.
Which Rob Johnson came in, had one good game. The Bills traded a first-round pick for him. And as I recall, that pick became Fred Taylor. So
You're right.
It worked out pretty well for the Jaguars.
Yes.
So, yeah, if you guys are interested in getting Fred Taylor on your squad, drafting Spencer Rattler is the way to go.
That's the ticket.
That's about it. That's in my mind. I'm guilty of that. Just like so many people are guilty of looking at every 6th-round pick like it's the pick that's going to draft
Brady.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of thinking that every backup quarterback is going to be turned into Fred Taylor somehow.
Yep. I think it's worth noting Case Keenum and Davis Mills both probably gone after this season. I don't know if Case signed a 2-year deal. This is it. It feels like he's closer to maybe I don't know. Maybe somebody signs Case. I don't know if it'll be the Texans. Davis Mills, I feel firmly, will not be a Houston. He might not be a Houston Texan this year if they get a decent offer for him before the draft. You know,
that's what. Yeah, I'm intrigued by really starting off with the Hall of Fame game. How tailored and perhaps more game planned are these plans going into preseason games just to put the best version of Davis Mills out there. Remember the year that Ryan Tannehill was like the talk of the town? And Mike Mayock was gushing about him, saying that he was the real deal and all that other stuff.
Yep.
It was like a big PR push, and it felt like it almost worked.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a little bit of that. You might really see the best version of Davis Mills this preseason.
Yep. So we'll see. That's top 30 visits. Those are valuable commodity, man. We'll see what happens. But Spencer Rattler.
Oh, the other part with Spencer Rattler that I told you before, but I wonder if part of it, or at least what they hope to get, is some more information on Xavier Leggett, the wide receiver who spent 5 years at South Carolina and just blew up in his fifth and final year. The 4 previous years, remember he had his COVID year, so he actually played football for 4 years. He was marginal at best. He had a total of 450 yards receiving in 4 years. And then this last year, he has well over 1,000 yards receiving and looked like a young Deebo Samuel in a lot of ways, a guy who mentors him, by the way. So Deebo Samuel coming back to school and actually working with him and talking to Xavier Leggett perhaps about the way this offense works and all that. That feels really good.
That's a wrinkle. That's a wrinkle.
Yeah.
I like it.
So I think that I would imagine the Texans want to talk to Spencer Rattler just about okay, Xavier Leggett, talk to us about what the transformation was all about. Because Spencer Rattler was there for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as simple as, Spencer Rattler got there and then Xavier Leggett was good. Spencer Rattler has seen the marginalized version of Xavier Leggett, and he's seen the superpowered version of Xavier Leggett, and he'll have some good insight into that.
Yeah. If that's part of the deal. That's part of the ancillary reason to bring him in. Cool, I'm down with it. Ray Lewis, Hall of Famer, was on the. He was on did an interview with Rob Liepestad of Stat Sports, and dusted off the age-old argument. Who is the GOAT in football? Had a bit of a surprising answer, but Seth, I know you've gone against both of these guys, and I'm curious what you think of Ray Lewis's thoughts on Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. Who's the greatest of all time? Ray Lewis. Yeah. No, sorry. I was. My bad, Ben. My bad, Seth. I meant to point to Ben and play Ray Lewis first, and then get your thoughts on that. Sorry.
That guy, I would say, from a quarterback, from a student level of the game, he made me alter my game. He made me watch more film. And that's what I call the greatest quarterback. To me and his battle. Brady, of course, rings. But when you talk about just walking out there and seeing a man and knowing that, here we go again, hey, man, it was rough.
All right, there you go. So that's Ray Lewis's thoughts.
That's interesting. I think because I played against Peyton a bunch. I didn't play against Brady ever, but I watched Brady a lot, obviously.
Oh, you never played against him, huh?
No, I was injured, I think, the one time that I would have played him.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be 03. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the thing about Peyton was that Peyton might have been overall, I don't want to say the smarter quarterback, but may have run the more viciously efficient regular season offense. I think that the thing that always set them apart in my mind was that Tom Brady was much more of a football player than Peyton Manning was. Peyton Manning was the ultimate quarterback, where Tom Brady was very much a football player. And the one thing about those Colts teams, and I think really, if you had to boil it down to one very unscientific element that was different between those Colts teams and those Patriots teams, was that the Colts offensive players were all about trying like hell not to play football. The receivers dove to the ground as soon as there was any hint of contact. Peyton Manning would throw the ball away as soon as there was any hint of contact, where Tom Brady would stand there and take a mega hit in the chest and deliver a perfect strike to a receiver who's going to grit it out for more yardage. And maybe that comes back to the Belichick factor or whatever it was. But the Patriots' offenses were much more football players than the Colts' offenses were.
Does that affect your respect level for a player?
No. Yeah, I think it's smart. Like I think the way the way that they did it was smart with Peyton and his receivers and everybody.
In the moment, did it affect your respect level for those players?
The thing I didn't like I think I always respected Peyton Manning. There was
Sure.
nothing you could do about it. It was frustrating as hell.
Yeah.
Again, you hated him in a football capacity.
Yep.
I think the part about the Colts that was frustrating, and again, like that, we couldn't beat them, so it wasn't like it's not like I was saying. I think the Patriots smack talk towards the Colts was a lot more relevant and accurate. What it was Teddy Bruschi who said something about getting their pretty white uniforms dirtied up. Like that's how you beat that's how the Patriots beat the Colts. It was like knowing that they didn't want to get their pretty white uniforms spoiled.
Yep.
And that's how those Colts teams played in a lot of respects. That's why they never did as well in the postseason, except for once, as they did in the regular season. Whereas the Patriots were built for the grittiness, and I think Tom Brady was in that same boat.
One more from Ray Lewis. He laid out in pretty great detail. He talked about how Tom Brady would attack things.
Although you may complete the pass, somebody's going to pay for that because I know exactly where the play is going. Like I'm gonna punish them, right?
He's leaving his feet over the middle.
Yeah, and so that was the chess match. The chess match was, can I complete it fast enough before 52 gets there? Because if 52 gets there, it's a bad day. And I think that chess match, man, between me and Brady, like I'm telling you, playing against Brady was just pure chess. It's just patience. And then he's gonna, make you bored, pop, got you. That's what made him Brady, man. And so those two guys, although Ben Roethlisberger was classic, those two guys, man, it was legendary.
It was, like that's the whole key to like losing weight is largely don't eat as much, except it's not so easily done. So you spend a whole lot of money on this and that and other things,
yep.
And you want to have a mega workout every day so you can burn more calories. When really, like the really tough and disciplined thing is just to eat fewer calories. Like Tom Brady is just better at eating fewer calories, and could just grind people down that way in like the most boring way possible. And that's why people would like errantly say things like, well, Aaron Rodgers is clearly a better and more talented quarterback than Tom Brady. Well, yeah, if all you care about is highlights, and if all you care about is like big chunks and highlight reels and stats and all that stuff. But when it comes to actually doing the things that it takes to win, like just flat out sitting down and eating fewer, pushing away from the table, that was Tom Brady. So, yeah, I think the chess match part of it is weird because I think Ray Lewis used the chess analogy. Did he say that it was a chess match against Peyton Manning, but that it was?
The second cut was about Brady, so he said it was
right.
chess.
I know, but then he said chess match against about Tom Brady as well.
Yes,
I thought he said it with both of them.
Yeah, he may have.
Yeah.
So
I think that Peyton Manning has just shown more public love to Ray Lewis than Tom Brady has.
Probably so. Well, he got him on the Manning cast. Until we get a Brady cast, he's not going to have an
that's
opportunity.
right. You know what? And he told the whole thing about Peyton was for guys for safeties and linebackers. The whole thing about Peyton was Peyton would have tendencies, but he would know that he had the tendencies, and he would wait until guys like Ray Lewis or Ed Reed thought that he had a beat on what Peyton Manning's tendencies were, and then he might even let you play on it a little bit, and then all of a sudden the third quarter he exploits that. Like that's the part that was so frustrating with him. It's like whenever with both those guys, I think Brady might have been better at diagnosing what was happening pre-snap. They were both really, really good at it, but Brady, I think, is really, really good at diagnosing exactly what the defense was up to pre-snap. Manning might have been better at manipulating people after the snap than Brady was.
They just announced a few minutes ago that it is going to be the Green Bay Packers going to Brazil to face the Philadelphia Eagles on that Friday of the first weekend of the year, which is interesting because remember that there was that Cleveland defensive lineman, Maurice Hurst, who went on in-house radio in Cleveland and people thought spoiled it, like kind of said, yeah, well, we're going to Brazil this year, but he just kind of dropped it offhandedly. I wonder if the league pivoted after he spoiled that they were going to Brazil and said, nope, Green Bay, you're next
I think
up.
he might have been talking about more like collectively as in the NFL.
Okay. Oh, maybe so. I never thought of that.
We're going to Brazil. Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this we know. It won't be Cleveland. It's going to be Green Bay and Philadelphia and Brazil.
I've noticed that you got to be in the era of sound bites and small snippets on Twitter and everything like that. You got to be extra careful, like with your pronouns. Now we're not talking about gender based, but like just like in like we and you.
Yeah.
Like people misinterpret we a lot. They also I do this, man. Somebody will say like, well, like they might be speaking in generalities. We're like, well, if you're gonna make this argument, then you got to do that. I always take that if I see it like in a tweet as like
you.
They're talking personally to me, like if I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And like, well, I didn't. And then I start defending myself when,
Didn't need to.
So I think he was speaking about the collective we.
Could be. Yeah, could be. But it'll be Green Bay and Philadelphia on Friday. The rare Friday game. And we're going to have games.
Green Bay versus Philadelphia on Friday in Brazil. Is there any possible way we can convince a sponsor in Houston to send us to that game?
I would love to go. I need to see when the Texans are playing first. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Chama Gaúcha is probably the best bit. Any of these Brazilian steakhouses.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, carry on. I've got ideas.
Okay. I'll let you think on that. So there was a college coach yesterday who used to be an NFL coach who was worshiping at the altar of Belichick. I want to know, if this were your head coach, would you be angry that this is what he was saying about Bill Belichick yesterday? And also, I want to put a bow on the Eclipse talk from this week by illustrating with audio both ends of the spectrum. And you can ask yourself, which end do I fall at in something like this? That is next.
You're probably angry if you got in a car accident and it wasn't your fault. And you should be angry, but you want to act out.
Print for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I got in a stat wormhole during the break, Seth, looking at the Astros stats. There's like a clear delineation between the guys who are hitting and the guys who aren't. Like most of the guys, the Jordan is killing it. Altuve is killing it. They both have OPSs of over 1,000. Caratini as a backup's done a nice job. Pena's got an OPS of the high eights. Yiner, Kyle Tucker, both over 800. And then there's this massive chasm that drops to Chas McCormick and Alex Bregman, who are all under 600. Mauricio Dubon, Jose Abreu, whose OPS is literally 250. But
more important for Abreu is OPS plus is negative 25.
Yeah,
that's the one that until he gets his OPS plus up out of the negatives, which I didn't realize negative OPS plus existed.
I didn't either.
I feel a little like I was wondering, is that really bad that I didn't know negative OPS plus existed? I went to a nerdy stat site and there were people asking on there.
Oh, that's good.
Questions. So okay,
you feel better about it.
Yeah,
good. I think Chas and Alex Bregman are going to be okay. Boy, Bregman has not put the best work out there so far. If you're trying to get an 8 or 10 year deal, 12 games in, he'll be fine. I've been told, Seth, that he's a notoriously slow starter, Alex.
He's a notoriously slow starter.
He's a notoriously slow starter.
Whatever, Brandy. All right, it's true. Like, are you denying it right now, Brandy? Is that the? Are you? Make fun of my husband for being accurate about sports.
Oh, he's a notoriously slow starter.
That's me doing an impression of my own dumb self. All right. All right, Brandy, that's enough.
That's enough. Why is Brandy grabbing the microphone?
Brandy gets super defensive about Bregman, but now she's seen enough of his notoriously slow starts that she accepts that, all right, when I say that, it doesn't come from a place of malice.
No, it comes from a place of factual data. That's all. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Seth. This is Matt Rule is the former coach of the Carolina Panthers. I saw this clip yesterday. I guess he had Bill Belichick out to Nebraska for a clinic. And
yeah, because I saw some photos a couple days ago of him wearing Nebraska gear and out at a college practice, and it was that people were commenting on how weird it looked. And I thought, like, whatever. He was at guys. I guess it didn't look that weird to me. I guess because you know what, we see a lot of deposed NFL coaches out at practice.
That's true, yeah.
At various times, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yep.
But, yeah.
So
it is weird to see him out of the Patriots garb.
Right. And at a college of all places, right? He's at a college. Yeah. He's at a clinic there. He spent some private time with the Nebraska coaches. Of course, the coach at Nebraska is former Baylor coach, more for this conversation, more importantly, the former Carolina Panthers coach, Matt Rule. And here was Matt Rule talking about just sitting under the Belichick learning tree.
He is so smart, has seen so much, that he can make the complex so simple that it humbles you and embarrasses you. I was embarrassed yesterday listening to him, how smart he is, how simple it was. He went, he went 4.5 hours with the coaches. Forget the clinic. Like, he came in and met with our coaching staff. And with 3.5 hours in, I was like, Coach, would you like a water, a cup of coffee? Would you like to use the restroom? Because I desperately had to use the restroom.
Oh, God, good. I hadn't heard that last part. That's exactly how it was with Coughlin. You're so terrified to go to the bathroom. You're like, oh, this guy's gonna think I'm the weakest, laziest person on earth, that I have to go to the bathroom.
The team has big spots on the front of their pants walking out.
Oh, no. That's what it is. As a rookie, especially in a team meeting, during training camp when you're trying to guzzle as much fluid as possible, but then you're sitting there and you don't want to. It's like getting up and walking out in the middle of a comedy show, Sean. Just with much less humor involved. Right. But, if you get up and walk out in the middle of a comedian, there's a good chance you're going to get picked on. Yeah. That's what you're terrified of. Well, there's all these stories about Belichick that, like, even Saban, when they were together in Cleveland, Saban was an assistant coach, and like Saban about to go nuts, just needing to get out of there because they'd spent so much time. But yeah, that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, because yes, as much as you want to maybe get in a debate about whether it was Brady or him or whomever else, like, he's universally regarded by people who spend any time around him as incredibly smart about football. Now coaching and being a potential GM at the same time and also doing it at an advanced age is a different deal than being there for 5 hours in a clinic.
Hiring, also, like choosing who to make your offensive coordinator. My thought when I heard that was more about Rule than Belichick. Whereas if I were a big reason why the Carolina Panthers are in the spot they're in is because Matt Rule was not a very good coach while he was there. That was a waste of money by the Carolina Panthers. And I just started thinking, if I were a Carolina Panthers fan, I'm sure Rule's just being deferential to Belichick. They're trying to show him the ultimate respect. But if I were a Carolina Panthers fan, where I feel a little more emotionally about Matt Rule, I think I might be like, okay, we hired this guy who's basically just bowing at the altar of Belichick. He's a guy who's saying he's embarrassed about how little he knows compared to Belichick.
Especially when you hire a college coach, right? Yeah, that comes in, and there's a lot to learn when you become college. No matter how smart you are, it's just you're entering a different realm.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to learn about.
And he spent 3 years with us, and he's still embarrassed about how little he knows compared to Belichick. First thing.
That's good.
That's Carolina.
Well, honestly, like Bill O'Brien, like, people will almost say it in a negative way or as a criticism that, like, he's just really good at getting hired. Is he good at getting hired? Yep. Part of it's true in that, like, some of the moves that he made before he got a head coaching job were really, really smart. Like, he took a job, he took a huge pay cut to go from being an offensive coordinator at a Division I school to go be like a glorified quality control guy with New England and make a lot less money just because he knew that he was going to learn a lot. Like it's like going back for his master's and PhD by going to play for Belichick. So there is something to be said for that. I mean, Belichick is just flat out, like as Casario has told us, he just sees things differently,
Yeah.
you know? And like there's no denying that. But I saw didn't Breer tweet something about how like it's embarrassing that like Belichick wanted to coach this year and there weren't any NFL teams that wanted to hire him.
It was with that cut we just heard attached to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, okay, well, I mean, he just spent 4 seasons with a hand-picked quarterback that he had in the draft where they had 1 winning season out of 4, and the most recent one was 4-13. There's a little bit more that goes into it than just being smart about football.
Absolutely.
You know, like is Breer going to deny that the last 4 years for the Patriots were not good years, despite Belichick being so smart?
Yep. Did you feel the same way about the solar eclipse? Not you, Seth, but you, Seth, and the listeners. Granted, we were not in the path of totality, but had you been in the path of totality, having seen it on social media, do you think you would have reacted the same way that Christine Johnson of CBS New York did?
I cannot believe we're seeing this right now. It has been cloud cover all day. How lucky are we?
It is a miracle.
It's incredible. No way. It's like this. I cannot tell you. The timing of this is absolutely amazing. Do you see the corona? Yes! The sparkling lights. I have goosebumps. I can't describe what I'm feeling right now, but this is so intense. And there it is. We're coming out of the eclipse, and we're gonna look at this. I'm just speechless. I'm absolutely speechless, and suddenly it's like somebody turned the lights back on. This is just amazing.
How do you feel?
This is absolutely amazing. It's very, very emotional, and I don't know why it's so emotional. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, or
Hey, listen, 4-year-old. What the hell do you know?
I know.
There's that kid there at the end. Like,
dipping in.
Do you really know that it's amazing? It's like,
it is. Are you at the Christine Johnson end, or are you more at the Mike Francesa end of things?
I don't want to rain on everybody's parade and go into a rant about this eclipse stuff. If you're big on it, if your kids are big on it, God bless. But, I mean, enough already. Please, can it just happen already? I mean, the Yankees moved their game because of it. They moved the time of their game. You have network specials today in the middle of the day to cover this thing. It's 4 minutes. Give me a break, please.
So the funny thing about that is at the beginning when he's like, I don't want to go on a rant about this thing. I chopped off the previous 2.5 minutes where he had been ranting about this thing.
He ranted about it.
Yeah, like I only took the last part of it. I didn't want it to drag on too long.
It's I don't know. Whenever anybody acts like nothing spectacular can happen in 4 minutes, it really makes me question how much they've been paying attention in life in general. Like the very most poignant moments of your of your life tend to be like in very, very they happen pretty damn quickly.
True moments. Yeah, they're actual moments. Yeah.
I honestly, my reaction to the first woman or some of the people that put this on level with a spiritual experience or what have you, I just feel like there's part of me that's like, I'll have what she's having.
Yeah.
I wish I could be at that level.
There's no
I wish
right
I
or
could
wrong.
feel that. I don't. I feel like generally empty inside.
Yeah.
Over stuff like this, other than I feel like a intellectual scientific curiosity.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it's just something that's so overwhelming. But I actually appreciate and am a little bit envious of people who can feel that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd like to go. I'm guessing that what she had maybe grew on a log somewhere in a forest, but still, I feel like sometimes that helps.
Someone said that on the text page 8790. Maybe she had some heavy edibles and we heard them kick in. Could be. John Lopez is here.
Howdy.
You're an eclipse enthusiast. We don't need to vet the eclipse again. We just played the very excited newswoman.
Yes.
That was something else. Mike Francesa, not as excited.
Not as excited.
About anything, really.
John, did you ever feel like anything akin to a spiritual experience when you were viewing your various eclipses?
Nah, I don't go that deep. I just think it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I love being outside, and that's always cool to be outside and experience those things. We had a NASA scientist on TV who was crying when he was watching.
Yeah, if you're a NASA scientist, you're into that kind of
crying
Yeah.
about it.
I might have shed a tear when Cody Rhodes won the title the other night against Roman Reigns.
I could see that.
What do you think of my impulse purchase?
Yeah, what is going on here?
I bought this watching WrestleMania the other night. For those who can't see or aren't watching on YouTube or Twitch, I brought in my Houston Texans WWE Championship
I
belt
thought
that
you
I bought.
actually won something.
I won it in that I made enough money to purchase it. Yeah.
Well, now I don't quite look at it the same.
Okay, well, I'll make something up between now and then.
You have to have won something to have the belt. You can't just buy it.
Well, you've never met the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase back in the day.
I haven't.
He was able to purchase the belt until Jack Tunney took it off of him, the venerable president of the WWF back in the day.
It's not. I'll tell you what, Sean. I don't want to get into your business, but that feels like that's no chintzy piece of junk right there.
No, it's not. It's not. It was, yeah.
You plunked down some hard-earned cash on that.
I did, but
what will it take for you to wear that during pre and post?
I'm going to bring it to pregame. I'm going to put it on the desk.
Oh, no, I mean wear it.
Wear it?
Yeah.
I don't know, not much. Like to wear it during pregame and post. I'm wearing it right now.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah, on the YouTube Twitch. Yeah, I'll wear it. But I thought it'd make a good prop. Photo opportunity, social media.
Who doesn't
and
like a
whatnot.
good prop?
A good prop. Hi, Landry. How you doing?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
You're the Carrot Top of pregame hosts.
I'm going to wheel it shrunk in. Yes.
You're the Gallagher. You're the Gallagher of pregame hosts.
Smash some watermelons. Absolutely. Yeah.
I feel like you could take your shirt off and I get a little bit of a. Is it King Bull? Was that King Bull? Who's the big bald guy in Punch Out?
Bald Bull, I think was his
Bald
name.
Bull. Yeah. I think you could.
You think?
could run with that persona?
I could pull it off.
Bald Bull was kind of tough to beat too.
Amy texted me. She was watching us on YouTube. She said, I was honestly, when it showed up last night, I was surprised that you didn't have me go in the other bedroom and you put the belt on the other side of the bed. I said, no, I would have worn it, though. I'm happy to sleep with both of you, the belt. So there you go. All right, fellas, big in the loop going on today?
Big in the loop.
All right.
Big-ish. Big-ish, yeah.
Big-ish? Okay.
Yeah, big-ish.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we're done. We're going to cede the stage to In the Loop. John Lopez, Landry Locker, and Figgy Fig. Seth, I will see you tomorrow for a Thursday edition. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and I will spread my seed on In the Loop as well.
Wait, what's going on here?
All right, there you go. Yeah. Awkward transition.
Yeah.
We are out of time.
You said it.
I know. We're done. We're out of time. In the Loop is up next. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so we got Framber on the IL, man.
We do.
As feared, he's on the IL. Now, could be short term. That's the pitch right now.
Mm-hmm.
Could be back sooner rather than later.
I see what you did right there.
But, yeah, Framber on the IL. As suspected. And then the Astros yesterday just absolutely wet the bed. And it was a missed opportunity early on. You get 3 straight singles to start off a game, and then you come away with 1 run. You deserve what you get. And what they got was another L yesterday to the Royals. But the big news, of course, Framber Valdez. He gone for now.
Yeah, Framber gone. Verlander there. I saw Sean tweeting about all the guys that were on the IL.
He's talking about relatives getting killed and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And the line of thinking is, boy, they got all these great pitchers on the IL, and I saw the tweet, and I thought, well, yes and no.
I don't think this is like a good. I don't know that this is a good rotation, fully healthy.
Yeah, exactly. I think what's going on here is they are a lot of things are catching up to them. Age and Verlander, the inevitable with McCullers. Framber, who knows with his elbow and who knows how it's going to be. And by the way, what do you believe? I don't believe what they say. It's impossible.
What is Verlander at 41?
Yeah.
What is Lance McCullers after 2 surgeries? That's really what I don't. What is
like I
Luis
said, Verlander
Garcia?
with age, McCullers with the inevitable. I think.
Yeah.
They're just kind of keeping him around. Who knows with Luis Garcia? I'm actually more confident on Luis Garcia than a lot of those guys.
Really? Why?
I just feel like he's done all the rehab. He's sat out long enough. I don't think he's necessarily a super power pitcher. I think he's a little younger. Of all those guys on that list that we're talking about, I actually feel better about Luis Garcia than just about any of them. Maybe even Framber this year.
That's wild.
Yeah,
it's wild. I just don't. I don't know what to think about this squad. They're going to be scratching and clawing to get into the postseason at this point, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And the Framber thing, just make no mistake about it, this isn't going to be the only time that he misses.
Right.
Let's just make that very clear. Like the IL it's not just going to be this, and then he comes back and everything is cool and everything's fine. So that's just kind of where they sit right now, and it's not the greatest thing, man. Not the greatest thing. But you got to take a step back. Other thing, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but this Espada guy bores the hell out of me.
Okay, glad you brought him up.
I get that, he was a bench coach and he sat there and did whatever the hell bench coach does, but this guy, he was hired to right the ship. I don't know that they needed a guy that needed to right a ship. I think they needed a guy that was going to be motivational, be able to win you some games within the structure of it. I think as the aging goes on, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I just don't know how this Espada guy motivates you to go out there during the dark days of August and all that. He bores the hell out of me.
I don't know if he bores me or not. We'll see on that.
He excites you?
No, I'm just saying we'll see on that. I think your point is good, but that's not the point I want to make on Espada. It's early, isn't it?
It's early.
Is it early, Figgy?
It was early yesterday when we talked about how huge that win was, too, though.
It's only April, guys.
Is it only April? But
a lot of baseball left.
Does Dusty need a little? I mean, does Joe Espada need a little Dusty in him?
He can't get it.
Does he need a little Dusty in him?
He would look weird.
Pause, as they say. Because I think he's missing an ingredient. Like, it's fine. Like, they wanted the continuity. They wanted the guy that's been there. They wanted to reward their own. They wanted, all the things, the familiarity, all those things on the reason that they hired him. But something happened yesterday that maybe I'm making a little bit too much of this. I will say that up front. Okay? I don't think it would have happened with Dusty, though. I really don't. So before the game.
Where's this going?
Before the game, they were asking Joe Espada about today's starter. He said, Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's going to be the starter. After the game,
we got the debut of one of Adam Spillane's favorite. Spencer Arrighetti. Who the hell is this? We'll ask Adam Spillane at 10:40. I'm sure he'll have a full scouting report.
Would that have happened with Dusty as the manager?
Perhaps, perhaps not.
Because I think Dusty, I think Joe. I'm starting to get a beat on things, and again, it's early. I think Joe Espada is.
You're going to use the P word, just use the P word.
Not a P word.
If you're going to use the P word, use the P word.
The Y word. Yes, man.
So puppet.
A yes, man.
Puppet.
You can call it what you want. I think he's a yes, man. And here's this. I'm feeling a vibe here. By the way, it's early.
Say it again.
Yeah, it's definitely early, but I'm feeling a vibe here, based not just on that. That this is a Dana Brown joint, man.
Well, for sure, it's a Dana Brown joint. We know this.
Yeah, but I mean, like, to maybe to an extreme. And Dusty would have fought that. Say what you will about Dusty.
And I don't know if that's good or not. But I do think that if I'm a ball player and I walk into a clubhouse and I see Dusty Baker sitting there,
respect,
and he's talking to me.
You don't have to agree. But respect.
Yeah, it's when we're kind of struggling and stuff, I feel like that would light a fire underneath me. Pause. and I feel that would be something that I would. This Espada guy, he's boring. He's boring. I'm trying to think of examples where you have a really nice thing going. Naturally, I think even the right manager would be fighting an uphill battle here because of the obvious. But I think they just kind of took the easy way out with this hire. I think they took the easy way out, and I think it kind of connects to what you're saying. I think Dana Brown might have wanted to take the easy way out after getting pushback from baseball royalty, and maybe not even the best pushback. Like the Maldonado thing was a joke, so I think there is some sort of balance. But
no, for sure,
I don't think that Joe Espada made this hire thinking Dana Brown, excuse me. Yeah. I don't think he made this Espada hire thinking, okay, well, we really got to get some juice here, and we really got to crank it up a notch. I think it was we're going to right the ship, and you know what? My what I say goes.
Something else happened that kind of galvanized this thought of me that I'm having yesterday. So say what you will about Dusty Baker, but he had a strong will. I mean, he commanded respect, as I just mentioned. And here's the other thing that very, very key. He was undeniably old school, right? undeniably old school.
I think he was a little bit more open-minded than he got credit for.
He was.
He wasn't telling La Russa.
He was, but he was undeniably old school.
No doubt. OG.
At the same time. So Joe Espada pulled Josh Hader in the 9th inning yesterday. All right? Let me lay this out for you.
Yeah.
And tell me if Dusty would have done this. After the game, of course, they got beat. Poor guy got called up too. Another guy got called up and got the L right out of the chute. After the game, Joe Espada said, "quote We have to make sure that we're smart about the length of our season. We have to be smart here and be careful how much we ask of those guys." Landry, Hader threw 11 pitches.
I have no problem with that.
I'm just saying, would Dusty have done that?
Probably. Probably.
11 pitches?
I think so. Text line 713.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know we were going here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. I just saw it.
He's David Culley all over again.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
He being Joe Espada.
When Lopez called him a yes man, I almost played the David Culley drop, but I didn't want to go there, man.
Well, get this. The OG is saying that Espada is in over his head. He in over his head.
All about being a Texan.
I just don't, and I hear, the funniest thing for me with this whole thing, and I think this is absolutely hilarious. This was the most ass backwards thing that I heard, and it was weird. It was weirdly presented, where I heard Spillane say it. I've heard other people who cover the Astros say it. Mm-hmm. Well, Espada, he interviewed for other managerial jobs, and so obviously he was wanted. Mm-hmm. Is that what that means? Yeah. If you interview and don't get the job, is that what that means?
No.
That's what I'm confused about. Okay, so he interviewed and they didn't hire him. So that means that he's in demand? Or does that mean they interviewed him and said, okay, this guy might just be a walking yes man?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, give him credit, though, on this. If it was his decision, it might have been another Dana Brown decision for all we know.
John, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear this guy talk,
yeah,
like after the Altuve base running blunder,
mm-hmm.
he goes up there and he's like, well, I'm going to have to look at what happened there. Looks like he might have gotten frozen up on the base paths. And then the Jake Myers thing. Well, he had the green light there, and, he was aggressive, and we ended up getting the out. Like, Dusty would have at least said that was a knucklehead, boneheaded play.
Yes.
We can't have that.
He needs a little Dusty in him.
But you can't get that.
Yeah, he needs a little
bit.
You
can't try to have Dusty in you.
You can maybe be a little more assertive. That's the word I was looking for with Dusty. He was assertive. He commanded respect. But let's give Joe Espada credit for this.
What?
For this. If it is his decision, was his decision. Jordan in the 2-hole? Whew. That's like a pretty good call.
Yeah, I don't understand the case against it.
Yeah, but I'm saying they changed it. They moved it.
No, I know. There was a case against it, though, at the start. Mm-hmm. I mean, Aaron Judge bats 2, too.
Yeah.
2 is the new 3. Growing up in my day, it was your best hitter hits 3. Now it seems like
some people put him at 1.
Throw him up at 2.
Yeah.
Let him do his thing. So, yeah, the Jordan thing is a thing of beauty.
Yeah. It's just like all these little hints, these little signs, being kind of undercut, or maybe he did it strategically to not give the Royals a big tip on the next guy coming up, Spencer Arrighetti or whatever. But, yeah, Hunter Brown's going to start Wednesday. Well, no, Spencer Arrighetti's going to start Wednesday. We have to make sure that we don't extend our pitchers. Dude threw 11 pitches. I think Dusty would have maybe at least brought him out there to try to get the last inning.
Someone says the most important thing about baseball is the baseball.
I agree.
It's a Joe Espada quote.
I agree.
The most important thing about football is the football.
281, Espada too soft and too close to the players to get on their asses' paws when it's needed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know about this guy.
I took this job simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
I am putting a lot in the press conference, so I admittedly, but just the way that he's out, he doesn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
This Espada fella doesn't do it for me.
I get it, and like I said, the signs are there.
And meanwhile, you have because I think if you want some juice, like The Angels are off to a better start than I think we anticipated. Ron Washington's got juice.
Yes.
That's juice.
Yes. Absolutely.
Now, are the Angels going to end up being better than the Astros? I would bet no.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a little bit of juice right there.
That is a little bit of juice.
So there we go. We'll see how this goes. I'm just saying right now, I'm not this Espada guy. He bores the living hell out of me.
Yeah. I do want to bring up something else, too, that is hugely important.
Okay.
Enormously important.
Okay.
I feel like Figgy and I are just getting bleeped on by you.
How is that?
Just completely bleeped on.
How is that?
We do our prep. We get ready every day. Sometimes we this is true.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do the old
no, I do all the time.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah, of course you do. We're the ones that are slacking. See what I mean, Figgy?
Yeah.
Yeah. See what I mean, Figgy?
Nah, not Figgy.
No, not Figgy. That kind of narrows it down now, doesn't it? That kind of narrows it down a little bit. The people, you got to give the people what they want.
Which is?
You have to give the people what they want.
Which is? What do you mean?
Every year, every single year, I make the loopholes money.
I would argue with that.
You can argue all you want, but I do.
I would argue with that strongly.
You can argue with that all you want, but loopholes, no, I've made them money. So we do all our prep. I do my little whatever. Landry does his lab whatever. Figgy does his stuff. Yeah. And I put on there, I teased it yesterday, the old horizontal tease. That's a radio expression, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe 11 o'clock. We're going to have the annual, millions of people watch this. Thousands upon thousands of our listeners are into the Masters.
Big golf following
There
here.
is a huge golf following here. More than 100,000 people showed up at the Texas Children's Houston Open.
Yes, they did.
So I put all my stuff on.
How many were watching it?
I don't know. Millions, probably, to be honest. So Figgy, every day I do my little deal, whatever. Put some topics on there, and we use them occasionally. But the moment that loopholes have been waiting for all year, the OG's Masters picks. I put it on the dock. We get our rundown. It's not on the rundown.
Oh, I mean, I just thought it would come up anytime. I thought
is that what you thought?
Yeah, I thought the Masters thing would come up anytime.
I said yesterday. I said about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'd say probably like 11:35.
All right, 11:35.
Yeah, I think 11:35.
You believe him?
Yeah, 11:35. I mean, when it comes up, it comes up. I'm not going to tease Lopez's Masters picks.
But people want to know.
It's
It's
Max
money.
Show?
It's making money.
I don't know that you've ever made anyone money in the
I've
Masters.
made money a lot. I can show you my receipts.
I know about that.
I can show you my receipts.
We'll do 11:35. Lopez Masters.
You believe in him?
I think, honestly, I just
think it comes up when it comes up.
Yeah, I felt like he don't think it's as important. I feel like he's waiting on you to bring it up during the show.
Yeah, bring it up.
Not putting it on the rundown.
Bring it up.
I don't think it was good enough to type on the rundown.
You didn't think it was good enough?
No, he didn't.
No, I said you feel like it's not good enough to
You
write
said
on
I
it.
didn't think it was.
Yeah.
You were talking for you.
I was talking for you.
Oh, okay. Nah, it's coming up. We know that.
I got them all right here, man.
Why you ain't put it on the rundown?
Clear as day on the dock.
Well, I thought it would, confessions or, internet going nuts, Masters. That's an opportunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Figure something out there. I mean, I thought maybe like the internet goes nuts during Masters. John Lopez starts off his internet going nuts with the Masters. Me teasing Masters. No one.
713-572-4610. It's the greatest week in golf every year. It's the Super Bowl. It's one of the most watched events in sports. It's one of the greatest weeks ever in sports. Landry doesn't like golf. 713-572-4610. Do you want to make money or not? Do you want my Masters picks or not? And by the way, these aren't like all chalk. That's what makes it beautiful. I pick long shots and long shots that pay.
I can tell.
Yes.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes. Yes or no, do you want them? 713-572-4610.
The money, man. Someone said you made a Monopoly money.
Hey,
281.
Whatever you're betting, I'm making you money.
Lopez made me Monopoly
Yeah,
money.
if you bet Monopoly money, I made you Monopoly money.
620, thanks for the warning. Switching to music at 11. Yes, that's why you don't tease this stuff.
That's
it just
a
kind of
joke.
comes up. But thank you very much.
Joke.
Thank you. Thank you for understanding 620.
832, Landry is a hater, John. Yes, we want the picks.
Nice flip phone there, buddy. I think that's the guy that was 68 yesterday. Shout out to you, sir. Make sure to
I'm filling out a pool today. I would love to hear John's pick.
Hey, 832. Make sure. I think. Oh, you're 17 minutes late. Hopefully you got that vitamin in you by 10.
I need Lopez's picks, dude. You're getting embarrassed here, man.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Can't wait till 11:35.
The old folks right there.
Yeah, sure. I won it, John. Well, that's not the first time I've heard that. But anyway, like you read them. They're coming in like a ticker, man.
Yeah, there's some. I mean, yes, there is. There's some.
Just because you hate the Masters and golf doesn't mean that the masses don't.
Whack. Here's my picks.
Yeah.
John Lopez picks.
But it's not just like, well, I'd go with blah, blah, blah. It's like, this is why you should put this guy in the top 10.
Now, the one thing. Wait, you go deep into it? I thought you just listed names. Where have I been?
No, I said this guy in the top 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Might have a new element this year.
No, it's the same thing I do every year.
Coming up next. Now, this I am looking forward to. The game show sweeping the nation. John Lopez presents One Has to Go. Next.
Area 45. Home of the judgment-free zone.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so it is the game that is sweeping the nation.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, John Lopez, the OG of In the Loop, proudly brings to you One Has to Go here on Sports Radio 610 on a hump day.
One's got to go, man. Figure you're in on this. This is a segment that we occasionally do on the Bite Me podcast. We did it this week, and you reminded me of this yesterday. What were we talking about with the receivers yesterday? Like,
who's the number one?
Well, no, yes, we were, but like, how do you fit these receivers into what's going to end up being like 6 receivers on the roster? So you got me thinking about this because there might be a log jam at the wide receiver position. So it's still a possibility they might draft a wide receiver too. And we talked about that as well. So they have a lot of receivers. We know what the frontline guys are going to do, but I'm going to give you 2 options. One's got to go.
Okay.
By the end of camp. By the end of preseason, one's got to go. John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson?
Mechie. And the reason is this. Xavier Hutchinson can play special teams. John Mechie, if you're going to be that far down on the depth chart, I like Mechie. I like what he's about and stuff, but unless there's like a significant improvement, and even if he's good in the slot, is he better than Nico Collins, Tank Dell, or Noah Brown even? Like, is he better than them? I don't know. So I would probably say John Mechie.
Yeah, I agree. For that same reason, I think Hutch can play more special team stuff. Mechie, I feel like if he can't play that, he's just out.
And don't forget, he's better at reverses too. Robert Woods or Steven Sims? This is a closer one than I thought.
Well, you say $5 million if Robert Woods
That's
goes.
why.
So
That's
I
one
think that
reason.
needs to factor in.
And Sims is a special teams ace.
Yeah, I mean, he scored the touchdown in the playoffs.
I agree.
I'll say both. I wouldn't mind both, but Robert Woods, you say $5 million. You could say $5 million. I think Robert Woods probably has to go.
Yeah, Robert Woods. I'm surprised he's still on the team, to be honest. But
that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. I'm going to agree with you. So other positions, you might have to make a call as well. My mind just started going down this rabbit hole here, depending on who you draft. Let's say you draft a tight end somewhere, all right? Tegan Quatoriano or Dalton Keene?
I mean, obviously Dalton Keene, but Tegan Quatoriano can't stay healthy. I also kind of had like a flash the other day. You have to do better than Brevin Jordan at tight end too.
Mm-hmm.
So I would almost even say Brevin Jordan because he's not a true tight end. Oh yeah, he's a playmaker, and sometimes you don't need playmakers.
Mm-hmm.
You need complete tight ends. You need guys who block when they're blocking, they're not completely lost and blowing up plays. So I think we've kind of chalked in Brevin Jordan as that tight end too, and I think it's kind of a mistake.
I fell into that trap. I wasn't even considering him.
I think he should be fighting for a roster spot. I think as great as great of a season and as happy as we were for Brevin, as much as I like him. I think you got to find a solid tight end too. So I would almost say put Brevin Jordan on that list. I'll say King, but Quatoriano just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say King too.
I'm gonna say Quatoriano. I think they love Keene. I think he brings a lot. He's just learning the position, not afraid to block. You know, he plays fullback. You know, that type thing. Now, what if they draft a quarterback at some point, and they've brought two guys in or had combine interviews with a couple of quarterbacks? Davis Mills or Case Keenum?
Has to go?
Yeah.
Keenum. He's washed.
Yeah, I'm going to say Keenum.
I'm going to say trade Davis Mills or whatever. Give Davis Mills an opportunity to get to play somewhere else. Safety position. Do you know they brought in, they've had formal interviews with 3 safeties?
Yeah, they brought in 3 of the top
Javon
4.
Bullard.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they interviewed
Georgia.
Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest and Mark Perry from TCU.
Yep.
Eric Murray or MJ Stewart?
I don't
That's
care.
tough, man.
I don't know. I guess Eric Murray. I guess.
The special teams thing comes in to play a lot. I'm going to say Eric Murray as well.
Yeah, I'm going to say Eric Murray. He's been here long enough, man.
One has to go here on In the Loop
One's
on
gotta
Sports
go.
Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Adam Spillane going to give us an update on the Houston Astros phenom.
Yeah.
Might be overselling that. He'll let me know making his debut tonight. So Baseball Spo coming through shortly.
Now let's do our one's got to go. Burgers or wings? Can't have many
Burgers.
more. Can't have many more.
Burgers.
Yeah. I got to have burgers. I got to have burgers.
You mean got to go or keep?
Got to go.
I can get alternatives on burgers.
Wings are going to go.
I can get alternatives on burgers.
Okay. Yeah, burgers got to go.
Get the wings, go watch the game, make the wings. It might actually be.
You can eat other pieces of the chicken.
But I also think it's probably in a more healthy. Like for me personally, with my fast food addiction that I battle constantly, taking away the possibility of getting a hamburger might be better for my life. So that's a personal thing.
I love wings, but I got to have my burgers. Country music or rap?
Got to go?
Yeah.
Do I still get the old stuff, or is it just the new stuff?
You
like
get
nothing forever.
You only get one of those.
So no rap.
One of those genres.
No rap or no country.
One of those genres you can never listen to again.
I can never listen to it again. Like so, the past memories don't matter.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Figgy's answer is obvious.
Oh, why is it obvious?
I mean, because he has a hip hop podcast. Because he has a hip hop podcast and he doesn't know anything about country music.
Mine's obvious.
Not Darius
I'm not a big country guy. So
you think he is?
Mine's country music.
Charlie Pride?
Golly. Hit it again. Hit it again.
Race car! Honestly, if Lopez said classic rock or rap music, I probably would have gave up rap music.
Man, come on.
Hey, I
can
believe
listen
you.
to classic rock all day long, man.
I believe you. I believe you.
Oh, man,
I'm tired of rap. I'm low-key tired of rap.
Yeah.
I kind of am, too. to rap anymore. I think I would live fine. So I'll just
sometimes rap put me in a bad mood, man.
Yeah, I'm sitting there listening today. I'm listening like the shuffle. I'm listening to like some old Young Dolph, and I'm just like, okay. I mean, what do I want to do?
I can't even listen to rap music when I work out.
Yeah,
it just don't motivate.
You listen to that classic rock, baby.
Yeah,
classic rock, or
so you're gonna get rid of rap or over country?
No.
But over classic rock, you would.
Yeah, I would.
I'll get rid of rap just to be different.
I'm gonna get rid of rap, and
why not?
Yeah.
Although, man, that might be tough. Yeah, I'll do that.
Salsa or hot sauce?
Oh, hot sauce.
Hot sauce.
Yeah, bye.
See, I think hot sauce is more versatile. I'm gonna get rid of salsa.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary at times.
College football or NFL football?
College. Bye.
Yeah, college got to go.
I mean, that would suck, but
I'm gonna say NFL, man.
All right. Well, have a good Sunday.
I can watch them on TV.
Have a good Sunday.
Can't go anymore.
Oh, just can't go?
Can't go anymore. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just can't go.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
I thought you said watch it.
Just
I thought you said get rid of it totally.
All right, let's do it that way. I'll still say NFL.
Yeah.
The Astrodome or traffic?
Traffic. Come on. What question is that? I get rid of traffic.
I'm gonna say.
I mean, come on.
I'm gonna say Astrodome. There's always gonna be traffic.
You hate the Astrodome that much?
I hate the Astrodome. CJ, this is the biggest one of the day. One's got to go. CJ Stroud or Jose Altuve?
Altuve. Bye.
Yeah. Wow.
See ya.
Wow.
Thanks for your service.
So do that get rid of all the memories and all that stuff?
No.
Okay.
He's gone.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, peeps.
See ya.
Appreciate you, bro.
Bye, bud.
Last one. HEB or breakfast tacos?
Breakfast tacos.
Oh, God, no.
Breakfast tacos.
You can get your groceries.
No, you can't. Not like that.
Yeah, well, no, not like that, but you can work around it.
I can't
Whole
live
Foods,
without
you can go to Whole Foods now.
Okay. You give me a raise?
I cannot live without
You
breakfast.
grocery shop at Whole Foods?
Of course. Sometimes.
Like you stock up.
Sometimes.
Man, you're rich. You are rich as hell.
I am not rich as
of all the things, like it's one thing to buy a new boat and get rid of it a year later, but of all the things you've done, the fact you stock up at Whole Foods,
I don't go every week.
You just showed your tax bracket, homie.
No.
They got $12 popsicles,
dude,
man.
If you go to Whole Foods and you're like getting a few meals for the week and you're getting some chicken and maybe just occasional produce, that's right. You're stocking up.
I don't go everywhere.
Damn,
I go
dude.
to HEB.
My goodness.
I generally go to HEB.
Whew.
But I occasionally go to Whole Foods.
I've never seen nobody with a full cart at Whole Foods, man.
My man didn't even say Kroger. He said Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got to have my breakfast tacos,
You
man.
are rich.
No, I am not.
You are rich.
But I will be after the Masters picks.
Goodness gracious.
Stocking up at Whole Foods is crazy,
That's
man.
wild to me.
It's not that crazy.
Okay. Okay, go get your baggies, your trash bags,
They got those cool green bags.
Get you some
bags.
Get you some dish detergent. Get you some stuff like that. Get you all that at Whole Foods and tell me how cheap that is.
You gotta show that receipt next time you stock up.
I thought this case study was going one direction. It took a complete turn there. Goodness gracious. Coming up, who the hell is this guy that's going to be on the mound for the Astros tonight? There's a lot of excitement about him. Should there be? Will Adam Spillane rain on the parade? And what does he think about the latest with Framber Valdez? The always anticipated visit with Baseball Spo next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Let me remind
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
All right, Adam Spillane is with us. Astros 4-8. It is early. Framber Valdez going to the IL, though. How concerned should we be about the hopeful ace of the Houston Astros, Framber Valdez, as he heads to the IL?
I mean, it's not great. And the kind of the tack that they took with it this week was strange, where all of a sudden he gets scratched on Monday, and you have Joe Espada and Dana Brown both saying how it's not a big deal, and they're encouraged because he's not on the IL, and then 24 hours later he's on the IL. And they're also they said this as
big surprise.
They said this as he was in Houston. Like it was obviously bad enough for him to be sent back to Houston to get examined by the doctors. So yeah, clearly it's something, and whenever it's the elbow, that's always going to be something that you're worried about, especially now. And so they didn't say much about it yesterday before the game in Kansas City. So you're not going by a whole lot, but clearly the fact that they're bringing up their best pitching prospect probably means that they think he's going to be out for at least a little bit.
Yeah. Well, what did he say yesterday? Maybe a couple of starts or something. It's got to be more than that, right?
But again, this is the same guy who said we don't think it's a big deal because
you tell me it's not a big deal because he's not on the IL, then he goes on the IL.
He goes, okay. And he's not a position player. Yeah. Like position players, maybe you can come back, but a pitcher.
Yeah, if he's shut down from throwing for a couple of weeks, he's going to have to ramp up and start throwing it. Yeah, so it's not great, obviously.
Mm-hmm. So who the hell is this guy we got on the bump today? Give us the Adam Spillane scouting report. Minor league pitcher of the year last year, and now we're going to get a look at one of the few prospects that it seems like people are very excited about around here.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about him. I haven't seen him pitch.
That's an upset. Yeah, no, that's an upset. Wow.
He's a 7th round pick a few years back, a college guy from
Cinco Ranch,
Louisiana. He went to Louisiana Lafayette. Mm-hmm. He's not big, like he's 6'1", so he's not like the prototypical guy that you would think of as a right-handed starting pitcher. Mm-hmm. But he added velocity since he joined the organization. He's gotten he's taken to what they have given him in terms of just the information, and he's used that to his ability, and he's turned himself into a prospect because I don't think he was necessarily considered one when he got drafted. 6th or 7th round. That's an okay guy, but that's not somebody that you're thinking is going to be somebody who's going to man your rotation. He has trouble throwing strikes, and I think that will probably be the big thing that hurts him at this level. If you don't throw strikes at the minor league level, you can get a lot more chase up down there than you can up here. So he's got to be able to throw strikes. Otherwise, he's going to have trouble getting deep into games. I don't know how deep they expect him to get in this game tonight, just because it's not like they let him go a lot during his 2 starts in AAA this year. So hard to say. I talked to a scout about him last year who kind of said that he topped out as like a 4th starter. So he's a prospect, but he's not like they brought up Hunter Brown a couple of years ago. He's not that level of prospect.
Yeah. What are their pitching prospects right now? We were talking earlier about Sean tweeted something yesterday that the Astros have Justin Verlander, Framber, Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia, and Urquidy on the injured list, and that that's a rotation that most teams would kill for, something along those lines. And that's my question. Is it? I feel probably better about Luis Garcia than any of those guys.
Well, I mean, he's probably the youngest out of that crew, and also he's the guy who it's just been the one injury, and I think that it has been shown that you can come back from Tommy John. Mm-hmm. Like that's hardly a death knell. Whereas Urquidy's had multiple shoulder issues, McCullers has had a million different issues over the last couple of years, and Verlander's 41. So I don't know if I would go that far, but that's a pretty good rotation though that they do have on the IL at this point. And those guys will come back, and that's kind of like they have basically used up all of their pitching depth within the organization just at the start of the season with Urquidy and Verlander going on the IL. Like Blanco was supposed to be the depth that they had, and they've had to bring up the Henley kid from from Sugar Land. Now they're bringing
Poor
up Eric
guy.
Eddy. So
that poor guy.
I guess he didn't have his shoes.
I
heard Ron and Clint talking about it.
It was very much a last-second thing, and like what you heard Dana Brown said, basically we brought him up because it was his turn to pitch, and that's basically what it was because they knew it would be a little iffy for Framber, I guess, on Sunday. The problem is their AAA starter on Sunday was Justin Verlander. So Justin Verlander was going to make that. You're not like pushing Justin Verlander back to possibly make a start on Monday in Arlington. So yeah, the options were very slim, and good for him. He's a big leaguer now and gets a little bit more money.
For one out.
Yeah, hey. It counts.
It counts.
It counts.
What is going to happen with Abreu? Is this just going to be a 162-game struggle? What are we doing?
I think this is probably this is like the biggest challenge that Joe Espada has right now to figure this out. Because how you handle this, I think, will go a long way to just how you're viewed in the clubhouse. And I know he's not a new guy in this clubhouse, but it looks really bad. Like I don't care how bad he started, seasons in the past.
Yeah.
Like this is a whole new level. And we also have to go back to last season where, yeah, he came on a little bit in September and in the postseason, but that's a long way off, and you just don't have time to wait for that to happen.
You got to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks bad, but he is a guy in that clubhouse who is well liked, really well. He's a highly respected guy, and
that's cool.
And you don't want to embarrass.
Awesome.
You don't want to
that's
embarrass
cool.
players like that.
He embarrasses himself every time he goes on the field.
I don't know, but the other thing, they just don't have other options right now. Like, there just aren't a lot of directions. Like, I've seen people say, well, Mauricio Dubon should be playing first base. They don't want Mauricio Dubon to be playing first base every day.
No.
They want Mauricio Dubon in the role that he is in right now, which is spelling the middle infielders, getting some starts in center field, coming off the bench.
Getting pinch hit for by John Singleton.
Well, that's a roster construction issue. And
Like is John Singleton Joe Espada's Martin Maldonado?
no, they have John Singleton on the roster for a reason.
Why?
And that is to pinch hit against right-handed relievers
But
late
he
in
has
games.
better numbers against lefties.
That's a very small sample size, and they know.
That's what they use.
But which tells you all you need to know about what they think about him against lefties. Like, they know, everybody knows, the world knows
what
that
do
he
the
has.
numbers tell you?
I don't know
He's
what the
better
numbers
against
tell you.
right-handers.
He's bad. He's hitting against right-handers.
I mean, he's better against left-handers.
Okay, but again,
yeah.
that's 125 plate appearance sample size in the big leagues. Which also, remember, you're going like 10 years apart too between appearances. So, like, great, he might have hit lefties well 10 years ago,
but
that's 10 years ago.
Devon?
No, I understand this. The problem with the Singleton thing is that they did not do anything to address the bench in the offseason outside of Caratini. Like, going into the season with John Singleton on the bench and Gray Kessinger on the bench was a mistake. I don't know how many times I've heard from Dana Brown over the last 6 months talking about we need a left-handed bat, we need a left-handed bat, we need a left-handed bat. Well, go out and get one. And they haven't done that.
Yeah.
And so that's how you end up with John Singleton on your bench as your left-handed pinch hitter late in games. And Gray Kessinger has played in 3 games this year. Like, what is the point of that? So you're basically wasting roster spots on guys who should not be at this level because you failed to address your bench in the offseason. So the fact that you're basically playing 26 against 24 at this point, and Singleton is playing, but he's not very good. So that's a Dana Brown problem, where Dana Brown needs to go out and get a left-handed hitter who can come off the bench and help them. Because right now, the guy that he's giving Joe Espada is not getting the job done.
Is Dana Brown a problem?
Is he a problem? No, I don't think so. He's just got to. There's just got to be a little bit more foresight with some of this stuff. And Dana Brown was brought in for scouting acumen and to really help build up the minor league system. The problem with that is they don't have a ton of draft picks at this point. They lose the first-round pick last year for this year's draft because of signing Hader. They got to go out and find some guys. And right now, they have not done a great job of it. But yeah, the roster construction has been a little shaky, to say the least. The way they handled the offseason with both the bench and the bullpen was not great. The fact that the only guys that they signed to major league contracts over the offseason were Caratini and Hader, that's not great.
Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with a lot of guys, their bench is being made up of guys that were claimed off waivers or non-roster invitees. Like, that's not what you're looking for. Like, great, you make the big splashy move, but you also have to fill in around the margins. That's how you have depth within your organization. And so that part of it has not been great so far.
Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
This is depressing.
Is there anything that we should be significantly concerned about? outside of the pitching with the Astros, or is it still too early?
No, I
don't know the rules.
I mean, they've lost a bunch of close games. You know, they lose 3 or 4 to the Yankees. They could have won 3 of those.
Oh no!
They lost a close game yesterday to Kansas City. So it's not like they're getting blown. You know, they had a couple blowouts in Arlington, at least the second game in Arlington. So I think ultimately they're going to be fine. But
we're playing close game already.
But I mean, that's what it is. Like, you're basically looking at coin flip games, and that's what the sport is. So
You're scaring me, Spo.
I think they're going to be.
What's
okay.
fine?
Fine is probably the position that they were in last year. I think you had them for 90 in the high 90s with wins?
No, I had them at
He had them at 90. I had them mid 90s. This year I have them at 88.
Yeah, I think that right now, just because pitchers keep falling, they keep losing these guys. Now they're going to get some of them back. Verlander might make one more minor league start, and then he could be back next week. We'll see about if they lose Framber for an extended amount of time. The other guy's got to step up. Like, Hunter Brown hasn't been very good through his first couple starts, so he's got to be better. Christian Javier has got to continue to. Christian Javier has been pretty good so far this season. That has to continue. Like, they need consistency out of that spot, because it's just it is hard for them right now with just the lack of depth within the organization, and the fact that it's really going to be hard for them to improve the roster over the summer, because they just don't have a lot to trade at this point. So it's tough, but they're still sitting okay just because of how good their really good players are.
Now let's remind you, after the visit with Baseball Spo, it is still early. Spo, we appreciate you, my friend.
It's April 10th.
That's early.
It's early.
It's not even the Masters haven't even started yet.
Yeah,
damn right it will.
It definitely hadn't.
Yeah.
Coming up next, PTPs, primetime projections. Are the Texans going to get the maximum allotment of primetime games? We'll make the case next. First, I want to talk about Texans Turf. Texans Turf.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, primetime possibilities with the Houston Texans. Spoiler alert, they're going to get a few primetime games.
Yeah, they are.
I think the NFL allows a max of 5. You can really make a case they deserve the full allotment of games. And it's not necessarily about them. It's as much about the opponents as it is them.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at these possibilities. I'm going to state the case. Primetime. Hype it up. Old school style. Possibility number 1. The Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans. LJ versus CJ. A rematch of last season when a young, promising team season was abruptly put to an end by an MVP, 2-time MVP quarterback in the Baltimore Ravens. One is already on that second tier, but they want more. The other trying to get to that second tier, and they want more. Texans, Ravens on primetime. Buy or sell?
Absolutely buying. In fact, I could see this one being a Monday night game, have the whole stage, obviously. I think that'd be a great candidate. I think that's going to be one of them. I got 4 that I think are definitely, but I'll get to that later.
Next candidate. Figure you buying that Baltimore?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Next candidates. PTP. Primetime possibilities here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Schedule probably going to be released. I think last year it was May 11th, so perhaps 2 weeks after the draft. I would forecast we will have the world-famous In the Loop schedule game after that comes out. Next possibility, Buffalo Bills versus Houston Texans. Stefon Diggs takes on his old team where there was alleged beef. 2 teams chasing the Chiefs. Josh Allen versus C.J. Stroud live from Houston, Texas. Bills versus Texans.
Just too many storylines not to have that as a strong case for primetime, right? I mean, there's storyline after storyline.
By the way, there's been some criticism of Stefon Diggs. He has some support. Not sure it's the support that he wants. We'll hear about that at 11:20. Not quite sure that this is really the cosign you want or the one that Texans fans want him to have. But 11:20, Stefon Diggs getting some interesting, I'll just put it that way, interesting support. Next primetime possibility, the Miami Dolphins. Tua versus CJ. Mike McDaniel versus 2 guys he knows very well, DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. 2 more teams chasing the Kansas City Chiefs. 2 of the best wide receiver cores in the entire NFL. Texans versus Dolphins live from NRG Stadium. Buy or sell?
I don't know why this one is just not doing it for me.
I'm not feeling Miami this year as much as I have in the past. They're kind of becoming that boring ass team. What are y'all doing? Are y'all going to bleep or get off the pot?
Yeah,
y'all going to take that next. Y'all even going to knock on the door? I mean, are y'all even going to knock on the door? Where are we going?
Just not doing it for me with this one.
Figgy, you down with this?
Nah, I'm not down with it, man.
All right, next one. 2 players, coaches. One was a step away from winning a Super Bowl. The other took his team further than many anticipated. DeMeco versus Dan Campbell. A team that's already knocked versus a team that wants to knock. Texans versus Lions, live from Houston, Texas, on primetime.
All right, spoiler alert. This is one of the 5 that I think could be absolute locks. The NFL doesn't. They love.
You think?
Here's why. There are fewer things the NFL loves more than a late season Super Bowl preview.
Oh, come on.
They love that. They love that
call
story.
this a Super Bowl preview?
I'm not saying it's going to be. I'm saying the NFL loves like a late season primetime game. Could this be a Super Bowl preview? Lions, they got so close. Texans, C.J. Stroud, they're whatever their record. I could see this being the NFL's wheelhouse.
You in on the Lions primetime?
Nah, I'm not, man.
I'm telling you, man.
I don't really see it that way. I feel like they would do something like a Chiefs and Niners rematch as a Super Bowl preview again, but I don't see this one.
So we also have the division games, obviously Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and the old Oilers, Tennessee Titans. But those are the home games. Man, home games are going to be sick this year. Baltimore, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. Sign me up for that. Goodness gracious. It's going to be intense. Now let's go on the road. Let's pack up. John Lopez probably a cooler packer for a road trip. 4-hour road trip. You go.
I have a good serious tailgate.
Like some...
If I'm tailgating, I'll have a serious.
No, we're not tailgating. But you pack like waters and stuff.
What you pack when you go on a road trip?
Yeah,
I just use
you water pack and snacks in a plastic baggie.
No, I just make a stop.
Good.
A little bologna sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, now you're talking. You can talk me into a bologna sandwich.
The packing on the road trip,
nah,
that's a lot, man.
Just stop.
If you have a baby, okay.
Unless Figgy wants to bring some bologna sandwiches, I'm all about it.
I actually don't like to pack. My wife do, and it always works out at the end.
How's that anniversary dinner?
It was pretty good, man.
Not a baby. Happy anniversary.
Cranked it up a notch.
Well, not her birthday.
I mean, birthday. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, come on, man.
I said my bad.
Did she celebrate like New Orleans or what?
Nah.
All right.
I don't think she ever had the drink since.
Oh, so no barfing?
Nah.
No throwing up outside the car.
In the car.
In the car. I had to clean it up.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, next matchup as we go on the road. We're not going to have to go too far. We're going to go up 45. Texans versus Dallas Cowboys. Texas versus Texas. Pride as the best team in the state on the line. Stefon Diggs, perhaps on Thanksgiving, takes on his family member, Trevon Diggs. Aiden Diggs probably going to be in the interview package. Dak Prescott versus C.J. Stroud. Two quarterbacks, one of which very polarizing. It is America's team, but are they actually Texas's team at the moment? The surging Texans versus the Cowboys, who've been on the same treadmill, it feels like, for damn near half a decade. Texans versus Dallas Cowboys live Thanksgiving. Buy or sell?
Lock it up. That is going to be a Thanksgiving Day game. You laid it out. Texans at Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day, all those storylines you mentioned, and the good old-fashioned Texas shootout.
The other thing I think is a good break there is if it is going to be one of your Thursday games, and I think they try to limit your Thursday action, it's not a far one. Yeah, it's not a far trip. Just go right up there, quick flight.
And you're back, and you have a long weekend. You got a longer time for the next game.
10 days.
Yeah.
Shout out to that. You buying that?
100%.
Who's not? Who's not? Next matchup. This one's interesting. This is at Green Bay. Two guys I think I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a season he had last year. Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud. Both of them are trying to emerge into that elite-ish territory of quarterback. You can make a case that they performed at that level last season, but you got to do it in consecutive seasons. The Green Bay Packers, who were oh so close to advancing to the conference championship game, versus the Houston Texans, who were one game away from doing the same. Two of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL at one of the most historic venues, not just in the NFL, but in sports. Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, Texans, Packers, live from Lambeau Field on primetime. Buy or sell?
Yeah. Again, not a really good reason. I think there's better options out there. There are better options for their primetime games. You laid it out. It's nice, but I think there's better options.
I agree, man.
I
mean, we not really.
You do?
I like this.
Like, I don't care about the Packers. Like
nah,
that,
but I
man.
do. This is why, because I think they look good on primetime.
It'd be one thing if it was Aaron Rodgers or something.
But Lambeau looks sick under the lights.
It's
man.
just sick anyway. Yeah.
Lambeau looks sick under the lights, and you got the Texans on that on the turf. Now,
depending on when.
I mean, if it's not a primetime, I wouldn't mind it being like 325 game of the week on Fox.
It might be that.
Yeah, like on Fox, the nice little 325er.
Yeah, it might
How about
be that.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
In December.
Ooh.
Nah. Let's get it in September, please. Week 2. Next one. Once upon a time, there was an aging superstar linebacker in the NFL. His name was DeMeco Ryans. He was playing with the Philadelphia Eagles. He was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, and he was traded and automatically became a captain for Andy Reid. Andy Reid, one of the guys DeMeco Ryans credits for being one of his mentors and a Super Bowl winning head coach. With an elite quarterback, by the way, Patrick Mahomes, who is where C.J. Stroud is trying to get. The Kansas City Chiefs, it's their world. Everybody else is living in it, and the Texans are trying to live in it in the second year of the C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans era. The Swifties will be wearing their red and gold, but C.J. Stroud has captured the imagination of football fans all across the country. Texans in Kansas City against the Chiefs, and potentially an AFC Championship game preview live on primetime. Buy or sell?
I'm buying, and I think I'm feeling a Thursday night on this. I don't know why. I just feel like Kansas City's going to get the limit.
Thursday night you want, man?
To
open the season or what?
I don't know. I have another option to open the season in my mind, but I feel like, well, the Chiefs are going to get the limit. So are the Texans going to be on the list, of the Chiefs' primetime games?
Next one, and this is my opener for sure.
Opener?
My opener. This is my season opener. Sunday Night Football. Sunday Night Football. Last year, there was a lot of hope for the New York Jets, but that hope quickly came crumbling down as Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles a few plays into the season. Meanwhile, in Houston, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, there weren't high hopes, but there were as the season went on and the Texans won a playoff game and advanced to the divisional round. Now, after an offseason in which both teams, the Jets and the Texans, spent a lot of money in free agency and Aaron Rodgers returned, these two teams opened the season on Sunday Night Football. Texans versus Jets, DeMeco Ryans versus one of his mentors, Robert Saleh. Last year, not pretty for C.J. Stroud. One of his worst games. He actually left the game before it even ended. Texans versus Jets. Aaron Rodgers versus C.J. Stroud. DeMeco Ryans versus Robert Saleh. Sunday Night Football primetime to start the game, to start the season.
I think it's a possibility. I think the early in the season is probably better for that game before Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again. But I've got.
Oh, you think he's going to get hurt again already?
Well, I just don't think he's going to last. Something's going to happen.
I think he might be washed.
Yeah, that too. I got 5 games that I think are going to be primetime games. I think the Texans could get 5. If they get 5, they're going to open against Buffalo.
Okay.
Open against Buffalo.
So Diggs versus Buffalo. Okay.
They're going to have the Thanksgiving Day given against the Cowboys.
Okay.
They're going to have a Monday night game against Baltimore.
Okay.
They're going to have the Super Bowl preview with the Detroit Lions late in the year.
Wow.
And they're going to play the Chiefs on a Thursday night.
Here's my pushback. Here's my pushback. And I'm going to I think this is something that we need to take into account. If we're assuming they're going to get the max.
Yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
They're in a division with the Titans and Colts, and I don't know how many primetime games those teams are going to get. Those teams, you have to have one. They have to have one.
Might have to play the
That's
Texans.
my pushback.
So the fact
they're going to
that
have like two division games, primetime
the
division
fact
games.
that those two teams have to have one leads me to believe that perhaps they get thrown 1 or 2 with division opponents.
Better stakes against a division opponent. C.J. Stroud would be a big ticket item.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I mean, they're going to play some
Can't believe we're here, though.
Well-known teams as well.
Because back in the,
we had no primetime games.
Where are they putting them on Thursday? Oh, Carolina. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Matt Rule? Oh, you are 3-0? Okay.
Yeah.
Matt Rule was one of the toasts of the NFL last time.
Yeah, he was.
He was. A little primetime action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the max allotment will be interesting. It's a hell of a schedule. It is a massive schedule, to say the very least.
I'm really feeling that. Obviously the Chiefs, obviously the Cowboys. Really feeling that Buffalo game to open the year.
I'm feeling Green Bay.
Yeah,
I'm Green Bay. Put me on that frozen tundra. Are they going to have Tom Brady call a game? Probably.
I guess, right?
I mean, if he's Fox, right? Is he doing it this year, or does he get 2 years off?
That's why I said I guess.
About to say, I don't know if he's doing it. I ain't heard nothing about it.
Oh, does he get 2 years off instead of 1? Can't keep up, man.
Gonna get what he
Do
wants.
whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Can't keep up with this guy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Colts non-division schedule. It ain't not a lot of headliners there that might be a primetime candidate.
Yeah, I don't think teams are dying to see the Colts. So I could see that being thrown out there. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a fun time. Schedule release is cool because it lets you know when. You know who you're playing, but it does matter when you play them.
Oh, especially teams.
It 100% matters.
Yeah.
When's the bye week? When you're gonna have to travel, all that. I think they're definitely going to try to get crazy with the opener.
But look at the teams they're playing, home and road. You mentioned the home.
They got a toughie,
man.
They got a toughie.
Cowboys, Packers, Chiefs, and Jets on the road.
Yeah, it's tough. Want to get that Jets out of the way. I did not like the way that weather was. Combine that with the field. Let's try to get that over with quickly. Green Bay. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling Green Bay or Miami, and for some reason the Jets. That feels like a storyline for like a major noon game, like the dominant noon game. Oh, these two coaches know each other. You know what I mean? Like it's not necessarily like a prime time storyline. You know,
Aaron Rodgers. He's still alive, right? He's going.
He is for now.
41 years old. Torn Achilles. Okay.
Although if they play the Jets, you know it's going to be. C.J. Stroud was in middle school when, blah, 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 blah. Aaron Rodgers did this and that,
when he was drafted, he was...
yeah, he might have been younger than that.
He was 3. Or he was, I think he was 2 or 3 years old when Aaron Rodgers was drafted.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, you're right. He was 4. When was C.J. Stroud born?
He just turned 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or did he just turn 22?
He just turned 23.
Okay, yeah. So he was born in 01.
Golly. Aaron Rodgers played his first game in 2005. C.J. Stroud, depending on the month, 3 years old, 4 years old, whatever it is. Yeah, that's coming.
He was born on October 3rd, 2001. He's 22.
Oh, he's
just
still
turned
22. He's
yeah.
still 22.
He's not even 23 yet.
Yeah, he was 3 years old. Aaron Rodgers was starting for the Packers. Well, playing for the Packers.
It's unbelievable. Coming up, Stefon Diggs. He's been getting a little bit of hate. Now he's got some love, but I don't think it's the love that you want him to have. We'll give you the latest next.
Payne and difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, little forgotten fact, and it's only 1 year old. All teams don't have to have primetime games anymore. So, because remember, the Texans weren't going to have one until they faced Indianapolis. So that's a curveball. Sean Pendergast, shout out to him. He actually texted me that. So good reminder there from good old Sean P. Stefon Diggs, he's gotten a little bit of criticism, kind of a polarizing player. He's been in interesting situations, to say the least. Minnesota, and most recently Buffalo. Yesterday, he liked a tweet that completely set off Bills Mafia. It was a tweet at him, and it said, quote, "Bills low-key got the worst fan base. Y'all bitter AF," in the comments. He liked it. And you can imagine how Bills fans took that.
Not well.
Not well.
It ain't great.
He does have some support, though, from Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown put a screenshot.
Okay, well, it's Antonio Brown.
He put a screenshot of the tweet up, and he said, "Generational run continues. Hashtag CTESPN. I stand with that, Stefon Diggs." So if you're looking for some support, Texans fans, and you're looking for some support for Stefon Diggs outside of Houston, you have it in the form of Antonio Brown.
Because of a like. They got upset. Because he liked
But
something.
likes, but
That's how I go, man.
yeah.
Because he liked
We in
something.
2024, man.
I mean, I can't believe we're having this conversation, but I also know that it's real. Like those are the things that that set people off. One thing about Stefon Diggs, and I kind of went off a little bit about the whole number one wide receiver thing yesterday. About it's just foolish how people think there's a mystery here.
Yeah, you kind of came strong there, and I liked that. That was a solid thing that I really just haven't heard.
Yeah.
Someone just pound the table and say, "Okay, stop with the Tank Dell, stop with the Nico Collins. The Texans have a number one wide receiver, and it's not either one of those guys."
You don't even have to stop with the Tank Dell and the Nico Collins. They could really be good. But my big point is people overthink these things. If they thought Nico Collins was the guy and was going to be the guy, they could have paid him to be the guy and lock him up at a lower rate than what he's going to get next year if he is the guy, right? They could have paid if they're like that's that guy right there. He's our number one. Let's pay him now. Give him about 5 years, 6 years, whatever, and then we're going to be having one of the best receivers in the league on the cheap for the next 5-6 years. They could have done that, right? They didn't.
Maybe, perhaps.
They didn't. They didn't do that because they had money. This was the year to do it. So they didn't do that. That's sign number one. Tank Dell. Again, I'm not saying it can't happen, but they went and got Stefon Diggs. And you know what they did with Stefon Diggs? They're paying him. They're paying him like a number one wide receiver. He's been a number one wide receiver for 5-6 years. He's came in to fill the role of number one wide receiver. So I get very frustrated when I don't know. So I kind of went off on that, and I'm kind of doing it again right now. But my bigger point with Stefon Diggs is when you bring him in, it's not as if you're not going to have any drama. He's a diva wide receiver, and Houston, Texas is just not used to diva wide receivers. So you might feel a little uncomfortable with that. You might be a little unnerved. Who cares? You're getting a number one wide receiver and everything that entails, including a little diva.
I don't think you're going to get diva from him?
I don't know if diva is the right word, but
do you think you're going to get it here?
What is diva?
Like a guy that would maybe pop off after a game if he didn't get the ball enough, or someone who could maybe argue with his quarterback as he did in Buffalo. That happens everywhere, man. We're just not used to it here. And I think that's part of people are hesitant to go all in on Stefon Diggs. I don't care. He's the number one guy. And everything that entails, you're getting. And by the way, don't you trust DeMeco Ryans in that locker room?
Yeah.
Don't you trust C.J. Stroud?
I just don't think you disrespected DeMeco Ryans' locker room.
Well, and it won't last for long if you do. You know, I mean, it'll be taken care of however they do it. So I guess what I'm telling people is just settle down, know that you got your number one wide receiver, hope for the best from Nico and Tank, and if there's anything that maybe kind of makes you bristle a little bit, don't worry about it. It's what happens when you got these guys. It happens everywhere.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But Antonio Brown, he's a fan, to say the very least. Is there ever any time where someone kind of co-signs you and you're like, I don't want you co-signing me, man, please. Hey, I don't want you on my side of this argument. I don't mind having the more the merrier.
You know,
in
I
most
think
cases.
he's right. Don't say that.
Hey, you can stay away, sir. You don't have to. I don't want your support here. Please don't. No, thank you.
I feel like you're thinking of someone.
No, it's just sometimes when someone's on your side, you're just like, you can chill.
You can just keep it quiet.
You can hang out. It's all good.
It happens a lot. Like, don't worry about saying anything.
Yeah, you're good.
Don't worry.
No, it's okay. Hey,
yeah.
I got this. I started thinking about, and we actually, I think it won the slime off during the season. Josh Allen, the former quarterback for Stefon Diggs, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, when he grabbed that low-hanging fruit, which was clearly a lie. There was clearly drama between Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen. He went on bussing with the boys, and he said this, and it looks even dumber now.
The media has blown this so far out of right. Like we are in rookie or mini camp. We're not playing a game for 4 months. He doesn't show up one day. He's still there. You know, coach asked him to go home. We were in talks and discussions of trying to resolve some things, and it wasn't anything major. And media just blew it up. They're still talking about it. Like, let it go. There's no reason to continue talking about it. He was on the field with us the next day. You know, it was not a big deal.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
That was media. It's just all the media's fault.
Well, of course. I mean, what do you expect? They went in doubt, blame the media. Or I was out of context. Well, I heard the audio.
Someone brings up an interesting question on the text line. I think this is a good discussion to have. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stefon Diggs getting support from Antonio Brown. When does the show move to heavy on the draft? I think that's an interesting question because
our show,
yeah, like, I'm not picking on him, I'm not questioning it, and I'm not even saying whether this is the right answer or not. This is just the mindset that I've had when it comes to this draft. Like on the stream, we'll talk about the draft,
yes,
a lot, and we'll talk about what's going on. But in this instance, there's just so many layers to this for the Texans to where you don't have a first round pick. So if you start sitting here and you start talking about, well, who's it going to be at 42, you're kind of at the mercy of 41 other teams, and you're also at the mercy of a clean reset after 32. Like after 32, you have it's lights, camera, action, boom. It's basically like a new day of the draft. So you have that. Also, like as far as the division goes, it's not like anyone's drafting too close to the top. The Titans might end up getting a receiver.
Yeah.
So as far as the draft itself, it just seems like there's so many things to jump. Like I know that like in baseball, when we talk about the Astros, like if the Astros lose a game in the first 10, what do we hear? You know this. Come on. It's early. I feel like it's early to break down what's going to happen at 42 because there's so many variables and there's a whole day of reset. Like that's why I love day 2 so much because it's a whole day of reset. And that's where, for me, the excitement happens.
I think to answer that question.
If they were at 22, I would be sitting here, we would be subtracting the quarterbacks and all that.
Like just being honest here, like when are we going to go hot and heavy on the draft? About 10 p.m. on day 1.
Yes. Yes.
About 10 p.m.
And I'm enjoying the like
because that's when we'll see everything.
If I thought it was 100% locally relevant, and that's the point of what we do, we localize it. Like this is the most localized show I think in the city. I would be able to, like, if we were at 22, we could be sitting there saying this, but when you trade back to 42, you're kind of at the mercy, and I'm almost enjoying the chill mode of sitting there and watching it.
Now, that said,
last year was nuts. Last year we started the draft in October.
Last year was driving us crazy.
We started the draft in October. October, we were, tank.
Yeah.
Bryce or bust.
Not Tank Dell, tank as in suck.
Yeah, tank as in stink.
No, last year was insane. Now, we are going to talk about the draft as it pertains to the second round. How many we've done that already. How many quarterbacks? How many wide receivers? Who's going to be a surprise? Anything like along those lines. But Thursday night, 10 p.m., maybe 10:30. I don't know when it exactly ends. That's when I'm going to have a hard time going to bed. I mean, that's when I'm going to be looking at, well, this guy's here and this guy's there, and the Texans have this, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's when we're going to go real crazy.
On the text line, 832, is there a rule against talking about the UFL on 610?
Well, it's not so much.
Yep, it's in our contracts.
It's not so much a rule as a guideline.
It's in the contract. I think it's in your contracts.
Yeah.
Can't talk about the UFL?
Yep.
He's kidding, right? Or she?
I don't know.
It's in the contract, man.
I don't know. UFL. Give me
I got
the UFL topic.
Too.
Give me the UFL topic.
I watched about 10 minutes.
I can't watch it.
Name
I can't watch it.
Name me a team.
I watched the Roughnecks against the Defenders.
I can't watch it.
Was that Saturday? About 10 minutes.
I can't do it.
Pretty nice little play, too.
Then
I changed.
College football pro, and then it's all I can barely watch some of the Maction sometimes. It's like football snob. It's a certain level. Like I'm drinking craft beer, brother. You can get on your Colt 45. I don't know about the UFL. I'll be honest with you.
So it's not a rule.
Yeah, it's not a rule. It's common sense.
It's a guideline.
It's common sense. Yeah, breaking down the too deep of the Roughnecks didn't make the rundown. We went with Stefon Diggs instead. And the draft, the Texans. Coming up next, the hits are lit. Another one for the Astros and John Lopez. He promises he's going to make you some bread.
It's happening, baby. Money, 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 money.
That's GetETHOS.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we'll get to the John Lopez money making coming up shortly. First, though, the hits. They are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Astros lose in 10 innings. They lose 4-3. Terrible start to the game. You deserve what you get. You start out with 3 singles. The bats, after erupting the night before, 3 singles. Alex Bregman pops up to first base. Yanier Diaz near double play. However, he legs it out, and that's the only run you end up getting. So 3 straight singles to start a game. You get one run. You get what you deserve, and they end up losing in extra innings. They lose 4-3. 5 for 18 with runners in scoring position. They fall to 4-8 on the season.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit unnerved about Dana Brown and some of the things he's done, and more specifically, not done. Adam Spillane laid it out pretty good, and Chandler Rome laid it out as well. Just consider this, because I got to give full credit to Chandler, because this is a very easy way to put it. You lost 207 bullpen innings off last year's team. You knew you were going to be down 2 starters until after the All-Star break. You knew that a lot of your pitchers were coming off career-high workloads. And then before the end of the spring, you knew Justin Verlander would be delayed in coming back, and you still really didn't do anything. Like, I'm starting to wonder about Dana Brown being able to pull the trigger on some very important moves with this squad.
Well, perhaps they could get a kick. One of their most coveted prospects, with Framber Valdez going on the IL with left elbow inflammation, Mr. Arrighetti. He's going to make his debut. 2.16 ERA in his first 2 starts, and I'm glad you asked. 2.16 ERA in his first 2 starts in AAA. Minor league pitcher of the year last year for the Astros, and he is going to make a start. Mr. Spencer Arrighetti. Mm-hmm. We hardly knew you. We're going to get to know you tonight. Last debut that the Astros had didn't go great.
It didn't go great at all.
I am predicting that he'll get over 1 out.
Well, how many more?
I think he will get...
He'll go 4, right? If he goes 4,
yeah,
that's a win.
He's going to get 12 outs.
If he goes 4,
he'll get at least 12 outs.
That's a big win. Yeah,
and they haven't seen him, so we'll see what happens. And he's in his rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's gotten a good night's sleep.
Coming off a good start, too.
He didn't get rushed to the ballpark.
Yeah.
Like poor Blair Henley.
Yeah.
Mr. 135 ERA.
That's 135.
So, yeah, there you go, Mr. Arrighetti. We'll see what happens. Spillane did not seem too pumped about him.
Well, I don't think he thinks he's like a number 1 kind of Hunter Brownish type prospect. But I think he's been pitching well.
I had no idea that he was a baseball snob like that. I thought Spo knew all the prospects.
Mm-hmm.
NFL, September 6th, Friday, Green Bay Packers versus Philadelphia Eagles in Brazil.
Yeah.
So you're going to have Green Bay and Philly in Brazil. A lot of green.
That's true.
A lot of
That's
green
right.
out there.
That's right. I hadn't thought of that.
A lot of green. Wonder if that was by design.
Yeah. Green flag, Green Bay, green Philly. This is brutal. That's a brutal trip.
How far is Brazil?
It's South America, and it is a long way
How far?
down there. I want to say I've been to Argentina, which is nearby. I want to say 11 hours. Help me out, loopholes.
So it's longer than Hawaii?
Yeah, it's a long way out down there.
Okay, so Brazil, a little Brazilian action, though. How about that?
Yeah.
You think they'll like the game? London seems to be embracing it a little bit. You think Brazil will like the game?
I think so, right?
I don't know. I don't know what they like. They like soccer.
They love soccer.
What else do they like?
Basketball. They're good in basketball.
Okay.
Brazil's real good in basketball. They love them some hoops.
Anderson Varejão, was he from Brazil?
A bunch of great ones.
Yeah.
Nene?
Yeah.
He was from Brazil?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they take to football. Rockets had their final home game yesterday. They won 118-106. Fred VanVleet with 37 points. Rockets looking to finish strong. They will not be in the postseason, but they wrapped up what's been considered I think any logical person would consider a hell of a start for Ime Udoka in a team that the people that did make the trip out there could be proud of. A lot of progress made in a very short time. So salute to Ime Udoka for bringing his culture in here.
The season was a win. That's how I can. That's the best way I can describe it. Was it great? Was it playoffs? Obviously no, but the season was a win.
Tomorrow, Masters. John Lopez, big golf guy.
Big golf guy.
He has some Masters picks, which he's very proud of. I've seen him tease this a few times.
It's just facts.
This is
well, I have to tease it,
so he can do it.
You hike your leg.
Little tease for Lopez. We got 3 teases. We got a tweet.
Yeah.
We got a something on YouTube. How about that, man? Yeah. I didn't think your fingers worked on stuff like that. It's gracious. He's actually promoting something on the show. Look at him. Promoting something that's not barbecue sauce or a podcast. How about that?
Yeah.
The fingers work.
You might want to go through some of my tweets.
And so does the money making.
You might want to go look at my tweets. Look at my history. I'm a big fan of promoting the station.
It is time.
What's that, YouTube on Locker Room? Is that what it is? Is that what it's called?
Locker Room on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
You
don't know that.
The YouTube on Locker Room? All right, look. As humbly as I can say, I've made significant money 2 of the last 3 years, specifically with my long shots. And here's what I want you to promise me. You can make the decision yourself, but you got to get in on one of my long shot picks here. It's a moneymaker. All right? Let's start with I do 3 levels of bets. Winner among the favorites. Long shot winner. That's the one that I almost got with Zalatoris a couple of years ago, but I did get a top 10 with him. And then the third level is top 10. So you're making 3 bets. You're making the chalk relatively winner, and that's going to be among like all the usual suspects: John Rahm, Brooks Koepka, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler. Some would say Jordan Spieth, but Jordan Spieth is having a really rough.
I think he's going to win it.
He is having a rough time. I would not bet on Jordan Spieth. I
think he's going to get the dub.
He might surprise, but he's got a real bad wrist injury. If you're watching golf like I was on Sunday, you saw him aggravated on at the Texas Open, and he hadn't won in a while. Hadn't won a major since, I believe, 2019.
It's been a while,
yeah.
Kind of burst on the scene, kind of falling off a little bit.
Let's get this one out of the way first. My chalk winner pick.
Oh, wow.
My chalk winner pick.
Okay.
It's plus 400.
Okay, 4-1.
Not very creative.
Doesn't need to be.
But I'm going to get you
4-1's 4-1.
I'm going to get you some real good picks
25
here
wins a hundo.
I'm going to get some long shots here.
Bill wins 4 bills.
Scotty Scheffler. Like I said, not very creative, but he's playing his ass off.
4-1 for the best player in the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's get to the good stuff here.
Okay.
You want to make some real money?
Why not?
And I want you to pick, when I get to the top 10s, I want you to make one of these bets. But my long shot winner to a player to win it, basically the Zalatoris of this year.
Now, Zalatoris was U.S. Open, though, right? Correct?
Was it U.S. Open?
Yeah, I don't think that was Masters. I think that was...
No, he finished second in the Masters. Yeah, he finished second. Yeah, he finised second in the Masters.
I thought he finished second in the U.S. Open.
Maybe he did, but he finished second in the Masters. Sahith Theegala. I'm going to put $50 on Sahith Theegala to win the Masters. He's also going to be in my top 10 picks to cover myself, but he was...
What's his name?
Sahith Theegala.
Okay.
He was 9th last year. He's got 4 top 10 finishes this year. He's absolutely playing his best golf. And for him to win it, plus 4,000. A $50 bet on Theegala, if he pulls out the magic, will get you, what, $2,000?
Yeah, that's a lot of bread.
All right, now here's where you make your money, Loopholes. This is where you make your money. Top 10 picks. Not everybody's going to win, obviously.
So you got to get in the top 10.
You got to finish in the top 10. The odds are a little lower, but it's still really good value, okay? Theegala is one. I'm going to cover the win with the Theegala bet he's plus 320 to finish in the top 10.
Okay.
So are you going to be in on that one or any of these others that I'm going to mention? Matthew Fitzpatrick. He already has 3 top 10s this year. He's been in the top 15 in the last 3 Masters. He's been top 15 in the last 3 Masters, and he's also was playing very, very well right now. He's plus 275. Plus 275 to finish in the top 10. And then my flyer.
Okay. What does a flyer mean?
Like he's a longer shot to finish in the top 10, but I like him a lot. He's plus 750 to finish in the top 10, and it's a name you may remember. Stephen Jaeger. He's
Never heard of him.
He won the Texas Children's Houston Open.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Stephen Jaeger.
Good for him.
German guy, won the Houston Open, and then after he was going to play last week in
Is Jaeger a German liquor?
I don't know. But
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know, but he's German. But I think he went to college here, but he's German. So he was going to play last week in San Antonio at the Texas Open, but after winning the Houston Open, he said, nah, man, I've qualified for the Masters. I'm going to Augusta, and I'm going to practice 2 weeks.
Jaeger is German.
Jägermeister?
Yeah.
Instead of playing in San Antonio last week, he went to Augusta and has been practicing for 2 weeks, and he's really, really hot, and he's plus 750. I usually hate first-time Masters players, but I'm going to put him on the card. So you got to pick one of these guys, and I want real money on it because I'm putting 50 on all these. I'm putting 50 on Spieth, 50 on Theegala to win.
Wait, Spieth?
I mean, not Spieth. Scheffler. 50 on.
Would be the right play.
No,
Spieth would be the right play.
Spieth is hurting. His wrist is bad.
He's fine.
We'll see.
He'll be out there.
I'm going to put 50 on
Got it
Scheffler.
out. It's golf.
50 on Theegala. 50 on Matthew Fitzpatrick. And 50 on Stephen Jaeger. You got to back me up on one of those top 10 picks.
Why?
Because it's a team. And I'm giving you knowledge that not everybody has. I watch golf every week, at least Sundays.
Why do I don't want to waste money.
It's not. Look who you're talking to. I've got a track record.
I'll go with Spieth.
That's not one of the picks I just gave. Spieth, top 10? I don't know what his
Yeah, I'll get Spieth.
Top 10 or win?
Yeah, 50 on Spieth.
Top 10 or win?
25 to win, 50 to get in the top 10.
All right. You're giving your money away. And I like Spieth, and I think he's got it in him. He's won it before, but he's really, really hurting right now. He's really, really hurting right now. And here's the thing about these picks. I do it on the air every year. You can go back and listen. I think 2 of the last 3 years I made a lot of money on it. Theegala. Remember that name.
Theegala?
Theegala.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's from?
India, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe he's from India.
You might have something, man.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's John Lopez Masters pick. Starts tomorrow, by the way.
Yes, that's why I did him today.
Yes, it does. Tomorrow, what, 6, 7? Or they're later, right?
No, they're earlier. It's in East Coast time. Yeah.
You ever had that chicken salad sandwich at the Masters?
Well, yeah, I like it's
got a nice little cheap concession stand.
The ones that they are known for are egg salad and pimento cheese. I like their pimento cheese.
Pimento cheese?
Yeah, I like their pimento cheese. Like $2 or $1 or something.
It's $1.50.
It costs you $10,000 to get on the course and get tickets, but it's like $1.50 for a sandwich.
Is it $10K? I thought you could get on the waiting list.
You can, but you never get on. You can get practice round tickets relatively cheap, but when it comes to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
who would you follow if you went?
Well, I've been twice, and it was in Tiger's heyday, and
you can't follow him.
I have.
It's hard though, man.
Yeah, what I do is stake out Amen Corner, and you can see all of them coming through. Nick Faldo, I followed him one year at Augusta.
He retired, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he's in the booth.
No, I'm talking about he retired from the booth.
Oh, did he?
I thought, wasn't he crying? Someone was crying.
Sir Nick Faldo. It was Faldo. You're right.
Cried.
Yeah, you're right. It was Faldo.
Yeah, why did he retire?
Yeah, I don't know.
He was a badass.
I'd probably follow Scheffler or John Rahm because he throws clubs and stuff. He gets all mad.
Oh, they're saying that he might win.
No, he's one of the favorites.
They're saying Rahm might win.
Yeah, he's one of the
live guy.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's try to look ahead at the Houston Astros. Let's go best case scenario for the Astros. Let's take a look at the draft as well. There's some information that keeps emerging in regards to a Texans potential target, and man, it keeps getting crazier and crazier. The fluid situation of one of the most controversial guys that could end up being a Houston Texan, as well as the status of one of the Astros' best pitchers. Lunchtime next.
Payne and Pendergast. Odyssey, KILT-FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So Framber Valdez is going to miss some time. He's on the IL. I'm predicting that this is not going to be the only IL stint. I'm sorry. You factor in everything that's gone on with Framber along with the arm. I don't anticipate that. There are a few things in sports that I have a healthy amount of respect for more than the arm.
Yes.
I mean, the arm, it's the most, you can play through an ankle injury. You can play through a knee. We saw Phillip Rivers play a playoff game on a torn ACL.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a separated shoulder and pop it back in and go back out there. But if your arm's not feeling good, you're not going to gut through it in baseball. It's not physically possible. It's not going to get better. So of all the body parts, there is nothing that I respect more than the arm.
Not only that, they're not going to let you. That to me, that's the key thing with Framber. He's already, and you mentioned this yesterday, I believe, he's already one of those, maybe fragile's a bit harsh, but he can have some confidence, issues, or has in the past. Let me put it that way, because he's also been nails, as we know. But there have been bouts of confidence. So there's that aspect of it. Then there's this isn't a position player aspect of it. Like and he may well have, if Alex Bregman had the exact same injury and he's throwing from third base, I bet he'd play.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't do that with pitchers.
No.
So my point is they're not going to let you. They're not going to let you come back.
It's impossible
until it's time.
And you factor in the mental side of the game and everything like that. It's very, very hard to, you can't battle through it. It's not a tough it out type of thing.
Yeah. No, you can't do it.
I know Nolan Ryan made it seem like you just pop a few Advil and you go out there and, put some icy hot on your shoulder or
different,
something like
different
that.
era, man.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's a legend.
200 innings and more every year.
So I anticipate the worst with Framber Valdez. This team, if they're going to win, and this is the bottom line with this squad, and we saw it 2 days ago, if they're going to win, the bullpen's going to have to be good and they're going to have to rake. Maybe not as extreme as we saw 2 days ago, where they go 8 2/3 and you score the 8 unanswered runs, but they're going to have to pitch well out of the bullpen, and they're going to have to rake. You can't start a game off like yesterday, especially in this situation, and have 3 straight singles, bases loaded, no outs, and end up with 1 run.
Mm-hmm.
You deserve what you get if that happens. So with this Astros team, I'm still enjoying watching them, but I'm not sitting here watching them saying, okay, this is the Astros you're used to. They're gonna have to rake. They're gonna have to scratch and claw. They're gonna have to figure it out. Best case scenario, they find their way back up to 500. They start getting some guys back, and these guys are serviceable. But as far as the notion, and I saw Sean P talk about this, shout out to Sean Pendergast, basically insinuating that, this rotation, if healthy, is somehow like really, really good. I don't want to put words in his mouth and say elite, but he basically said he said really, really
he said
good.
Major League Baseball teams would kill for it.
Yeah, they're kill
the
their
guys.
loved
The
ones.
guys that are on the injury.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know what Justin Verlander is at 41. I know he's the guy that the Mets gave away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Lance McCullers is if he gets healthy up to this point. We haven't seen him in a long time.
You just can't count on him.
I don't know what Luis Garcia is going to be coming off of his injury, if he's healthy. Jose Urquidy, kind of know what he is. He has a sense for the moment, but there's times where Jose Urquidy struggles. So I don't like. Yes, you want more depth in the rotation, but I don't know that this is like in the past. If their top 3 starters or whatever were out, I would be sitting there saying, okay, just tread water. And then it's going to be time to flip the switch and you can figure it out. I don't even necessarily get the feel that the recipe for success changes when these guys come back. You're still going to have to rake. You're still going to have to be good in the bullpen.
Yeah, and I feel like Joe Espada in the middle of it all.
I don't like him.
I like him. I mean,
I don't like him.
I don't know anything.
I'm talking about as a manager.
Yeah.
It's early. I don't like him.
I don't have enough evidence because it is early.
It is early.
To like him or not like him as a manager. I'm sure he's
a fan.
Fine person. But I feel like he's something of a yes man has been showing lately. And there's evidence of that. There was evidence yesterday. And again, fully admitting this could be, okay, you're making something out of nothing, but maybe not. So before the game, he was asked by the reporters, as they always do, 2.5 hours before the game, about who's going to start because, obviously they've had Framber issues and all that other stuff. And he said Hunter Brown is going to start on Wednesday. That's today. After the game, they decided, if it was Dana Brown, on Spencer Arrighetti. So that's one thing. And I'm like, okay, maybe they're being coy with the Royals. Don't want to get a good scouting report on Arrighetti, whatever. So that's just kind of like in the back of my mind. I'm like, that's interesting. I don't think Dusty would have done that. I think Dusty would have told you or told you to get lost, and he'll decide tomorrow. I'm wondering if Dana Brown is making that decision over Joe Espada. I'm also wondering this. I think Joe Espada is sort of a slave to the data and what Dana Brown tells him. Like, that was a very winnable game. You didn't have to. It's early in the season.
You wanted Hader going back out there.
Hader threw 11 pitches. That's nothing, man. And I know, closer, et cetera, but, dude, did you think he wanted to go out there and try to get the win? Yeah. Instead, they threw out another dude. What was his name? Because I got him in confessions. Wander Suero.
Yeah.
And Wander Suero.
Tall dude.
Got the L. Wander Suero.
Yeah.
Suero. Got the L. So there's that as well. And then there's something else that's just been kind of percolating.
You really want to get this one out.
I'm percolating on this.
Bothering you, man.
I'm percolating on this. Remember John Madden?
How could I forget John Madden?
How could you forget John Madden? He's credited with famously saying, if you have two quarterbacks, you got none.
Mm-hmm.
If you got two closers,
they got one. We know who their closer is, though, right?
Do we?
Yeah, it's Hader.
It is Hader. He's gotten but I'm saying there's always going to be that, Ryan Presley.
He did it again yesterday.
Well, Ryan Presley, he was nails as well. I'm talking about from pressure within and pressure outside and numbskulls like us. Like, Hader's had some big struggles already once. If this continues, is it going to be a case of if you got two closers, you got none?
No, I think Hader's the guy.
Well, he's going to be the guy because of what they're paying him.
Yeah, he's the dude. Yeah, you only got one.
I don't know.
He's straight.
I don't know about it. I don't. Let's see how this plays out. They're always going to be compared. They're always going to be kind of looking at each other. They're always going to both feel like they're the closer. They're going to be good teammates, air quote, but you kind of wonder what the competitive spirit of them both is going to entail. I'm just saying.
So the Texans, they're kind of in a weird place in the draft in that a lot of these names that are being thrown out there, you don't know whether or not they're going to be on the board when the Texans pick. I think one of them we can safely say he's going to be there. And I don't know that you want him at this point. Tavondre Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps getting more and more interesting with Tavondre Sweat. Monday,
we thought nothing to see here.
We thought he got arrested at 2 p.m. on Sunday. That's apparently when he got booked.
Mm-hmm.
He actually, as we found out yesterday, he got arrested at 4 a.m., and it was discussed as a little bit of a crash or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it was a little bit of a crash.
Here's the latest from TMZ. This is the latest on the Tavondre Sweat situation. Who, by the way, keep in mind, this is a guy who already has questions about whether he's a 3-down player or if he's just like a heavy set 2-down player. Apparently, it was a rollover car crash just hours before he was thrown behind bars. Sweat's 2023 orange Ford Bronco flipped on its side after it collided with a 2020 blue Dodge sports car on a Texas highway at around 4:41 a.m. on Sunday. The Dodge, so apparently he got hit. The Dodge hit the Bronco from behind, causing it to lose control, roll over, and eventually come to a stop on its right side. So it seems like he got nudged. Also, there was I think it was 25% over the legal limit. So what would that mean? 0.08?
So 0.08 to 0.11, maybe 0.10?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I mean, look, I know.
Okay, but he's going to be there. And I'm almost to the point where I actually think he might be there on day 3.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah,
I feel like Tavondre Sweat, when you're talking about the Texans potentially getting him.
I agree with that.
I think you could now see a scenario in which T'Vondre Sweat is there when the Texans pick 123 overall in round 4.
Yeah.
I really believe that's a possibility.
I've seen a lot of, he's off so-and-so, including the Texans.
Yeah, he's off boards.
Yeah, he's off boards.
I've heard people throw that out there, too.
Yeah. Good. I mean.
You taking him at 123?
Yeah.
123? Yeah, because I'm not taking him in the second now.
No, I think there's
and
a lot.
I don't even think the third.
You've got a lot of vetting to do with him.
Yeah, I don't even think the third. But if we get to 123.
What's up?
Biggie, you taking him at 123? You good?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take it at 123.
Okay.
And then
you got to learn your lesson.
And then
here,
work. Yeah,
young man.
work.
If there's ever a time you're going to learn your lesson, this is it.
But like the guy's been given something of a lottery ticket. Like you can't burn that thing, man. I know he's not going to get first round money, but still, you get into the league, you get paid well, and you can maybe get a second contract. They're giving you a lottery ticket, dude. If that doesn't resonate, what does?
123, man.
I would stop going outside before the draft. I mean, I would just sit.
Now, this has got to be a wake-up call for the young man. Goodness gracious, though.
Yeah.
God.
I mean, think about what he's losing just second round to fourth round.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Not great.
No.
Not great.
Not great at all.
Speaking of, I got to talk to you.
What did I do?
What did you say you wanted Nick Caserio to do this offseason? What did you say? What was your request as far as the way that he spends his money?
What was it?
Smart.
Oh, that. Smart big money.
Yeah, smart big money.
Yeah, smart big
money. That was
money.
what you were saying. You turned on this microphone. You told thousands of people. You told Nick Caserio. You know they listen over there. You said, I want you to spend smart big money.
And what has he done?
I think he spent smart big money.
Damn right he has.
But you don't practice what you preach, John.
Yes, I do.
We started out this show today. We had a game. And you, John Lopez, you said that you could do without HEB.
Well,
and if you didn't go to HEB, you would just go grocery shop at Central Market.
Well, we were playing one's got to go.
Whole Foods. No, you said Whole Foods.
Yeah, Central Market is HEB.
Yeah. A little more expensive.
Yeah, we said.
You said Whole Foods, John.
Yeah, one's got to go. Like
you said, breakfast tacos or HEB?
Breakfast tacos or HEB. I've got to have my breakfast tacos. So as much as I always shop at HEB and I love HEB, I would have to shop elsewhere. And I said, you can always go to Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not smart good money, brother.
Yes, it is.
If you're gonna go spend all that money, so you're gonna get your dishwashing detergent, you're gonna get your laundry detergent.
Well, I don't know about that.
You're gonna get your
a lot of times you
peanut butters, jellies,
you get stuff like that. That's organic. I don't do cans.
You're gonna get
fresh,
all this stuff.
baby.
You're
Fresh,
all this stuff,
fresh and organic.
It's not smart big money, man.
Have you seen the meat market at Whole Foods?
No, the meat market's fine. If you're going to get some meat and you're going to cook or something, that's good. Yeah, that's for the entrees.
Yeah,
but if you're just talking about the everyday household type of things, you're going to Whole Foods and stocking up. That's not smart big money, brother.
Yes, it is. It's good stuff.
Plus, you act like they're the only place that has organic. Get organic at a gas station these days.
I don't know about that. I probably could actually, but no, it's really quality stuff.
By the way, I passed your gas station today.
Which one?
One on San Felipe where you fill your gas, that $4.99. Straight off there. They're right there. That $4.99 right there on the corner.
That Shell?
That's where John Lopez fills up, man.
No, it is not.
He goes there, and then he hits the actually, that's exactly his route. He goes, he leaves the station, he goes to Whole Foods, and then he goes down a little bit more, and he turns left, and he goes and fills up that tank. $163 is your total, sir.
Man, I'm anal about paying for gas. I don't go too far out of my way, but I always know where the lower prices are.
What is the justification for those gas prices? What are we doing?
Where you are. It's you're in that area of town. You're going to pay more.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you. That's it. You want to know the justification? They charge that because they can.
You know, there's difference in Costco prices from here to down in the burbs.
Like the Costco here on Richmond,
more expensive.
It's the same price as a regular gas station, like in Humble or something.
Yeah. The gas is good, but I'm talking the actual stuff
in the store.
I think it's actually more expensive.
Now that I don't know.
In certain places.
That I do.
The hot dog's always been the same price though.
Yeah, that's how they get
best
people.
hot dog in town, by the way.
They get people in that way.
Oh, you can just go right in and get the hot dog, get the pizza.
No, I'm saying, but
greasy as hell. Though.
A lot of people don't. Most people don't.
It's good $10 pizza, but it's greasy as hell.
I don't know if I get their hot dogs.
No, pizza goes in.
Yeah, I don't know if I've had their pizza.
It goes in.
Mm-hmm.
Figured it out. Costco.
Mm-hmm.
One there. How you doing, sir? Let me get 2.
Went to Costco.
I don't need 2 soda cups. What are you doing, man?
I went to Costco Sunday.
Come on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Did you make any impulse buys?
Nah, I was just getting some cheap clothes for my trip this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to...
be styling, man.
Where are you going?
Costa Rica.
Okay.
Los Sueños. Gorgeous.
It's double date, though. Doesn't really count.
It's a couple's
It's half a
trip.
vacation.
What's wrong with couples trips?
It's a half a vacation.
It makes it more fun. It's key to who the couple is.
This is half a vacation.
No, it is not.
You're entertaining, too. You're kind of entertaining.
No, that's
as
the
well.
best thing about who you choose. I don't have to entertain. I don't have to be on, as they say. It's just buddies, man. It's just friends. And they like what we like. They're going to be hiking, fishing, all that stuff. Got to get a sailfish. I got to get a billfish. That's the goal. A sailfish or a marlin. That's the goal.
Here's the thing that I feel for Jan in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she's being a good teammate here. She might not like the wife as much as you think that she likes the wife.
No, she does. Because she would tell me.
I feel like she's being a teammate.
No, because she...
And you're going to leave her with this wife while you go fish.
No, we'll probably do a lot together. No.
She has to, like...
You know how your wives
she
are.
has to say it.
You know, you guys know how your wives are. Like, they're all friendly and all that, and then you get home, it's like, well, that woman, blah, 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 blah. And no, she's never done that.
If she did do that, would you still try to do this couples trip?
I wouldn't. Because that would be miserable.
I think it's just weird you're going on a couples trip.
What's wrong with that? Couples trips, vacations are good.
Who are you going with again, Caleb?
Captain Dean.
Captain Dean.
How
old's Captain Dean?
And his wife, Carrie. He's like 2 years younger than me.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is crazy, man.
It's not crazy. It makes it more fun.
Did y'all get T-shirts made?
We should, right? No, we're not. We're not.
Cap and Lopez trip.
Like, there is something better about a couples trip if it's the right people.
832 has a question. Why do people buy new clothes when they go out of town? The people never seen your old clothes.
I didn't buy it. My wife did. I agree with that guy. I'm like, I'll wear whatever.
No, I like to have some fresh. Like, if I'm going to Hawaii, because I'm going to Hawaii next month, I like to have, like, some new...
Stock up on those shorts.
Yeah, some fresh, little fresh
tees.
out there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not that. I'm actually with the texter on this, but she's like, you got to get some new swim trunks. You got to get some new shorts. You got to get... I was like, why? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to fight on that,
Why do you even need swim trunks? You don't get in the water when you fish.
No, but we're not going to be fishing all the time. We're going to be having some fun, man. We're going to go look at some sloths, some monkeys, go fishing, go swimming, go to see the volcano. All that good stuff, man.
Volcano, huh?
Yeah.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
All right, ability trees.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some of them have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions. I'm starting to think that John Singleton is Joe Espada's Martin Maldonado. I mean, we went through this last year.
Is it his fault, though?
Well, it's not Singleton's fault. I mean, who were we talking about mostly last year with Martin Maldonado and Dusty? I think it's like I don't get this. I mean, and then, Adam's talking about, well, that's a small sample size. He's only had because I was questioning bringing in Singleton first of all to bat for Dubon. And he said, well, there's the righty-lefty thing. Well, his numbers are actually better against left-handed pitchers. I don't get that. I mean, he's done Singleton. I don't get it. Singleton's batting, 143 or something like that? And is this going to – I know they don't have a lot of choices, and so maybe that's a Dana Brown issue, but, man, he loves him some John Singleton. Like, big time.
It's his only option. He just likes the righty-lefty thing.
But it's wrong.
Give me the righty-lefty.
Like, he bats better against left-handers. Like, statistically. And I know his career's been kind of disjointed, but still, like, that's all you got. Watch this. These are my confessions.
I found myself wondering, and this is my confession, what the Texans would do had they had to wait another year in the process, and let's say they were sitting at 2-12-33 this year.
Mm-hmm.
What would the Texans be thinking? Because last year they obviously made the Will Anderson decision. But if they were sitting at 2-12-33, and let's say the roster was similar this year to it was last year, what are we saying? Are we saying draft
Jaden
Daniels or Drake May and then get one of these awesome receivers?
I think we would be.
Well, that would be the plan of attack, right?
Kind of just like last year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Last year it was like Jackson Smith and Jigba or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Brock Bowers would be in the mix.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, baby.
He would be.
Yeah.
He would definitely be a talking point.
He would.
That's my confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions. All right, I got a great idea for the Texans. You know how I like to play marketing guy, PR guy. Sketch has to lead the Texans out in a game this year, right? The guy, if you don't know who Sketch is, he's the nerdy young 20-something, I think is what he is. Guy that was catching balls in his socks from C.J. Stroud and Stefon Diggs or whatever he was doing, and is an internet sensation and is wild.
I've watched him play Madden like 8 times now.
No, I know. It's addictive how fun it is to watch him because he goes nuts. But he's a Houston sports fan. Like on some of those videos, he always wears the C.J. Stroud jersey.
Yeah, that's how he wears.
He went to wherever it was to run patterns and mess around or whatever with Stefon Diggs, C.J. Stroud, Mechie, and Tank Dell. And he had Astros jerseys. Like he had a Correa jersey over his shoulder and an Astros hat. Like he's a Houston sports. He's got to lead him out. He's got to lead this team out.
Come on, what is
at
this?
NRG Stadium?
What
yes.
is this?
Get on the little four-wheeler.
Is this radio, Cuba Gooding Jr.?
No, man. Get out on the four. You know who they have? Hell, they've had Larry and Stafford lead them out.
Okay.
Yeah. So why not Sketch? He's a big Houston Texans fan. All due respect, Larry, but still, I mean, like I don't want to drive by. I'm saying they get fans to do it.
So get Sketch out there.
Sketch.
Okay.
Lead the team out.
All right.
On that little ATV.
Funny dude, man.
He is hilarious.
Watching him play, I could watch him play video games all day.
Mm-hmm. Watch this. These are my confessions.
Old man old man moment yesterday, I should say. I don't know what's going on. I was not a big Facebook. I think you gotta make cuts. You gotta use it the right way, and it can benefit you.
Mm-hmm.
When it's done the right way. Now, the spamming and all that, don't overshare all that. Sam Raj in the loopholes page. But you gotta do it right.
Yeah.
I'm starting to be a fan. I got to confess. I'm starting to be a big fan of neighborhood Facebook pages.
Oh, I subscribe.
To the point where yesterday, my wife came home, and there's a girl that she has a baby that's about the same age as Avery.
Mm-hmm.
And they've hung out a couple of times.
Play dates?
Yeah. And Holly said to me yesterday, she comes home and she goes, hey, so-and-so's coming over to get something. I was like, oh, she's getting the baby fence. And she's like, how the hell did you know that? I was like, oh, she said it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
You're all the details.
She said it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
I subscribe because they're just for entertainment purposes. I did have a loud bang.
Yesterday the water went out.
Well, the power went out during the storm in our
water went out. They hit a pipe because they're doing a bunch of construction.
Yeah.
Put it up there. Anyone else having low water? They said yes.
Yeah. Did y'all hear that loud noise?
Did you hear that loud noise? It was gunshots. There was a gunshot one yesterday.
Of course there was. There's one almost every day. We had a loud bang. Y'all hear that loud bang? Is that gunshots? Good Lord. It's funny, but it does serve a purpose and stuff like that.
No, the neighborhood Facebook page, when done right now, don't spam. Like, if you're going to sell something, don't try to get top dollar for, like, your leaf blower.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
No.
If you're going to try to do it, price it to sell.
If you're going to have a garage sale.
Yeah, price it to sell.
But I'm saying, like the specific items like that, whatever.
And then there's some people who put, like, 10 items in a row.
Yeah, just give them away.
So, come on, give me a break.
Figure, what's your neighborhood page like?
I tried to look for mine. I don't have one.
Okay.
We probably need one, to be honest.
Y'all hear that loud bang? Is that gunshots?
Well,
it wasn't yesterday or the day before, so we'll see. I know gunshots happen, but we'll see.
Whose dog is that running loose?
Oh, that happens all the time. The dogs.
Man, my dog ran in the neighbor's house the other day.
Into their house?
Oh,
yes. Man. So embarrassing.
So what happened?
Took off running into their house. I don't know. It just took off running and then all of a sudden just goes in their house.
But they just brought it back, or?
No,
You had to go get it?
We had to go get it. And it was a walk of shame. And they just moved there.
Oh
man.
So my wife put it like an apology letter on their door.
Oh, wow. Man, those
like, what are you
loose
doing?
dogs, though, man.
Put her in the cage, man.
Yeah.
It was a big-ass German Shepherd running around, scaring the living daylights out of people.
This one guy yesterday at the dog park in the neighborhood, man, we went on a late night walk. I want to say it was like 11:15.
Mm-hmm.
We walked by the park. These were wolves, bro. No, I'm serious.
Could have been coyotes.
No, he had 3.
Oh, it was a guy walking them.
Man.
Oh, okay.
No, he had them in the park.
Yeah.
These things were going nuts, like on the cage, like making like the crazy sounds of almost like wolves that eat and stuff. And I was just like, man, what? I respect that you're out here at 11:15, but where do you live? What does the inside of your house look like? And how the hell do you get those dogs away? They look like damn wolves.
3 of them.
3 of them.
That's too much.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, one day after Blair Henley, I felt bad for Wander Suero. Like, it's the same thing. So Wander Suero gets called up. If you don't know who he is, he's an Astros pitcher. Gets called up, flies to Kansas City. Then they put him in the game. Oh, by the way, it's a tied game in the 10th inning with a runner on second base. Come on, man. Like, that's his first MLB experience. Yeah, you're going in the 10th inning in a tied game, and there's a runner right there on second base. These call-ups have had some bad luck, although there's another one today. We'll see how his luck is.
Well, he's a little more highly regarded.
Yes, Spencer Arrighetti.
Slightly more highly regarded.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was confused. What did the Texans win?
What do you mean?
What did they win? What happened?
The division?
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a big ass
trick question?
There was like a big championship belt in here earlier this morning. I'm trying to figure out what was won. Sean Pendergast had a championship belt. He called it an impulse buy.
Yeah.
Which he said it was because of WrestleMania. Can they customize a belt that quick?
No, they sell them.
Yeah, but
they sell all the NFL.
But he got it yesterday. So he got WrestleMania was Saturday, Sunday. He got it in 2 days. Was it a WrestleMania thing?
Maybe.
Or was it just the build up to WrestleMania?
Yeah, maybe that too.
What did they win though? What are we carrying around a championship? I'm very like, so we're gonna carry around a championship belt, but what did we win?
Like the division, man.
I think he's carrying around a division championship belt.
He said he's going to use it as like a prop pre and post, especially post game.
A prop for what?
They win on the post game show.
So we're just wearing a belt
or putting it up or something. Yeah.
Okay.
But when I saw it, I thought like he had it out because like he won something, like somebody gave it to him because he won something. But no, it was just a purchase.
It was a belt.
It was a belt.
Okay.
You a fan?
WWE Texans belt.
Okay. I just didn't know what was one.
Yeah, that's all I can say.
Did it come with a Rock action figure?
Maybe. Why not?
I like the belt.
Yeah, it's nice.
Like fantasy
it's expensive
football
too.
Like we have a belt in fantasy football. You win the championship, boom.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
that's a good trophy.
There's the belt.
Yeah.
Do you carry the belt over your shoulder or put it
You have
around
to.
your waist?
No, you got to wear it over your
Or
shoulder.
just carry it in hand?
When I had it,
Yeah.
I just, it kind of depends. I wanted to, but Stutes wouldn't let me because he's such a weirdo. He's paid like a few $100s for it.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to pull a Stone Cold Steve Austin and throw it in the pool and say I didn't give a damn about it. But he said that would have been really disrespectful. And if it got
Surprised he said that because he's a bigger fan than you are.
Well, I guess he was worried about. I thought the belt would have held up in the water, but he wouldn't do it. So I kept trying to push it, and he wouldn't let me do it. You can go get your belt. Let me do it. Sean Pendergast got the belt, man.
Yeah.
It looks expensive, man. That's closer to a G than $0, right?
I think it's
got to be north of
several hundred, I'm sure.
It's customized, man. It says established in 2002, all that.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Is it, though?
I just
We
thought
didn't
he
win
won
anything,
something.
though.
That's what I'm saying. I thought he won something. Like, I wouldn't want that belt. I'm not a big wrestling fan, and Sean is, so that's one of the reasons he got it. But, like, if I would proudly accept that if, like, okay, you won the whatever, you know. But, yeah, I wouldn't buy one. Right?
I mean, maybe, but if they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, something like that.
But see, that's their deal with the WWE, though, right? Because every team got that belt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just imagine a Browns fan walking around with that belt.
Wait, so there's a Texans belt that you don't have to customize? You just order the Texans belt?
I think so. They announced that deal with WWE where every team got a belt.
Oh, well, then that makes more sense. Okay, so you just bought the Texans belt that was already made.
I'm guessing so.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. See, learn something new.
There you go.
During Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up next, primetime. Will the Texans have the maximum allotment of primetime games next?
Payne and Pendergast.
Do you think that Nick Caserio still has another big move up his sleeve here?
Yeah, I think Justin Simmons maybe would be one.
I think that's the one everybody's hoping for. He's the biggest name that feels like has the most left in the tank.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Houston on West Belfort Boulevard across from Discount Tire now through April 23rd for the grand opening sale. Buy $20 in select Armor All products and get a $5 rebate. Plus, receive 3 times points on select Seafoam products, which means you can reach your next $5 reward even faster. Right now at your new O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sick of being upsold at gyms? At Planet Fitness, you'll get energy without the upsell. It's fitness that fits your budget. Join for just $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, April 12th. See Home Club for details.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. During the spring and summer, hang your clothes outside to dry instead of using the dryer. What's your one thing?
$10,000 off. Hurry to Lone Star Chevy. Bring your old trade and take an instant $10,000 off new 2024 Silverados. Or buy a new 2024 Silverado Crew Cab. Now just $39,995. Bring us your old trade and buy a new 2024 Silverado Crew Cab. Just $39,995. And low 1.9% financing for 72 months is available. Hurry, shop hundreds of new Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs. All slashed with incredible Lone Star Chevy savings. Like $10,000 off new 2024 Silverados. Or take an instant $4,000 off new 2024 Tahoes and Suburbans at Lone Star Chevy. You take $4,000 off new 2024 Tahoes and Suburbans. But deals like these can't last long and the best will go first, so don't wait. Come get the low Lone Star Chevy price at the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet, 298 Eldridge or LoneStarChevrolet.com. Chevy, together, let's drive. Call 877-229-4217 for details.
Sleep is the foundation for everything in our lives, our health, our productivity, our relationships, and nobody better out there at fixing your sleep issues than my man, Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. How do I know that? He fixed my sleep issues back in 2018, and I've been sleeping great ever since. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions to help fix whatever ails you or a loved one when it comes to sleep. When you snore, it comes with sleep apnea oftentimes. That can kill you. It's dangerous stuff. Do it for you. Do it for your family. And go to Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you have sinus issues, he can help you with that. He did that with my wife, did a procedure on her sinuses. He did a procedure on my deviated septum last year that had an incredible ripple effect on my breathing and my quality of life. I'm telling you, Dr. Ben Salento, he is the man. Make the appointment today. Stop procrastinating. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-494-7174. 800-494-7174. 800-494-7174.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, primetime games for the Texans. Now, there is a new rule where not everybody has to have one. So, Indianapolis, Tennessee, perhaps they'll have one, perhaps they won't. But the Texans at home, they have the Baltimore Ravens. Rematch of last year, Lamar Jackson versus CJ. They have Buffalo, Diggs versus his old squad. Two teams in that second tier. They have Miami. Two of the best receiving cores, CJ versus Tua. McDaniel versus D'Amico, who he knows well, and Bobby Slowick. And then they have Detroit's Dan Campbell, D'Amico Ryan's players coaches, and they have the division games. Which of these home games is the most appealing when it comes to perhaps prime time?
Yeah, I think Buffalo opener. You went through a lot of the storylines. That's got opener written all over it. What's Josh Allen going to do with the new weapons, if he gets any weapons, versus Stefon Diggs, still former Buffalo. I mean, it's just all over
Buffalo's a given.
Buffalo to me is a given, and I think it's going to be the opener. I think Miami doesn't do a lot for me for some reason. I think that ship has kind of sailed.
They're boring.
With the bloom off of Tua's rose, so to speak.
What?
The bloom off the rose. Rose is
like it died?
Run its course, yeah.
Oh, the rose died?
Yeah. Baltimore is interesting. Baltimore might be.
They bored me too.
They kind of do, but I could see where it would be attractive like a Monday night game. Obviously Lamar Jackson and CJ, rematch, playoff rematch or whatever, all that stuff. The most interesting game to me of the home primetime possibilities, it may not seem like it at first blush, but let me explain. Detroit. The NFL are the kings of getting more eyes, getting more viewers, creating storylines, all that stuff. And every year, late in the year, let's say late November into December, there's a primetime game between two up-and-coming teams, one from the AFC, one from the NFC, and they're going to promote it like crazy on ESPN, on everything. Super Bowl preview, Detroit. Detroit and Houston. They were so close last year. The Texans took a couple of steps. They have the star power. Dan Campbell is from Texas. All that stuff. Could this be a Super Bowl preview? Keep an eye on Detroit.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Buffalo, for me, is the no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'm bored with Baltimore. That might just be disrespectful. I might be taking for granted a team just because they're not reaching the ultimate goal, with Lamar. I still respect him. I still think they're probably, until proven otherwise, a better team than the Texans. I'm not ready to go far enough to say the Texans, but I'm bored by them. Buffalo, for me, is the no-brainer. I get what you're saying with Detroit, and I could very easily see that as well. Because I also think the NFL sometimes likes that NFC, AFC kind of, as you said, Super Bowl preview type of thing. At Dallas is a no-brainer.
That's Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, for me, the Texans have kind of become the pawn of the brand that is the Dallas Cowboys, where all of the national media types like to talk about the Cowboys. The Cowboys drive traffic. The Cowboys create attention. The Cowboys always have the maximum number of primetime games, including playing on Thanksgiving every year.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like the Texans have been kind of that team that they use to almost, I don't want to say troll the Cowboys, but now the Texans get lumped in there. Well, Cowboys might not even be the best team in Texas. How can you be America's team if you're not the best team in Texas?
The Cowboys might be America's team, but who's going to be state champs?
Yeah. That's a no-brainer to me, Cowboys, Texans. Now, whether it happens on Thanksgiving or not, TBD, but I would probably bet on that being the case.
Yeah, me too. 100%.
Then you have at Green Bay. Green Bay's good, man. Last year, very easily could have beat the 49ers. They actually had their backs against the wall significantly until the meltdown in the second half. Jordan Love had same caliber year as C.J. Stroud last year. Really came on strong. He's trying to get up to that tier. Lambeau Field, Green Bay, they're always going to have a decent number of primetime games. I could see Green Bay being one as well. It looks good under the lights. Monday Night Football, Love versus Stroud. They want to elevate the young quarterbacks. Goff is Goff. I don't think they're thinking like the arrow's pointing up, but I think with CJ and Love, the arrow is pointing up.
But Goff actually took some, like, in terms of
steps.
PR, hype, he took some big steps in the postseason.
But they don't look at him as like a future face of the league or one of the faces.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And then you have Kansas City. That's obvious. Captain Obvious. The champs, the faces of the league, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid at Kansas City, Texans trying to get to that level. I could easily see that as an opener too.
Yeah, Thursday night.
I could see that as the opener.
I think the Chiefs is definitely, and it'd make more sense because at the Chiefs, defending the Super Bowl, fans going nuts, all that stuff.
Then you have the Jets. Jets get decent amount of attention, Aaron Rodgers, etc. I could see this one being a Sunday nighter or a Monday nighter to start the season. Texans versus Jets. I say this because I think that they're going to try to get Aaron Rodgers on TV as soon as possible, right? Because he's coming back from the Achilles. You don't know how long you're going to get it. There's some buzz there. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about Aaron Rodgers. So you get Aaron Rodgers as early as possible. Maybe you put CJ on that stage. Would also be nice to get that out of the way. I really don't like playing there.
Yeah,
very.
And they
late.
had a bad taste in their mouth.
That stadium sucks too.
Yeah, it does suck. The Texans have
the stadium's fine. The turf sucks.
Yeah, the Texans have a bad taste in their mouth from that game. The only thing about the Jets, not saying you're not making a good case, I think there's better options. I think there's better options to showcase C.J. Stroud versus another star. Baltimore, Buffalo for sure. Detroit maybe because of the other narrative that I was talking about, the other storyline. Cowboys for sure. Chiefs for sure.
Do you think are the Texans the biggest attraction in the South? Is it even close? I'm not, and we're not even saying, you and I both have a healthy respect for the division. We kind of roll our eyes when people say, well, they could run away with this division or whatever.
Yeah.
I think as far as appeal, though, I don't even think it's close. Like Jacksonville, we've seen this same squad for the most part for the last few years. Tennessee.
Well, Jacksonville doesn't move the needle anyway.
Yeah.
Like they're just not a TV team.
And the Titans,
small market,
Colts,
all that stuff.
Come on.
Titans maybe a little bit, but Colts maybe a little bit, but not. No, I think like for television eyes, it is a romp. Yeah, it is a landslide.
Is the best rivalry in the South the Texans versus the Titans?
Yeah, now it is because of Amy Adams, because of the uniform deal, because obviously the Titans were there, the Texans are now there. I think so, but I said this yesterday. We talked about it. I think the Colts are kind of going to be very interesting in the AFC South.
Yeah, they're just kind of lurking.
Yeah.
They're kind of watching every team in the division be aggressive, except they're just kind of chilling.
They're just kind of making smart moves.
They're just hanging out.
And Jacksonville signed Josh Allen.
Yeah, they gave him a big deal.
Thank you very much.
They gave him a very, very big deal. 5 years, $150 million, $88 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of bread. Good ball player.
Keep doing it. No, he's great ball. He's great.
Good ball player.
But keep doing it.
Just glad he's not playing opposite Aiden Hutchinson. So
Yeah.
very much appreciated. Wonder if they would have done that if they had Aiden Hutchinson. Might let him walk, right?
I don't know. Hutchinson would have definitely been getting his eventually.
Yeah, well, he's got another year. So
Yeah.
the Josh Allen thing, 5 years, 150. It's okay. Not really sweating on it. Good for y'all. Good player. Good God, he got the best of Laramie Tunsil last year.
Whew. I still can't figure that one out. Was it just
he was hurt?
Yeah, it had to be something.
He was hurt and got dominated.
Yeah, it had to be something more than just
absolutely dominated.
He's a badass over there. Yeah,
roughed up.
Yeah,
rough.
What was it like? 7 pressures he allowed, or something like that?
7 pressures, 3.5 sacks. Career high.
Oh my goodness,
that's quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Not great. You know what? Laramie Tunsil getting a little bit of surgery, and we'll see what happens with the offensive line. Keep an eye on that interior. There's going to be some surprise that's going to happen on day 2 of the draft. Tight end, guard. I don't even think corner would be a surprise at this point. Safety. Safety's getting a lot of momentum. They're looking at a lot of safeties.
They brought 3. They've had official interviews with 3 safeties.
4.
The Texans. 4?
4.
Okay. Including a real badass that would be, a prime pick at was it 49? 42. 42, yeah.
Because they had Jalen Simpson from Auburn in too.
Okay. And they had the kid from Wake Forest, kid from TCU, and Bullard from Georgia.
Yeah, Bullard. And by the way, some random site tweeted that out. Some guy tweeted out that Bullard thing. It didn't really make the rounds here, but he said source Texans visiting with Bullard, and I was like, okay, well, what am I to do with that? And then 3 hours later, some people were confirming it with sources. So, yeah, figure that one out for me. Coming up next, Stefon Diggs breaks Twitter, gets some smoke, but he also got some support. Plus, the trend of the franchise tag and when the Texans could end up partaking in that business. Let's go around the league next. All right.
free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Antonio Brown is supporting Stefon Diggs. He has voiced his support of Stefon Diggs. This was after Stefon Diggs liked a tweet that called Bills Mafia the worst fan base in sports. Antonio Brown supporting the wide receiver for your Houston Texans.
Yeah, is that the sport you want?
Probably not.
Is that the cosign you want?
You probably want to distance yourself.
Yeah.
Although I am enjoying the Antonio Brown.
I feel guilty.
Back and forth with DeMar Hamlin.
I feel
what? DeMar Hamlin's alive. He's well. He's fine.
I know.
You can make fun of him.
But it's cruel.
You can say he sucks at football.
Some of that stuff.
Why is that hard for people to admit? He's terrible.
Well,
he's not good.
Yeah, he's not great. He's also had a couple of issues here.
He's alive.
He's had an issue or two.
But he's alive and he's well. He's living. He's thriving. He's not good at football. Antonio Brown's having fun with him.
So you're sitting there and defending Antonio Brown's tweets?
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, like he said. Let me put it this way: he has said way worse, and he'll say way worse than.
Yes.
DeMar Hamlin sucks at football.
Yes. Now
is that all he said? I thought he said something else.
I'm focusing on him saying that he sucks at football.
He posted a video. Was it today? I think it was today. Of you know how they have those kids with special needs that they allow in the spring game to like score a touchdown. You know, like a little kid or whatever, and he fulfills a lifelong dream.
Yeah.
He was. I don't even want to say it. Just
don't say it.
Yeah,
don't say it.
He just said that was DeMar Hamlin fake punt, right?
Why am I laughing?
Terrell Suggs, former Baltimore Raven. He was arrested on Tuesday, and this was as a result of a March incident in which he allegedly brandished a gun and threatened to kill a man during an argument at a Scottsdale, Arizona. Wait for it. Not a nightclub. Not a road rage incident. Not at the grocery store. Not in the neighborhood.
Figgy could have been there.
At an Arizona Starbucks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Terrell Suggs
be going down in Starbucks, man.
Pulled out the gun.
Y'all don't be knowing.
And threatened to kill a guy. According to the court documents, TMZ obtained the altercation happened at a drive-thru.
Oh, was it the drive-thru? I didn't see that part.
At the coffee joint.
Going down, man.
At around 12:28 on March 10th. In the docks, officials say Suggs had driven past the ordering speaker. And when he put his Range Rover in reverse to remedy the situation, he made contact with another man's vehicle.
Okay.
Although there was apparently no damage to the car, cops say both drivers exited their vehicles. Man, you imagine exiting your vehicle
and seeing
Terrell Suggs? And an argument ensued, but the two eventually returned to their sides and made their orders. However, as Suggs was about to leave the area, he allegedly flipped off the man, which authorities say kicked off another verbal argument. According to the docs, the man swore at Suggs before the ex-NFL player challenged him to a fight.
Oh, Lord.
The former Baltimore Ravens pass rusher allegedly then called the man a P-word. Wait, a P-word ass cracker.
Yes.
Before adding, I'll kill your
bleep ass.
B-ass.
Yeah.
As Suggs then pulled out to leave, officials say he flashed a black handgun in his left hand outside of the driver's window. The handgun was never pointed at the victim, officials wrote in the docs, and was just merely shown. Still, authorities say the man believed Suggs, who was accused of getting who was never accused of getting physical with the man, was threatening him. The man reported the incident to the police a short time later, and according to authorities, the entire incident was captured on a dash cam recorder. Do your work, TMZ.
Of course it was.
Do your work, TMZ.
Of course it was.
He was booked on 2 charges, 1 felony count of disorderly conduct involving weapons and 1 misdemeanor count threatening or intimidating. He appeared before a judge on Tuesday evening, and after a quick hearing, he was released. Update, Suggs through EAG Sports. His representative issued a statement on the incident to TMZ Sports and says he was in fear of his safety. Quote, I was in a quiet area of Scottsdale in the middle of the day in a Starbucks drive-thru near my home when the incident happened with the vehicle behind me. I was getting coffee. Okay, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I was not looking for any trouble. When the man in the other vehicle escalated the situation, I feared for my safety, not knowing what his intentions were. Throughout the incident, I was the one who felt in danger while fearing I would be followed home and for the safety of my family nearby at my residence, close quote.
There's an awful lot to unpack.
See this video.
There's an awful lot to unpack on this thing.
I got to see this. When's this going to drop?
Yeah, it
This
will.
week, right?
It will. TMZ will have it by this afternoon. When you get home, you'll see it. Don't you watch TMZ in the evenings?
I watch it every night.
Yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it then. So a lot to unpack here. First of all, Starbucks? Figgy goes down like that at Starbucks?
It do. Somebody threw a drink at me.
Get out.
Yeah, their Frappuccino wasn't right, and they was looking at me because I don't know how to make the drinks at the time, and so she accused me of just standing around doing nothing, and I'm like, ma'am, I can't make a drink. It's not gonna come out good. And she was in the drive-thru, so she came around the drive-thru, came in, and threw the drink at me,
dude. Okay, so there's one thing.
I feel like you deserved it.
Second thing, as soon as Terrell Suggs steps out of the car, it's over.
Yeah, I'm done.
It's over, right?
Yeah.
So what was?
Sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah, my bad. Let me
You
buy
want my insurance?
Let me buy your coffee. I'll pay it forward.
Road rage ain't worth it, man.
Yeah, so
it's not worth it.
That's-
Someone honks at you, just put go 10-2 and chill. Or
Yeah.
just give a sorry wave.
Yeah. So that's number two.
It's all peace.
Then there's Suggs did back up and hit him,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Yeah.
But still, just okay, no harm, no foul.
bye.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Thanks, man.
And then if you really want to fight with anybody at a Starbucks, fight with those people that stay on their laptop for 4 hours while they're drinking 1 cup of coffee. I hate those people.
A lot of loitering going on
I
there.
hate those people.
A lot of people go get business done at coffee shops.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting. I had some dude, it was right there at that Bank of America. He was backing up, and it was a weird backup. So I was just driving straight, and he almost hit me. It wasn't even my fault. What are you doing, sir? Like, just pull up. And then I was going in the ATM line, and I go in there, and he's like coming up to my passenger side, like yelling. I was like, what's the end game here? You want me to get out of the car?
Exactly.
Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what can I do for you, bud?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I would have stomped his ass like a damn bug. This little guy, which is why you don't it's me. You're lucky it's me, but you come up to the wrong guy's passenger side and you're threatening him while he's in his car.
Yeah, that's that.
That could go a lot
plus,
worse.
You don't know who that is.
What is your end game? Like
you don't know who that is.
That's what I was
not
saying.
worth it.
That's
man.
exactly. I said, hey, you goofy dumbass.
Yeah.
Like, what are you trying to get here? Like, what do you want me
You
to
don't
do?
know what you got.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here?
And you don't know what he has.
And it was his fault.
Yeah.
And you're coming up on me? Like, come on, man. It's not. It's road rage is crazy, man. People die from that
all the time.
Tavondre Sweat. Apparently, his car rolled over. Details just keep getting added here. His Ford Bronco flipped on its side after he was arrested 4 a.m. Sunday morning. He collided with a blue Dodge sports car on a Texas highway at around 4:41 Sunday. The Dodge hit his Bronco from behind, causing it to lose control, roll over, and eventually come to a stop on its side. Florio's trying to estimate how much he was drinking and how much a guy his size has to drink. What does that mean? Does that change anything for you?
I think it changes how drunk was he? Because a .08, I mean, all due respect to the law, that's not that much, right? And that's the legal limit.
Yeah.
But if it's a .16, .18, .20,
yeah.
Well, you're wasted.
But
yeah,
the whole how much did he have to drink? It's all. I mean,
I think that's what he's getting at.
Though. His body's big though.
He's a really big dude. He would have to drink a lot. I also think.
But does that change? Does that change what you think of it?
I think it does for some people. Yeah, I think it does. But the other part of this is that, and we'll get more details on this as well. The Dodge hit his car. I'm curious if there's any video of that anywhere. Was that a road rage thing? You know how people start chasing you down, which is another idiotic thing. When you have road, a lot of times they start chasing you or whatever. Was that? Who knows? There's a lot of questions here too.
NFL, it's in Brazil. Green Bay versus Philly, Friday, September 6th. How about that? Brazil. Trying to grow the game to Brazil.
I think it's going to be fun to watch. Glad I'm not on that trip. It's a brutal trip to Brazil. It's awesome. It's fun. It's party central. The beaches are incredible. The sights are incredible. But it's a brutal trip to get to Brazil.
Josh Allen got an extension.
Not
the quarterback.
Yeah.
The edge guy for the Jacksonville Jaguars. 5 years, $150. $88 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
7 of the 9 players that were franchise tagged this offseason, they got long-term deals. Allen, Giants with Brian Burns. They made the trade with the Panthers. L'Jarius Sneed traded from Kansas City to the Titans. Justin Madubuike with the Ravens. Jalen Johnson with the Bears. Michael Pittman with the Colts. Kyle Duggar with the Patriots. Only T. Higgins and Antoine Winfield, they were not given long-term deals after getting franchise tagged.
As far as the Jaguars are concerned, just keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep paying a lot of people. You still got to pay Trevor Lawrence. You got all kinds of stuff going on there. Going to be in cap hell. They better win early.
Matt Rule, he had some time with Bill Belichick.
Long time.
Here is Matt Rule talking about his time with Bill Belichick the other day at Nebraska.
So smart, has seen so much that he can make the complex so simple that it humbles you and embarrasses you. I was embarrassed yesterday listening to him, how smart he is, how simple it was. He went, he went 4.5 hours with the coaching. Forget the clinic. Like, he came in and met with our coaching staff. With 3.5 hours in, I was like, Coach, would you like a water, a cup of coffee? Would you like to use the restroom? Because I desperately had to use the restroom, you know. And he's like, I'm fine, Matt. And I was like, yes, sir. And just sitting there and just talking, right? And just his recall from things 15 years ago. The only reason why we don't get through more information is because he's having to slow down to make sure you understand what he's saying. I mean, so you have this man who's a savant, right? Who's been a defensive coordinator. He's been a special teams coordinator. He's coached, you know, he could be an offensive coordinator. He's been a head coach twice, a GM person. I mean, he's talking about football in a way that just illuminates things and makes things so simple that you're like, oh my goodness.
Kind of corny, but I kind of respect that. I really do. Like, for Belichick to do that, 4.5 hours and then a clinic, pretty dang impressive. But yeah, he was in awe. He loved him some Bill Belichick, that's for sure.
Albert Breer tweeted out, this is a bad look for NFL owners that 7 jobs were open and Bill Belichick was ready to work and no one hired Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick has a say in that?
Well, I mean, it's also, you're not just hiring the coach, you're hiring him as
everything.
GM.
Yeah.
If you hire Bill Belichick, there's a case to be made that you're basically firing yourself.
True.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Aren't you saying, like, if you bring in Bill Belichick and he's going to get what he wants and he's going to get to call the shots, you can make a case that hiring Bill Belichick is basically firing yourself.
You're taking the demotion.
I think you can make a strong case. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's necessarily fair to just label it like that if you're Albert Breer.
Yeah, I agree. But it's pretty dang impressive for Belichick to do that. I guess, I don't know if they paid him for it or whatever, but
seems like he's making the rounds. Wasn't he at Washington the other day? He was wearing full Washington.
Oh, yeah.
gear.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
What's he just going to do? Offer his services everywhere?
Yeah. I mean, the guy is legendary. Whatever you want to say. Tom Brady this, Tom Brady that. I mean, he's been, especially on defense, you know. And listen to Matt Rule. By the way,
I don't really like the way Tom Brady's been disrespecting Belichick since he retired.
Has he?
You wouldn't be what you were without Belichick, Brady. Clown.
Damn.
I mean, you didn't see that documentary? I mean, good God.
Yeah.
Tom Brady acts like he was the number 1 overall pick.
Here's where I went with
show some respect
with Matt Rule
to the GOAT. GOAT.
When he says, I was embarrassed, listening to...
He's exaggerating.
No, but how'd you like to be a Carolina Panthers fan? No bleep. He knew a lot more football than you? I was embarrassed how much football he knew. Yeah, we are aware. We understand.
Is he going to turn around Nebraska or what?
I don't know if anybody...
When is Nebraska going to be decent? Why do they stink so bad?
I don't know if anyone's going to turn Nebraska.
Why do they stink so bad?
A number of things have gone against Nebraska.
Yeah, I know the old school scholarships, the offense,
that's one.
all that. But why is Nebraska so trash?
Conference.
Big Ten.
NIL.
Iowa does work in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Scoring 3 points a game.
Yeah, NIL, Nebraska's not a big. Remember, I was looking at all the NIL stuff yesterday, and I saw Nebraska was pretty low, too. A lot of things are going against them, man. Lots. And keep in mind how long it's been. Like, it seems like yesterday for you.
No, nobody remembers Nebraska.
Like, it seems like yesterday for you and me. It's
Eric Crouch, that was
25?
A long time ago. Yeah, 25 years ago.
Yeah. So if you're a high schooler, you never thought Nebraska was squat in your whole entire life.
I think they should just go back to running that offense.
Wishbone?
Like Army and Navy do.
Yeah.
But do it with better talent. Their fans would get so giddy.
Yeah, they would, but
imagine.
I don't know. They're great fans. I don't know how we get to applaud
Why do you hate on Nebraska fans so much? They are great fans.
They are great fans, but I think, they're kind of reading their press clippings a lot on some of these. We have to. Hey, by the way, don't forget to applaud for the other team when they leave the field. Yeah, because nobody's ever done that. Like, that makes you a great fan?
I don't know that too many teams do.
But that makes you a great fan?
Well, they did.
You beat the hell out of a team by 40 points, and then you're like, good job, guys.
They did it for Ricky Williams after they upset him in Nebraska.
They did do that.
They gave him some respect.
They did do that.
That was the one.
Because they got the memo.
But then because
they passed the word.
No, but I think that was authentic, and then since then they've just kind of
they've been doing it. No. They've been doing it for decades. Yeah. Trust me on that. They it's like they have to have this thing,
So they applaud you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Good effort. We respect you.
It's a whack tradition.
Yeah. It is, I'm telling you. Win or lose, we're going to clap for them. Don't forget, guys.
It's like staying for the fight song.
Yeah.
You got to stay and clap for these dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know why I got off on that tangent.
Have you got any more questions about this uniform thing that's going on in less than 2 weeks now?
Just like what they look like, and I tell people, I've told my kids and my wife.
Oh, you've told them?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's up NDA.
They can trust. I had them sign an NDA too, a verbal NDA. But no, I just tell me I can't tell you. I want to get your opinion when they come out.
Okay, that's all you say?
You didn't tell your wife?
No, she doesn't care.
Yes, you did too.
I did not.
You didn't say they this or they that, the uniforms?
No, I just said I saw them. They're whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Straight.
What's whatever?
I mean, it's cool.
What is, define whatever.
What are we allowed to say?
I don't know. Not much.
I think one of the uniforms will be in the conversation. I think I can say this.
Yeah?
Can I?
Well, let's hear it. We can dump it.
I think one of the uniforms will be in the conversation for worst uniform in football.
I think you can say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the uniforms will be in the discussion.
Will one be in the discussion for best?
I think there'll be mixed reviews. I think the ones that have already dropped, those are cool. Those are a clear upgrade.
Yeah.
One of them, I think, will be in the discussion as worst uniform in the league.
Okay.
Is that fair?
No, that's absolutely
fair.
fair.
Do you disagree?
No, not really. But the reason I'm pausing is because some people might love this particular uniform.
No way. There's no way. There is no chance that the one I'm talking about, and I want you all to hold me accountable to this for the 23rd. There is no way that there's four. We already know this. There is no way that the one uniform I'm talking about is going to be highly regarded. No way. There is no chance.
See, I'm traipsing lightly here.
Yes, traipse lightly.
Because my whole thing from the very start is I don't want to say anything because I want the
I'm
fans
trying to say as
decide.
much as I can for the people and not say anything. All I'm saying is one of those uniforms will be in the discussion as the worst uniform in football, and it will by far be the one that is looked at the worst. 100%. Biggie, am I wrong?
I don't know, man.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. You just don't want to say anything.
Look, I seen the uniforms on them dopes. So I got to see it on I got to see it on the player, man.
Well, that's fair.
I got to see it on the player.
You got to see the one I'm talking about on a player.
I do.
Okay. I don't know if that'll be too hard to do. Coming up next, the internet is going nuts. One of the new faces of the Texans is pretty damn funny, and someone is facing 3 felonies for being too wasted. Next.
Area 45 with Bijani.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So one of the faces of the Texans is pretty damn funny. Sketch reel out there. I've watched him play probably 8 Madden games. I'll be honest, full disclosure, I listened to it in the car the other day, just like the best of, just listening to him play Call of Duty and all that, and Madden, and he has a partner.
Check you out, man.
He has a partner who he plays with, and they kind of troll each other. They kind of feed off of each other.
Yeah.
I think his name's Zach. But I went down a sketch rabbit hole. Big one of the faces of Texans fandom, and C.J. Stroud's cool with them. And I pulled a couple of clips of this guy. This guy's absolutely hilarious.
No, he's awesome.
First of all, I don't know if he's in his 30s. I don't know if he's in his late 20s or what.
He looks like young 20s, mid-20s maybe.
But he smokes a lot of weed. He plays video games.
He
looks
talks about
goofy.
himself.
But this was him. These are 2 clips from Sketch as the internet goes nuts, and he is a viral sensation. This is him unboxing. So I guess he gets a gift, and he gets one of those, like, disposable toothbrushes where you have, like, the ones that you replace.
Yeah.
This is clip 1 of Sketch unboxing.
Next thing. Another warning sign, just realized. And these things are going to stay in the box, and I'm going to throw them at homeless people if... Never mind, that's too far.
It was like an electric toothbrush, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then, I guess behind him, there's some Nerf guns.
Yeah, on the couch.
And he has some Nerf guns on the couch, and people are asking him about the Nerf guns. And this was Sketch's explanation of why in the hell a kid in his 20s has Nerf guns just sitting on the couch.
These Nerf guns. Why do I have so many? I play with the kids on my street. They don't have enough money to buy the guns, so I buy them. Next question, okay? Probably shouldn't have said that. Now you're going to think it's weird. It's not f***ing weird. It's cool to play outside. My neighbors are young. I live in a cool neighborhood. I don't play with kids like that. I'm cool with kids. That's not going to sound good either.
Dude has 5 million followers.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so this was kind of angering for me. First thing I always do, I'm sure you do the same thing. Let's see what's trending. Let's see what the Astros are doing in Texas, blah, 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 blah. Gene Hackman was trending.
Yeah.
The great Gene Hackman.
What did he do? He did
Hoosiers,
right?
Hoosiers. He did, I mean, you can go back 50 years.
Hoosiers is what he's known for, though.
Among others. Yeah, I think he did it was The Great Gatsby, one of those legendary old movies or whatever. So the New York Post apparently was following him, a photographer. Keep in mind, he's now 94 years old and looked pretty much like he's 94 years old, kind of hunched over, gray everywhere, sort of drawn and withered and all that. And the Post did a story about how he looks scruffy and is wearing clothes nearly identical to the clothes he wore a week earlier. And the Post is getting destroyed.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
What-
like they're trying to
How
make
old
it
is he?
94.
All right, dude, my grandpa wore the same damn sweatpants every day. Every occasion. He was 70.
Exactly. That's my point. And people are pouncing all over the New York Post. I'll be lucky to wear anything more than gym shorts when I'm 94. Like, that's it. No, that's it.
What do you think he's doing, laying out his fresh gear?
Have you seen the video? You need to make it a point to look at he looks old, but he looks like an old man that's 94 that doesn't care. And that's what he is. And so the Post is like trying to like shame him or look. You know how they like to say, look how this celebrity has changed and all. Yes, he's 94. And he's wearing the same pants he wore a week ago. Like I said, I'll be lucky to wear anything if I go get a cup of coffee.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Russell Simmons, he's still hiding, right?
Sort of, yeah.
What do you mean?
He'll pop out once in a while, but he's still
pop out where?
I want to say
in the U.S.
No, not in the U.S.
He commented on this
on social media.
Yeah, but he's not.
Yeah,
he's not in
he's
the
not.
U.S.
I don't think he's here. No.
Russell Simmons, one of the co-founders of Def Jam. You might remember him and his wife, Kimora Lee Simmons. They have daughters. Their daughters have gotten older now, 21 years old to be exact. and their 21-year-old daughter. She's dating a 65-year-old guy who's a restaurateur, with whom she's on vacation with. The pictures have
they were
surfaced on TMZ. They're like making out. It's this young, thin, fit 21-year-old girl, and she's making out with some fat, old, crusty man.
Good for him.
On a beach. This is disgusting.
It is disgusting.
From every angle, this is disgusting.
It is disgusting. Like, it just...
this is awful.
You get...
Where did they go wrong?
Well, it's called daddy issues.
He shouldn't have gotten on that jet for a while. How long has he been hiding? How long has Russell Simmons been hiding?
I want to say maybe like 2 years. I want to say maybe it was around 2020, 2021, somewhere around there.
Okay, so when she was 17, he was gone?
Like, I don't mean to get too psychological here, but that has all the markings of daddy issues. 21-year-old girl dating a 65-year-old dude.
I mean, they did have issues.
That's what I'm saying.
It was going back and forth on social media.
Yeah, this is called revenge.
I want to say they had videos crying on social media and all that stuff, too.
No, it has all the markings. Deep-seated psychological issues. And that's how they show themselves.
Yeah. I mean, this is rough, man.
It was, like, hard to look at, to be honest.
Well, he left right in the middle of his stuff. He might be neighbors with Diddy pretty soon.
I got the internet going nuts.
So apparently Astros Twitter hates the new Astros social media administrator or admin. Have you been following this?
I seen it. I didn't know what they was talking about, though.
So I dug in a little bit. Like,
how obsessed with social media do you have to be to know that they have a new social media
how did they
admin?
know that?
There's that.
I can't tell.
I don't know who the admin is.
That's definitely part of it. The other thing I was thinking of.
What do they hate it about?
Well, I'll give you some examples here in a minute because it's kind of like mom joke kind of Twitter, mom kind of Twitter. But my thing is, like, this is a team Twitter account. Who cares? Like, team Twitter accounts are definitely going to be,
Although they've gotten more aggressive.
Some have. Chargers, Texans a little bit, et cetera. So apparently that's kind of like the line of thinking. Whoever took over the Astros social media administrator for their official account, that people are saying it's like a 45-year-old mom who's trying to be cool, that kind of stuff. So see, these are some of the tweets. These new caps this new cap collection just dropped. It's the Big League Chew collection. And then the Houston Astros Twitter said, which one would you choose? CHEWSE. Kind of an eye roll. Astros scored a bunch of runs in the fourth inning the other day.
Why Lopez been so busy lately?
No. Why?
Oh, you running the account?
Yeah, that's a Lopez joke right there. That's where he's been.
Then they had a big inning the other day. Astros Twitter tweeted, fourth inning festivities. Okay. Then there's this one. This is my favorite one. After they beat the Rangers. We are Texas two-stepping around the diamond. This is Houston Astros Twitter.
After a split?
Yeah. It's
Who's
corny.
doing this?
It's something they said they think
I'm
it's
kind of siding with them.
Yeah.
I was listening to this I'm kind of siding with them.
No, I'm not siding either way. I'm saying, like, apparently there's a new admin and they're getting destroyed because it's like some mom telling jokes.
Man.
Yeah.
So are they for sure as a new person?
Now that I don't know, but it seems like everybody seems to
It
be.
might be the same person.
They seem to be unanimous.
Astros Twitter's powerful though. Todd Callis apparently thinks that's the whole fan base.
Oh, that's right.
He ran a Twitter poll and they don't like no hitters, and so because of the Twitter poll, majority rules.
Yeah.
So yeah, Todd Callis, he thinks highly of Astros Twitter. Thinks that they're the entire fan base.
Hope that admin don't get fired then.
I got the internet going nuts.
We've talked a lot about Antonio Brown. It's just one of those days. He has a cracker of the day every day. Yesterday it was Morgan Wallen, who, by the way,
dumb.
This guy,
dumb.
This effing guy.
Yeah.
He got drunk in Nashville on Broadway, and he threw a chair off of the roof and ended up getting arrested.
Really stupid. What was it?
Well, there's more to this.
Yeah.
So he threw this chair off the roof when he was drunk. It happened to be while Broadway was very crowded. It actually landed a few feet away from some people.
From a cop.
From cops and other people.
Say almost hit a cop.
Yeah, 3 feet. Now, TMZ got the video of the chair going over it. You almost have to track it like a UFO.
Yeah, they have to highlight
But
it.
he didn't just drop it. He flung this chair. You want me to tell you how much this chair weighed?
How much?
20 pounds. It's a 20-pound steel and wood
Could've
chair.
killed somebody.
I saw the picture of would have.
Yeah.
If it hits you, there's no chance there. You'd be better off getting hit in a car because at least you have some sort of chance. You get hit with this, you're done. He's facing 3 felony counts of reckless endangerment and a misdemeanor count of disorderly conduct. Goodness gracious, my man. It's one thing to get drunk. You are flinging a chair. That's the most annoying drunk to me. I remember I used to have
the angry drunk, the violent drunk,
the aggressive drunk.
You go to Whataburger. This was the last time that this was in college, like early on. We went to Whataburger, and one of these guys that I was with thought it would be funny to throw ketchup on the wall and stuff.
God,
dude, I slapped the living crap out of him in front of everybody. Dude, someone has to clean this up, man. Like you're just throwing ketchup up on the wall. Those type of drunks are the worst. You're just gonna throw stuff around and stuff.
Yeah,
he could have killed someone.
Absolutely,
very easily could have killed someone.
Yeah.
Might go to jail. Don't know.
I think he will do something. Definitely pay a lot of money.
But you know what else he's gonna do?
What's that?
Go to rehab.
Oh yeah, he's gonna do.
I'm working on myself.
Yeah.
I've been stressed. He's had
mental health.
Oh yeah, he's had some of his country stars come out and say, "Y'all don't know what he goes through.
Oh,
he goes through a lot of things."
Yeah, sure. So that he was the cracker of the day.
Yeah, for Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Masters, baby. The Masters starts tomorrow morning. One of the greatest weeks in sports. If you didn't hear my money-making picks for you, I'm sure we'll have that somewhere, right, Figgy? Certainly on the Odyssey app.
By the way, I guess the Astros admin is gone, so yeah.
They did fire him?
Oh, well, they went to take other jobs.
Oh, okay. So, So maybe. Yeah, so Masters this week. If you didn't hear those picks, by the way, the Sports Business Journal reported that they're expecting 1,500 private jets at Augusta National Airport.
That's it?
1,500 private jets for one game? For one tournament?
Thought there'd be more than that.
Dude, that's a lot of private jets for one tournament.
How much does it cost to rent one of those?
Well, you either rent it or you own it. If you rent it, I'm sure.
But does the price go up based on traffic?
Like
you can't just fly, right?
Well, you have to.
You can't just go out for a fly.
No, and you also have to pay for wherever they're going to park it, and
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's expensive. That's a few thousand a day.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's wild, man. Ain't nothing like it's traditional, unlike any other.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Jelly Roll was on a podcast called Canceled with Tana Mongo, if I'm not mistaken. Mongo, never heard of her. And he told the story about when he almost met P. Diddy.
All right.
Apparently, Jelly Roll was saying no Diddy before folks were saying no Diddy.
I did Kimmel the day Diddy did Kimmel.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it's the first time. This is the first time in my career where they said, "Do you want to meet such and such?" And I said, "Yeah." And I started walking that way. And as I was getting down the hallway, this is a true story. I said, "Nah,
better not."
And went and got back in the car.
Really?
Swear, I don't know what it was.
Do you think you?
And I made a joke at first.
Like
I was like, "Who don't want to meet the guy that got Tupac killed?" And nobody thought that was funny. So I was like, "Oh, that's a bomb. Maybe I shouldn't go do this anyway." So I was already skeptical because I thought I had a funny one. And they were like, "I probably wouldn't say that." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we were walking, I was just like, I don't know. It is just something like very seldom does things rub me in a way where I was like, I don't even know if that's a picture I want
to have.
Yeah.
To exist.
Yeah. Because I've been in situations where, and I won't say this stuff, where I've like ended up in pictures with people I didn't want to be with. They're like, hey, y'all get together. And you're like, yo, I don't really even know who this human is, kind of.
All right.
So he
What did
said
say? Yeah. So I guess the Astros admin you brought up is a Dodgers fan, they're saying. They tracked down.
I don't know how much. I don't know how much of this I believe.
I saw 3 texts, and they're saying, but I believe that it's a narrative on Astro's Twitter, though.
Oh, for sure.
Like I
That's
believe
what
that it's
do.
a narrative on Astro's Twitter.
Apparently, they found her LinkedIn.
They found her LinkedIn,
She's
and she's a Dodgers fan. So they're harassing her.
Poor lady, girl, whatever. I think it's just funny, that it's some corny mom jokes or whatever, preteen, middle school jokes and stuff. And it's not very creative. But there's no cause to harass this person.
Well, tell that to the.
But it's also Astros Twitter.
To the fine folks.
Yeah.
Shout out to Astros Twitter.
Yeah.
Y'all do y'all's thing.
Yeah.
Tough times on these streets.
Yeah, right now.
Need to find who killed Tupac.
Got to take out our frustration on the admin.
Yeah.
Coming up next, one has to go. The game show, Sweeping the Nation. Next.
Who does Seth think would be the best fit?
All right, one has to go here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's the game show that has the world going nuts. Take it away, J-Lo.
Yeah, one has to go. Based on we were talking yesterday about the receivers, and could be a log jam at wide receiver, and they still could draft a wide receiver. So you got to make the cut, man. Like at the wide receiver position, you generally keep 6, something like that, maybe 7, but that's too many. So you got to make the cuts here on April 10th, 2024, knowing that who's going to be on the team, but who's not. John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson?
Bye-bye, Mechie.
Man.
Bye-bye, Mechie. Hutchinson can play special teams, big body. I don't know that you need...
He runs those reverses.
You don't need a slot receiver specialist when you have Stefon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and then Noah Brown. Noah Brown can line up in the slot, too.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen with Robert Woods. I'm actually Jordan Whittington in the 6th round, even type, to give Mechie some competition, could do more stuff. So bye-bye, Mechie. Bye-bye, sir. Appreciate you, friend of the show. Thank you very much. Shout out to Canada. Bye-bye.
Shout out to Canada. You mentioned Robert Woods. Robert Woods or Steven Sims. There's a lot of receivers.
Can I say both?
No.
All right, well, I saved $5 million with Robert Woods. So, Robert Woods, you've joined this show many times. Much appreciation for you. Shout out to the West Side. Shout out to USC. But bye-bye.
Steven Sims, big-time special teams player, too. Here's where it gets interesting. Now these, I know they're going to have a logjam at wide receiver, even if they don't draft one. They could make a draft call at some of these positions, or maybe just another call, and you're going to have to come up with this decision. So I think you and I both think they're going to get a tight end at some point, right?
I do. I think that I don't think Brevin Jordan, I don't think you can lock him in as your number 2 tight end.
Okay, so I'm going to add him because I was just kind of assuming, well, they love him. He came on. He's here.
Yeah, I don't think you can rely on that.
You also brought up the point of why do you need so many receiving tight ends?
Yeah, you just added Stefon Diggs. You have more weapons on offense at receiver. You get a traditional tight end that can do a lot of things, that can block, that's perhaps even a better receiver than Brevin Jordan. If Brevin Jordan plays his way into being your number 3 receiver, great.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have your top 2 tight ends penciled in right now, not even by a little bit.
So one's got to go. Tegan Couturiano or Brevin Jordan? Or Dalton Keene, if you want to throw that in there.
Keene can go then. Keene can go.
Well, okay, how about Tegan Couturiano and Brevin Jordan?
Couturiano can't stay healthy. He's always hurt.
He's shown some flashes to be a receiving tight end.
He made a touchdown his first game, and he blocks better than he gets credit for, but he can't stay healthy. If he's healthy, I'd rather have Couturiano.
Figure, what do you think?
Yeah, Tegan got to go. He don't stay healthy enough, man.
Well, Brevin didn't either before last year.
No, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you got me thinking
At
about
least Brevin had a year.
I think they need a tight end.
Yeah, they do. Here's an interesting one.
And then we know they have Schultz. I get it.
So I went through all the Texans' official visits because we were talking, and we'll get to this. We're talking about the safety position. But they've also had 3 quarterbacks in. Or interviewed him at the combine officially.
Well, this could be the last year of Case Keenum, and it could be the last year of Davis Mills. So this could be a chess move where you bring in a developmental quarterback you have a cheap backup quarterback that's already a year in the system. Once those guys leave, and he's learned from whoever he's learned from. So
yeah. All right, so
they had Spencer Rattler in.
They had him and a couple of others, and I forget who they were. I think the quarterback from Toledo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big fan of him.
Davis Mills or Case Keenum?
Got to go?
Got to go.
Sorry, Case. Bye-bye.
See, I'd kind of make it Davis Mills.
Bye-bye, Case. Appreciate your service. Bye-bye.
They value them both, but
I watched the Browns game. Bye-bye.
I think they value Case Keenum a lot.
I watched the Browns game. Bye-bye.
I didn't say this one earlier, but I thought about it. Maybe it's dumb, but you got a bunch of DTs. Kurt Hinish or Khalil Davis?
DTFs?
Defensive tackles.
Oh, defensive tackles. I thought you were talking about Jersey Shore. DTs, Kurt Hinish or who?
Khalil Davis.
Bye-bye, Hinish. Take your.
I'm so glad you said that.
Take your natty light. Take your natty light with you in your eye black and get out of here. Give me Khalil Davis.
Not that I'm against Kurt Hinish. He's had some moments. Khalil Davis had more tackles for losses, more sacks.
Yeah, Khalil Davis is a spark, man.
Yeah. So bye-bye.
I like Hinish though, man.
Yeah.
I want to give him all the credit in the world. Obviously I have to say goodbye here.
Yeah.
The fact that he's hung around for 2 years, he deserves a lot of credit. He has.
Yeah.
And he looks like Gene Hackman on the sidelines.
94-year-old Gene Hackman? Eric Murray or MJ Stewart? Now, let me make it clear here. They've had formal interviews with 4 safeties.
These are special teamers, though.
I know, but you're also looking at the safety position. I mean, you could throw Jalen Petrie as
MJ Stewart's a good special teamer.
A very good special teamer. But when you add in the fact,
get Eric Murray out of here. You don't even have to add any. Get out of here, man. I know that you don't make the money you got. I just want to move. Get out of here.
Why do you hate Eric Murray?
What do you mean? They paid him like he was like some sort of awesome starting safety. Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien. He's still here. I like you, Eric. I like your role, but if I get a choice, bye.
So what do you make of the 4 safeties that they've interviewed?
I like the fact that they are at least entertaining the possibility of upgrading at the safety position. I think it's important. I don't think you can ignore it.
We always talk about lying season, but when you have guys in for official interviews, it's hard to have 4 of the same position and think that's a lie.
Isn't this kind of the first big test of D'Amico Ryans? And maybe we can get into this a little bit later in the show tomorrow, but I think this is one of his bigger tests because something that even good coaches tend to do is sometimes they just fall in love with guys and they don't act proactive when it comes to upgrading them. And I think there's a couple of guys that you probably need to take a closer look at and not just assume that all is good.
And you're talking about Jalen Petrie.
I'm talking about Jalen Petrie. Yeah. I'm talking about Brevin Jordan. I'm talking about the interior O-lineman, depending on how you want to handle that situation. I'm talking about Dameon Pierce.
Could be Dameon Pierce, too.
That's what I'm talking about. And I think this is kind of the first big test for D'Amico Ryans to see how he handles that. I thought he handled it decently with the Malik Collins decision.
See, I think that's a good example. I think he has players that he definitely likes. Petrie being at the top of the list, maybe.
He benched him, though.
With Dameon Pierce.
I think Caserio might like Petrie more than D'Amico.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think there's players that he definitely likes, but he's not one of those guys that is necessarily blinded by it. Like, he understands, I love you, but.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll have to see about that for sure. You know, if he can get blind, but he hasn't shown any indication of that yet.
Not yet, but it's the first test. First time we're going to get a look at it.
Yeah. So Davis Mills over Keenum or Keenum over Davis Mills?
No, Davis Mills is better right now.
I don't know. I think they love Keenum, but I think that for sure,
of course they do.
For sure, the wide receiver position is where there's going to have to be more than one has got to go.
Yeah, they're going to try to upgrade. Some people think that's still a possibility in the draft. I don't know. And I don't know why Robert Woods is still here, to be honest with you. But I mean, if they keep that, that'll be interesting too. Because Noah can line up in the slot.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, he's still here.
Save $5 million. So I don't know. I mean, there's going to be a lot of possibilities with the Texans in this draft. I just want to see where the loyalty lies. Are we going to sit here with Jalen Petrie? Like Brevin, to me, like one of the biggest mistakes I've made is assuming that Brevin Jordan is your tight end too.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he had some flashes. That's not good. You got to do better than that.
Playoff hero Brevin Jordan.
Good for him.
Yeah, come on, dog.
Yeah, he made a play. Good for him.
Respect.
That's fine. I mean, he's got the running back background. I love Brevin Jordan. Friend of the show, man. Great dude.
He's been great with us. He's been like several times.
And I think you can make him. But you got to get a better team.
You don't love him?
Yeah, he can't block.
I got nothing against him. I just don't love him.
No. That's what Landry's saying right now.
I mean, I thought it was the offseason of upgrading anyway. You're looking at upgrading at linebacker, trying to upgrade your defensive line. You're trying to upgrade your running back position. I don't know why you wouldn't be looking at upgrading your tight end depth, right? Yeah. You brought back Dalton Schultz, but why wouldn't you want to get better behind him?
Or draft.
Yeah.
Just add to it.
However you get it.
Yeah, you can get your crack at the first best tight end after Brock Bowers, perhaps. Did you guys hear what Lopez said to start the show? I mean, goodness gracious.
I'm sure it was brilliant.
He said, my man said.
Is this the Whole Foods thing?
Yes. He said you could go he would go stock up.
Okay, so we were doing, hold on. Let me do it like accurately.
I've been chilling out there all these days.
Let me do it accurately. We had the one's got to go. That's what we were just talking about again. And so I kind of extended it into like our lives. I said, you can only have one of these the rest of your life. Breakfast tacos or H-E-B. And I said, I got to have my breakfast tacos. You could always shop somewhere else, like Whole Foods. What's wrong with that?
Man.
What's wrong with that?
I'd say Kroger. I mean, if you're getting the home essentials at Whole Foods, whew.
Like you got to be done with breakfast tacos your whole life.
I ain't gonna do that.
Like you
high
can't,
class.
like you can't go to HEB and then make breakfast tacos. You just got to be done.
There's something special about picking up those breakfast tacos, man.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on keeping the breakfast tacos, but Whole Foods,
sure, man.
Man, I got to drive pretty far to get to one.
Oh shit!
Hey, one right around the corner over here.
We can make that work.
Yeah.
Go to Aldi's.
Is there an Albertsons around here?
Kroger.
Yeah,
Aldi's world class.
Randall's, you can do that, but, but Whole Foods.
Hey, I'll tell you how grimy I am. I'm closer to a Foodorama than I am to a Whole Foods.
Oh, I love that.
I get to a Foodorama first.
How about a Fiesta?
Got to check those expiration dates.
Probably closer to a Fiesta.
How about a Fiesta?
You got a Foodorama. You better check those expiration dates.
You can just trust them.
What do you know about?
Trust them?
What do you know about the Ticketmaster Fiesta days?
Ticketmaster Fiesta days.
Worked there.
Back when they had the
Ticketmaster. Those. Yeah.
Worked there.
Oh yeah,
Cash my used to cash my. That was my very first job. Worked there for a week.
You worked at Fiesta.
Yeah, man.
A week?
Couldn't do the
What
EBT.
were you doing, stocking?
I was a cashier, man. Stocking, cashier.
Hey,
wow.
But man, when you would get the EBT in the line, man, it was like paper at the time. It was too long. I couldn't stand it. It's like, man, I got to get up out of here, man. It was way.
So where'd you go?
Too much EBT for me.
Did you go anywhere else? Or?
Got me a job at the Galleria.
Okay.
Until they hired me at Walgreens right there on Post Oak and Orem. Shout out to Post Oak and Orem.
Oh, you did a stint at Walgreens, huh?
Oh, yeah. No, I worked there for years.
Yeah.
You did the pictures?
He saw one of his old coworkers' daughters and thought it was his coworker.
Yes.
He got real confused the other day.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Someone that I work with in the pharmacy tech. She was pregnant at the time. Okay, so this is like 17 years ago.
Yeah.
She was pregnant at the time. And I thought I saw her at Starbucks just about a couple of weeks ago. What girl looked just like her turned out to be the daughter that she was pregnant with 17 years ago.
Wow. That would trip me out.
Yep. I went up to her. I was like, hey, did I work with you? And then once I got close to her, I realized this is not an adult. But she looked exactly like the person that I thought. And it was the daughter.
And that's how he got arrested.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, no, it was a weird feeling. It was a weird feeling. I was like, I'm sorry for approaching this 17-year-old girl.
But you had to because it would have bothered you the whole time.
I thought I knew her.
Bothering you.
I thought I knew her.
You did. You kind of did.
I kind of did, yeah.
You didn't think wrong.
But I knew her before she knew herself.
Yep. Yes, you did. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. B. Scott in for Clint Stoerner.
That's
You're
right.
Listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. A couple things here. As he said, Clint is out today. We're in good hands. You hear Mr. Brandon Scott right here every week on this day. You'll hear him all day, not just at 4:40. You catch him on Thursdays on In the Loop.
I'm just in a little early today.
Yeah, man, just in a little early.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
There you go. In a little early, in a little long today. And you hear my man right there on the ones and twos, Tyler Milner.
How y'all doing?
As the Drive is live. A couple of things with Tyler. For some reason, I want to get down to the bottom of this. Who is in there watching TLC? We got TVs in the building.
We got various tastes around here, man. That's the deal. We got various tastes around here.
I tried to tell, hey, Tyler, take a look at this on the TV. As the Masters is on ESPN. Generally, it's on the sports station.
Normally.
Tyler said, I'm in there watching TLC. I just want to get down to the bottom.
Some sort of plastic surgery show.
I want to get down to the bottom of who's in there watching TLC.
Oh, man.
Because, I mean, like I could see Figgy watching TLC. I don't know if that's Ben's thing. Maybe Ben was in there kicking it. Maybe Ben's a big pimple.
I can see it.
Don't limit
is that what
Ben.
Is that what Pimple Pumper comes on?
I don't know. I would never watch
Chris
something
Santiago?
that disgusting.
Don't put him in a box.
Don't want to put Ben in the box. I'm just saying somebody's in there watching TLC.
You like you a good HGTV.
Oh, listen. I
TV him and
show.
Clint are 90 years old.
If you heard me, I've rattled off. I got a couple of TLC shows. I don't know. Maybe he was in there watching Seven Little Johnstons.
I think the only TLC show I might have is that what, like something in Kate Plus 8 was on.
Oh yeah, that was it. See? Oh my God, they did a documentary on that puppy on Vice.
That was a popular ass show for sure.
Yeah, Kate and what's his name? And Kate Plus 8.
Dave and Kate. I don't know.
It's Dave. You just made that up.
It's not Dave. I can't remember what it is. I'm a little angry right now.
Steve.
That I cannot remember.
Steve sounds close.
I'm not going to look at the text line to get it either. I just
Paul.
God, that's pissed me off. The Duggars were on TLC too. It's a strong one too. I'm just surprised, man. You normally don't see TLC as one of the
We are men of many tastes here at Sports Radio.
That's right,
16.
man. I just want to get to the bottom of who was on it.
This channel will be remedied and changed in this next break. I can promise you that. I'm not watching TLC for 4 hours.
John and Kate plus 8.
Hey, but you know what? Nice. That's worth noting that it does take a lot of effort to change the channel in there. So somebody is on purpose.
Which is why.
Somebody had to get to that show.
It didn't just land on TLC.
Came on last night on TLC.
Somebody is really watching it up in there.
Y'all out there with the ears that we're tickling right now, you do not understand how difficult it is at Houston sports leader Sports Radio 610, a major media company in Odyssey, to change the damn TV channel in these studios is a process.
Yeah, it takes an act of Congress.
I wish I was kidding.
Yeah, it literally takes an act of Congress.
Not even a lot of people here know how to do it. I get texts all the time. Hey, Tyler, will you change the TV channel?
Maybe somebody slid into a marathon of Sister Wives. Maybe that was what it was.
That could be it.
Cody Brown and company.
That could be it.
I don't know. I think they were catching up on all this plastic surgery, intense reality TV.
Sister Wives had me jackknife for about 5 hours one time on a Sunday evening.
Are they good looking?
No.
What's better to watch right now?
Not a single one of them.
What's better to watch right now? TLC or the Astros?
TLC.
I mean,
that would make me sick to the stomach.
No. It's a thought. It's a thought.
Last night was a good game.
It could have been somebody who's just sick of watching the Astros and just said, "Hey,
the hell." That's it. They got so mad, just said,
"You know
the hell
what?
with
I
it."
can't believe they blew this 3-run lead. They blew another lead again.
Maybe that's Chris Santiago said, "I'm not even going to watch any of this. I'm turning to TLC while we do this post game show." Area 45 every night. They got you for the post game show for the Astros, 7 to 11. So stay with the fellas. But speaking of the Astros. I want to start it like this. Because I feel like before I go into this conversation, I'm a man. I like have conversation.
Hold on, though.
No, it's Ron, but I'm not going to hold on. But I feel like I want to show leadership, and us on this show show leadership before I ask you to do something. Because I am asking you, some of you all out there, the listeners, to see if you got this in you. Because one of the things about me when I moved here to Houston is I felt like this is a city of stand-up guys and stand-up gals.
I would say so.
A city of people who ain't got no problems coming to the table and giving the real.
Bury me in the H.
And I love that. You know, many of you love to give the real. Text line, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, social media, you give the real. But I want to start it off right here. You can admit when you're wrong. You can admit when you're wrong, and especially when you get the evidence that continues to show that you were wrong.
Oh, damn, so.
But not everybody has the heart to do it. And I want to start off with leadership with this. I'll say it again. After the Colts game, if you remember, I said after that tight end coach came to that microphone and said that he and Nick Caserio had looked at Jeff Driscoll, and we believe he's got tight end in him. And he is an exceptional athlete. And then they had the aforementioned Brevin Jordan come to the mic as he spoke with us here on the drive and say, "Oh yeah, man, he's a great athlete."
They said he looked like Lamar Jackson.
Yep, they used that name. At that moment, I said, Nick Caserio is never going to be the person that gets and leads this organization to winning again.
Caserio?
And I believe it. I believed it.
You let that get away from you.
No, I didn't. That was the last straw for me.
You let that get away from you.
That wasn't just the first one.
That struck a nerve, and you let that get away from you.
It struck a nerve upon other things. I don't need to relitigate that. Set across the table from a couple of coaches. It said, yeah, they're it. But after that Colts game, after they win the AFC South, they get into the playoffs. You know what I said, and I'll say it again. Ron, you were wrong. You were wrong.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He clearly is the guy. He clearly has done it. And he has come out here, and he has hit a home run in the offseason. He's been the guy. Nick Caserio, I'll give him the credit. Nick Caserio proved me wrong. And I can stand right here and say it. I was proud of you the last time you was on with us when you had that James Harden take. You said it on the podcast, H-Town Hoops. You catch it every week.
Yep.
Him and Adam Spolane. You came right here on the number one drive show in all of Houston in terms of sports. You came on here and you said it. I was wrong.
I was wrong about that.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Brandon said that he felt like they should have brought in James Harden instead of Fred VanVleet for the game he had last night.
Yep.
And he came out and said he was wrong.
Yep.
Tyler finally admitted he was wrong about Davis Mills.
I did? I'm just kidding, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I never really believed that. I was just trying to will it into being.
You willed it into buying a jersey.
That makes
for sure.
That makes it even worse. But we're not even going to stay right there.
But
I tried to will it in.
Can you? But look me in my eyes and tell me you know that I never really believed like Mills was a franchise quarterback.
I hope not.
Oh my God, dude! You can't just give me that. I'm not, because I'll freak out.
You bought the jersey, man.
You sold it. You sold
it hard,
yeah,
man.
I got a lot of money. So
you're a good actor, man.
Wow, did he just say that?
Got a lot of money.
Got a lot of money.
I mean, I bought a jersey. That's nothing.
All right, but listen, we as leaders here on the drive.
We admit when we're wrong.
We're admitting we were wrong.
We do it. We do this.
Clint Stoerner, I'm sure, is sitting somewhere. He's admitting that he was wrong.
Thank you, Low T.
I know you would. Clint would tell you right here he'd do it. He'd admit he was wrong. I'm wondering, are y'all, some of you all out there, are you ready to do it? Are you ready to admit and say, yeah, I was wrong when I said that the Astros upgraded in manager?
Well,
who said that?
Well,
I seen that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I saw, I read, I listened to it. I saw that. They got a bumbling idiot at manager.
Oh, yeah. They couldn't wait to roll Dusty up out of here. I know.
Y'all ready? Like, I just want to know, many of you who said it, listen, we stepped in, we brought it to the table. We're telling you, you can do it. Do you have it in your heart to admit when you were wrong? Can you admit right now the Houston Astros would be in so much better place? You would feel much more confident if that Hall of Fame manager who has seen it all was still there.
I'm doing the World Series.
And listen, I'm not saying that Joe is going to stink. But Joe right now, Brandon, is being thrown all of this stuff that Dusty has been thrown the last several years. Yeah. But this ain't something that you want a new manager to have to deal with. Injuries all over the place. Guys underperforming.
It's not ideal.
That's not it. This is tough. But you had a guy who's seen it all, whose magic power, his special power was his ability to communicate, his ability to be the calming force, his ability to be able to instill confidence even when everything was going wrong.
Yep.
This right here is what Dusty Baker is great at. What is happening right now. Last year, take away the heart and soul of the team before the season starts. The first month and a half or two, you don't have Jose Altuve. Abreu, your new acquisition, he's stinking just like he is right now.
Yeah.
You didn't even have Verlander. He had a back-to-back day stretch where he lost two starting pitchers, one for almost 3 months, the other one for the year.
Yep. Urquidy and Garcia.
Michael Brantley, he missed months. Still dealing with Lance.
Yeah.
In and out. But he was able to keep that thing together with duct tape.
Well.
And right now we're seeing a similar thing. And be honest with you, there's some guys that are probably performing pretty well. If I'd have told you that you were getting this production out of your catcher position, like y'all told me you was, you would think you'd be sitting here at 4-8.
Yeah.
If I told you your starting pitching, even with the injuries, was performing the way it is, wouldn't think you'd be sitting here 4 games under 500. Jordan is smashing. Altuve is smashing. Tucker's playing pretty well. Pena's hitting again.
It's a panty dropper.
So you think you think they got a manager problem?
I think right now, the fact that they have switched out a Hall of Fame manager who has seen it all, who is a champion, and they moved him in and switched him in with somebody who has never, ever seen any of this, who's never been in this seat, who will continue to pinch hit guys like John Singleton for Mauricio Dubon. Yeah, I think that is making a difference. I think it's making more of a difference than many of you. I just wonder if people out here, I haven't checked the text line yet. I haven't done that yet. I just wonder, are people out there ready to say, you know what, I was a little off on that. Because it wasn't just that Dusty, Brandon, you know it, you saw it. It wasn't that Dusty was, you were criticizing him. It was, this was a buffoon, a bumbling idiot.
Yeah, like he didn't know what he was doing.
Like he didn't know what he was doing. I'm just saying, right now with everything that has happened to this team, Brandon, would you rather have Dusty Baker at the helm? Do you think in the locker room they'd feel more comfortable if Dusty Baker was at the helm?
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of whether you, especially when there's calamity and when there is adversity, I don't think it's a question on whether you would want to have Dusty Baker over Joe Espada. Joe Espada has not proven it. He's not done it yet. Dusty Baker has. So if you're just like Dusty Baker versus Joe Espada, that's a pretty easy one. I would like to give Joe Espada a chance or an opportunity to get out of it because Dusty Baker has been given that chance. He has done that. Like we're saying, we've actually seen him do it because he's had the opportunity. All we've seen from Joe Espada is these first 12 games, and it has not looked good yet. He also has not had a chance to come out of it. So I don't know. I can't tell you exactly yet how Joe Espada responds to adversity or if he knows what buttons to push or if he knows what adjustments to make because he's never had to do it before. This is his first time managing, and it's the first time it's gone south. So how does Joe Espada respond? How does Joe Espada look from here? That's going to weigh a lot into how I feel about his standing and his space in it. But in terms of the parallels to Dusty Baker, would Dusty Baker be tailor-made for a situation like this? Absolutely. So I would want to know, too, if the same people that wanted to run Dusty Baker up out of here, would you like to have somebody would you like to have a common influence like that?
I want you to correct that. The same people who ran Dusty Baker up out of here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How did I say it?
You said the same people that may have run. No, the same people who ran Dusty Baker up out of here.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, only Dusty knows exactly how long. Because there's two questions. Was he just run out of here, or did Dusty Baker see a sinking ship?
What updates would you like?
Because I think that's a possibility as well. This is not, I don't think, the best constructed roster, even as much talent as it has.
No,
we're starting to see the holes.
No, Tyler.
We're starting to see the holes. To even be in a situation where you're talking about John Singleton is on your major league roster is an issue.
John was on the roster last year, wasn't he? This is a ready-made team.
Which was an issue.
No. That's all I heard. This is a World Series team.
No, it's
that's
that.
winning
it is
in
that.
spite of Dusty. That's what I heard.
No, it's a World Series team that has some flaws along the margins that needed a manager with experience to be able to push the right buttons. Now they've got somebody that doesn't have experience, and we'll see if he has the ability to push the right buttons. But in terms of what you would rather want, what would you rather have in a moment like this? Yeah, you want to have the experience.
Yeah, I love it right here. I'm actually willing to admit that I was feeling uneasy when I found out the bench coach was getting promoted versus Dusty No Cap. So close. Are you willing? Are you willing? See, right now, see, Tyler in prep did not seem to have the belief that people would be willing to admit this. Because you tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler. The people who we hear from and see from on this show, there was way too many people who were, absolutely sure that they were getting an upgrade in manager.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it came to a point last season, especially the back half of the year, where any given Astros loss, I knew coming in here to this studio there was going to be a handful of people that were blaming Dusty, no matter what.
Yeah, first text line, Jonathan said it's too early. Yeah, it's too early to – I've not made a decision on Joe Espada. It is not too early to admit that the Astros took a step back in manager.
But see, I think what you could say right now, I think the point that you're making right now is one that you could have made even if they were 8-4 or even before the season started. I would have agreed with this point even at that point. Like, having an experienced and accomplished manager is better than having an inexperienced one who hasn't done anything. To me, the question is, from that point, is like, okay, why is Dusty Baker no longer here? And if he's not going to be here, did you do a good enough job of replacing him? Did you go like if you're gonna run Dusty Baker off, you better be damn sure about the guy that you got next up, whether that be in-house or somebody that you're gonna go get. Like, and it's not to just like be a hit on Joe Espada, but you are replacing Dusty Baker, and I don't think we gave enough credit for that. The collective we for all of the folks that wanted to run him up out of here.
Text line here: baseball managers is the most overrated of all sports. No. Don't like.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
I'm not going to say I'm not of football, basketball. Yes, I get that.
Yeah, the three major ones.
But don't you come and say that now? Not you all come here and say that now. Not last year when any time they lost, it was all on the manager. At any time they won, they did it in spite of him. Like, you can't do it now.
Well,
like, you can't do it now. What we're getting in on the text line for people for the first couple of weeks of this season is, I don't know about Joe Espada. Oh, I can't believe he made that decision. Now I'm saying, can you admit it? Oh, no. Baseball manager's not that important. I want you to open up the phone lines, Tyler. I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. Are you, there are many of you out there. All right? The phone lines are open. You get on here, you say whatever you want to say within reason. Are you willing to admit it? Brandon did it. He admitted he was wrong. I'm proud of you, man. Love you.
Not on Dusty, though. I always was on that.
Tyler admitted he was wrong for the most part. And then also let you know that he has money. Said he's rich.
Feels good. Feels good to admit it.
I admit it. Dead wrong on Nick Casario. Can you? 713-572.
We weren't wrong on Dusty, though, me and you.
No, we weren't. 713-572-4610. Are you willing to admit? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, if you're like me,
more information, text donate to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ball drilled to left center field. This game will be over. Salvador Perez flips the bat away on an 0-1 pitch. Ends the game here in the bottom half of the 10th inning, 4-3. The Royals have won 5 in a row as they come from behind tonight, down 3-0 to win it in 10, 4-3.
Tough loss last night for the Astros. Drops them now to 4-8 in Kansas City, and they'll play again tonight with the Royals. Them looking to try to tie this series up with the Royals. Brandon, we were talking about this, and I'm serious. I want to hear from the people. I see some people on the text line. Ron, I was wrong. Ron, yes, you're right. I was wrong. I see it on the text line. I'm just wondering. I said, man, you stand up city. I believe it, and that's why I said I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610.
It's one of those classic cases of not knowing what you have until it's gone. You know, like we've had that before. Maybe in a relationship, maybe it was a job, maybe it was a situation somewhere that you lived. Whatever it was in life, you didn't really know the value of it or how good it really was until you didn't have it no more.
No, yeah, I'm. Feels like it shouldn't have been the case, but I hear you.
I mean, everything sometimes wears out. Like I would say this, Ron, I'm happy for Dusty. Like I don't think Dusty deserves this or needs this in his life, trying to navigate an aging World Series contender that does have some holes on this roster, that has some bad luck right now, some injuries.
I'm doing the World Series.
And then also, like, there was a clear conflict in, the vision. How much were Dusty's hands tied? How much of an influence does the front office and the organization? Like,
how much was there a fight between that?
Yeah. I would push back this. Who even really ever is the manager of the Astros for all of the front office influence that you have? Like, we talk about the manager role being the least important of all the three major sports of head coaches. A lot of that does have to do with the front office influence, and I don't think there are too many more front offices that are as influential as the Astros is. So that's part of it as well. Like, hey, maybe Dusty Baker looked at it and said, "Hey, I'm Dusty Baker, and all I'm doing here is, spinning a machine." So, like, from Dusty's standpoint, I kind of feel good for him. He get to be over in wine country and don't have to deal with this.
He was spinning a machine that lost parts.
And to be the one that's not appreciated, And I know at the end there, I'm pretty sure he didn't feel appreciated.
I know a joke here from the text line. It was Dusty's fault we lost last night. I think there's some people out there who believe that.
Probably. Yeah, Dusty did it.
All right, I want to hear from the people. Do you were you wrong here? Jacqueline, we appreciate you joining us here on The Drive. What's your thoughts? You feel differently that Dusty is gone now from this team?
No,
Joaquin,
I don't.
sorry. Go ahead, Joaquin.
I don't feel differently because it's not the manager, it's the GM. If our GM put the right players in the right positions, we'll probably have a better team. If your pitching is not doing great, you could have picked up Stanek, Neris, or Maton, but you let them go. Now you have Montero. No, not good.
Yeah,
right.
no, I agree with that. I actually agree with that.
Well,
I mean, I do think
you talk about the parts. The players still. The manager kind of makes the decision.
Yeah, no, the manager makes the decision, but I do agree with the idea that the main issue with the Astros right now is that they have some holes in some key areas, and the fact that they have some talent in some key areas is going to be able to balance it out. They're going to still be in it because they are, talented at the top of that lineup, but the depth of the team, you're pinch hitting John Singleton. Your middle relief, you went and got a closer, but your middle relief looked shoddy. You had an opportunity to go out there and get Blake Snell. You didn't do it. Like, the only guys that you signed the major league contracts were Victor Caratini and Josh Hader. Like, that's not going to get it done. I would agree with that premise that you have a roster construction issue just as much as you have anything.
Yeah. All right. Ant, we'll let you jump in on this. Ant, do you feel differently about this team now that Dusty's gone?
Yeah, show this Al from the south side. Oh, yeah, let me get in on this here and
Go ahead.
Show, let me get in here and go on get this real deal to these people out here. You did a great show, and I like the way you opened this thing up. Shout out to B. Scott from the south side. Let me say this here. Me covering the Astros, I'm not a Millennium fan. I've been watching this team since the Astrodome, so that's how far I go back. Shout out to Dusty Baker. And let's go on cut through the chase, B. Scott. We ain't going to even bring in the manager and all that the last call about. Let's hit the nail on the head. We got to go by what we see on the field. And Ron said it a little bit earlier. He talked about the calls being made, the base running, the pulling a guy, throwing a great ball, pitching, starting off. Next game, you pull a guy, he could have went extra inning. You pull a guy and put another guy in there, and he get rocked, and we lose the game. See, this ain't got nothing to do with up there. You got who you got, make it work. It ain't like you got no screw-ups. Dusty deal with pitcher messed up last year. He made it work with certain players. We went 0-4 in the last game to the World Series. At some point, let it be on the players. Don't let it be on your management or call it. This thing that they going through is not on the players. It's clearly on Joe Espada. He watched Dusty on that sideline. Now you got to put them shoes on. It's all about, if we was losing with other reason, I wouldn't have nothing to say. But we losing because of certain bonehead calls, switching the lineup. You don't have a solid outfield. Every time you look around, you pitch in for this, that, and the third. You got dudes coming off the bag. Where's your coaching at? Get on the bag. He getting picked off. You sending guys they should have went. They lost the game on that, waving the guy around home. He shouldn't have went. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to let y'all take it. It's clearly Joe Espada. Dusty Baker, he couldn't wipe Dusty Baker's shoes. Everybody was calling in, talking about this, that, Dusty, but a real baseball fan looked at that. You're going to have a down year. At some point, Kansas City ain't going to be what they at every year. But Dusty got a ring on. This man don't. And Dusty's still managing a team. Now, if Dusty was out of there, he wasn't good enough, gone, that's different and retired. But the man got a job the off season with Frisco. So
all right, I appreciate the call, man. We got to jump out. I appreciate the call. Listen, I don't think it's all on Joe. I don't agree with that. I think this is just a really tough situation for a rookie manager. And this is a situation that I think there may not be 5 managers you could name all time that is as qualified and does as well in adverse situations like this as Dusty Baker.
Yeah, speaking of situations, it's funny to me that this conversation would look entirely different if they could just hit with runners on base.
Sure.
If the Astros just had a little bit of situational hitting here and there, they would have won a handful of more games, and we wouldn't be looking at them sideways the way we are right now. But instead, they can't hit. They can't get no timely hitting. They can't hit with runners on.
And it comes down to some decisions that Joe has to make.
Yeah, and Joe doesn't have a lot of great options and doesn't seem to be making the best of choices with those not great options.
Yeah, he's got to stop pitching for Dubon.
Yeah, just stop the Singleton thing, or Dana figure out something else with that, because that's not going to get it done.
No,
between Joe and Dana, they got to figure out a better option than that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I just thought it was hilarious to hear. Oh yes, now we're going to really take off. Now they got rid of Dusty's ass.
Not so much.
Come on, man. All right, coming up, a couple of things here now that free agency seems to be through and we're a couple of weeks from the draft. Texans got 2 picks in that second round. What should they be trying to go after with those 2 picks? I think there is a clear position that I think the Texans would be really, really smart if they attacked. And if y'all ain't heard what happened with Terrell Suggs today, I am at a loss of words. I don't even know how things could escalate this much at a Starbucks. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live.
That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See, you were wrong, Tyler. There have been a few who have admitted they were wrong.
I like that. The Drive family is growing together.
Tyler said, man, you know these people ain't going to admit they're wrong. None of them are, even if they believe it in their heart of hearts.
I like that Tyler was wrong about people admitting that they were wrong.
I'm an optimist, man. I didn't say everyone.
A lot of wrong out there today.
I think that's the exact quote.
No, it's
not.
not.
You know these people aren't going to.
That's fake news.
You know damn well.
Somebody said, I like this. This guy thought he had it right here. That man said, hey, just because Joe Espada is sucking does not make Dusty Baker a great manager. You're correct.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
true. That's true.
Some real
But what does is
wise words.
Every team he ever managed at least once went to the LCS. And he managed in a time where only one team out of each league made it.
I'm doing the World Series.
Counter argument. No team managed by Joe Espada has ever lost the World Series.
You're right. And he has lost. You're right.
So, I mean.
You're right. You're right.
Who's
no
really?
Team ever managed by Joe Espada has ever lost in May either.
Yeah.
Ever lost in May or June. Yeah, you're right. Won the championship two's been the 4th straight ALCS.
Just saying, man.
World Series. That kind of makes him great. 7th all time in wins. I mean, you got to help me out on this. Somebody what in the world could happen? This story coming out. Terrell Suggs reportedly, this according to TMZ Sports. Terrell Suggs reportedly pulled a gun out and threatened to kill a man while at a Starbucks.
Jesus.
Because sometimes you got to F around and find out.
We continue. The man swore at Suggs before the ex-NFL star challenged him to a fight. I would presume this gentleman did not want to go to a fight. Maybe he did. But the former Baltimore Ravens pass rusher allegedly then called the man a P-ass saltine, except he didn't say saltine, before adding, I'll kill your B-ass.
That's what the whites used to do.
That's right.
We called him a Ritz.
Yeah, call him a Ritz.
Holy
Call him what a Ritz is. What he called him. Saltine as well.
I got you guys.
Gonna help us out, Tyler?
Yeah, I got you. Cracker.
That's right. Called him that. He called him a P
cracker
ass is what he said before.
Just like Clint's daughter called him.
Yeah.
Hey, look. I know we're in a different place in the world, but cracker just feels so outdated. Like it feels like if you say cracker, you got to be joking.
He's born in the 70s,
and clearly he's not joking because a gun was involved. But I feel like if you say cracker.
Like
you're
fellas,
not serious.
Fellas, I swear before God, I need to know. Like we're only hearing from this side. What in the world got said or done to Terrell Suggs to pull a pistol out at Starbucks?
That guy must,
what could have been said to where it said Terrell said, you know what? This is where I have to go.
You're out of vanilla scones?
I have so many questions.
Yeah, the Starbucks vibe is just not pistol.
No.
Where's your damn head?
I've
You'd have told me this happened at a Popeyes. This could make a little bit more sense.
Hell, even Luby's.
Hart's Chicken.
Shout out to Ocho who goes there a lot.
We don't have to just make it chicken places, though. Let's not do that, man.
Well, I was saying Hart's.
That's why I threw Luby's out there, because we all go to Luby's.
No, I'm just saying.
Hart's is in a normally rough part of town.
Maybe a Boston market. If you told me that.
Nah, see, the pistol.
What could you, and I need to know, did this happen inside the Starbucks or did this happen in the Starbucks parking lot? Because again.
In the drive-thru.
Now, the parking lot, I would have a bit more of an understanding. But if he pulled it out at the Starbucks in the line holding his latte, thank God nobody got injured. What in the world could have been said or happened go, I'm doing this?
Is Terrell Suggs concealed carry, pop trunk, or both?
Why would you bear arms?
Because I never told him my pistol to Starbucks. I never carried my pistol to Starbucks before.
Me either, dude.
Yeah,
We're winning.
Just
I
wasn't a thought.
I've never carried a pistol.
Well, I mean, you're not Texan, but so we tote pistols down here. But I don't normally take it to Starbucks. I don't normally feel like I need it at Starbucks.
Not a gun fan, but I just
Huckleberry.
Yeah, I'm blown. What in the world could have been said?
What time? Do we know what time of the day was?
I don't even know. You're right. It's had to be during the day. Maybe early. Like even if it's the word that you out there are thinking,
right?
I still don't think that says Starbucks. I'm pulling it out. I can see a right being thrown.
Well, but look, you got the combination of the pistol and then cracker. Right?
So that maybe
cracker out of there and the so I don't know what's going on. I tell you this though. I don't know.
Now people are just texting in places. Captain D's.
Hey,
Damn,
look.
I didn't know that was still open.
Captain D's ain't open.
Red Lobster.
Hey, I don't know what was said. I tell you this.
Some chicken biscuits.
I bet you won't say it again.
Long John Silver's.
Because that's the one thing. That's the one universal language. Everybody understand pistol to that face.
I mean, I bet you this man had to think, what in the hell just happened?
I bet you won't say it again.
I'm sure he won't.
He won't say it again.
Unless he didn't say anything that warranted that response, and he's just going to be mind deaf.
I've read it multiple times. Terrell Suggs pulled a gun out and threatened to kill a man while at a Starbucks. The man swore at Suggs, and that was it.
Well, and then he called him Cracker.
Whatever he called Suggs.
Whatever he said.
He effed around and found out.
I just can't. I'm certain whenever we find out what it is, it will not make any damn sense ever to say. I don't think anybody will be like, I don't know if anybody will be like, all right, yeah, I get why he pulled that pistol out.
It adds up now.
Okay.
Well, but let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question before we even get to that point. If you're in the Starbucks line and you're at Starbucks and you spot Terrell Suggs, what does Terrell Suggs have to do to get you to cuss at him?
Yes.
Because you don't want it with Terrell Suggs. I don't want it with Terrell Suggs.
When you make the
I'm
decision,
not cussing at him.
When you make the decision to cuss at Terrell Suggs, you got to be in the thought of,
you're playing with your life.
Like I might get hit.
Even if you don't see the gun, you're playing with your life.
What would Terrell Suggs have to do for me to cuss at him to where he could hear me?
What if you were the barista and he complained about his latte, said it tastes like crap? That'd probably piss you off.
Sir, I'll make you another one. We'll make you another one. I'll get somebody else to make it.
From the text line, there is a Captain D's open in Alvin, Texas.
And Baytown.
I don't get out that far, but I believe you.
And Long John Silver's.
Somebody said, if you'd have told me this happened at a Waffle House, that'd have made sense. You're right. I've been involved in a Waffle House situation at the NFL draft in Nashville.
Some of the greatest and worst nights happen at Waffle House.
Known to go down at Waffle House.
I finished my smothered hash browns, but I was trapped. You know, Waffle House, there's only one way in and one way out.
Oh, yeah.
And this fellow was stayed right there. The fearlessness of that waitress who was working there, former employee, coming back upset at about 1 o'clock in the morning, the NFL draft in Nashville 2019.
Ugh.
And he appeared to have something in his pocket that he was holding, and she was not deterred.
No.
She let him have it. Just going off. And I'm looking at
the employee at the Waffle House.
Yes, going off on the former employee. And I'm sitting here with my gum like, we can only go to this bathroom. What we gonna do? Finally, he walked out. He was like, let's get up out of here. I said, hold on, let me finish up these smothered hash browns real quick.
Can't leave those.
I can't leave those.
Hey, once you make the decision to either work at or maybe even eat at Waffle House, a little gunplay can't scare you. You've already made that decision.
Now that's a fact.
I
At 1 a.m.
It can't phase you, man.
You made the decision. You should know what this is by now.
No, it's in a better spot of town to do that.
Hey, I just wonder what them regulars at that Starbucks must be talking. You know that's got to be the talk of the Starbucks because every Starbucks has a set of regulars, people that go in every day. Can you believe T. Sizzle came in here and almost pistol whipped somebody?
Oh, my gosh, Megan, did you see that man with a gun? Oh, my God.
He normally just come in and get his pumpkin spice latte or whatever it is, but today
I need to get to the bottom of this story. I'm going to look up the police report. I'm serious. You brought it. I mean, someone is texting in, CTE must be hitting right now. Listen, I don't know. I just, from both sides, what would Terrell Suggs have to do to make you say any of the swear word? And then what could be the swear word said to Terrell Suggs to go, from bypassing threats to just flat out laying him out to pulling out a pistol. I just
talking about escalating quickly.
I mean, my God.
Very.
You went in on Starbucks type of energy and went out of there on Waffle House energy? That's wild.
That escalated quickly.
0 to 100.
Man, thank God everybody was safe there.
But I bet you won't say it again.
One of the other people in that Starbucks. What in the hell? I'm just in here trying to get.
Becky, I believe I heard him call that person a cracker.
No,
oh my goodness.
That pistol. They said, what the hell? So many questions. All right, coming up, we'll discuss a little bit of last night's game. A tough L last night, and Brandon is still, during the breaks, trying to look up and find if any other team has left more runners on base this year than the Houston Astros. A lofty 13 last night. The Rockets played their last home game last night. B. Scott was there. We'll discuss that. And big news official in college basketball. We'll get to all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
In the Loop.
Do we have any idea what the identity?
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first, Clint Stoerner is out. Brandon Scott is in, as you know him very well. Catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com, as well as you hear him every single week on these airways. You hear him on our show right here each and every Wednesday, 4:40 for his Texans and now Rockets report. You catch him every single Thursday, 11 o'clock, as he's on In the Loop. And you can catch the H-Town Hoops podcast, him and Adam Spolane doing work there. So you know Brandon Scott very, very well. And Brandon, as we know, you covered all the Astros with a tough loss last night. Big win to even that 4-game set with the Rangers, and it looked really good, man. They came out early and got to the Royals' number one starter and had a lot of traffic. Tyler had the over on that 4.5 bet, and I know he was feeling real good. Well, they stayed at 3 runs there, and wasn't able to add to it. And then the Royals ended up winning in the 10th inning, 4-3, to hand them the loss. Here was Joe Espada, the manager, last night. Actually, not last night. This is not Joe Espada. Not speaking last night. We'll talk about this other news with Joe Espada coming up here in just a bit. But they left 13 on base and just couldn't get runners home. That seemed to be the big story to start. And then a couple of decisions I think some people have talked about. There was another pinch hit for John Singleton for Mauricio Dubon that then got Jake Myers in the game and had some issues. We would much rather have Dubon there at that at-bat, especially in the 10th inning with a runner on second. They didn't execute there. But a big thing is it seems like outside of Yordan Alvarez, no one can seem to come up with the big hit with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, I mean, that's the theme of the season right now. Like, they are hitting overall. And really the most disappointing part about losing last night was you out-hit the Royals and you got, a decent start from Christian Javier. And it doesn't feel like you're in a position right now, especially given your health situation, given what your record is early on, to be wasting quality starts or even close to quality starts from your starters. And then you out-hit a team, you double them up, and then you can't get runners in when they're on. So, like, it's an issue of timely hitting. It's an issue of not pushing the right buttons and not necessarily making the right decisions from a managerial standpoint. They got a lot to pull together here. Like,
but
talk about it being early, but it does feel like there is a ways to go.
It's hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
Them not coming up with key hits.
Yeah.
Is also bringing Joe Espada into the front to have to make decisions.
Yeah.
Down the stretch, and he's just, and that's the thing.
Does he? That's the issue. Does he? Like, I guess not making a decision is a decision in and of itself. But, like, just don't pinch it. Like, I feel like you got a solid enough lineup.
Yeah, like right now, when you have the lineup you had last night with Dubon in the 9-hole, who do you pinch hit for?
There is not a soul on that bench
because he didn't pinch
that
run.
I would rather have.
It wasn't a pinch run situation,
right?
Maybe except for Abreu. I mean,
yeah, that's it. That's it.
That right now, I didn't have a problem with that pinch.
But see, he should not. I wouldn't have him in the lineup to begin with. So obviously, if it was like the alternative, whoever you were pinch hitting for Abreu, I wouldn't pinch hit in that situation because Abreu would be on the bench, right?
Who would you have in the lineup?
Who would I have in the lineup over Abreu? I mean, all you got is John Singleton. That's the issue with the roster construction. We keep talking about that. They don't have no good options.
Because some people keep saying, well, let's just put both our catchers in.
Or that. But you also want to be able to have a backup catcher. You want to be able to have Diaz be able to rest for a game per series if he can, or to be able to DH in a game per series if he can. So I mean, it's like a double-edged sword in that respect.
Yeah, I am not sure. I'm just telling you what it seems like when you hear and kind of the new age thing. And you mentioned this earlier about how maybe the Astros do business. I don't know about you fellas. It feels like, and this is a difference between other managers, in particular the previous manager for the Astros, in my opinion, is it feels like, guys, this thing is mapped out before they even enter the game.
Well,
the decisions that they're going to make are mapped out before they enter the game, like not a feel of
like a first drive script.
Yeah,
for the Texans.
I feel like I feel like everybody knew upon the staff that, all right, we get this matchup late in the game, John's coming in.
Yeah.
Don't give a damn if it's Dubon up or whoever, John's coming in.
Yeah, it's way too much of a computer-based.
Which is happening in baseball a lot.
Yeah.
And not a feel of, I don't know, I understand this matchup, but this bat's not really performing. It is, we made this decision. If we get this matchup, this is what we're doing. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And because to me, there is no other way that you get to that point with John Singleton and you have him pinch hitting. There's no feel.
Yeah, and the idea that there is a matchup that would be favorable to John Singleton, who went almost a decade between major league appearances, like I don't feel like there is trustworthy data on John Singleton, at least data that's trustworthy enough for you to be out there pinch hitting him in games that you're trying to win, that you're really trying to win. And I understand he came up big for him in a couple of moments late in the postseason last year, but like it speaks to roster construction where you're even having a conversation of, hey, what's the matchup? John Singleton is the best matchup. That should not be your best match. You should have better players on your team to where John Singleton's matchup don't factor into the equation. It should not be a part of your calculus at all.
I don't even know how we come to the, because I think they make these, like Tyler said, it's a script. I think they make these decisions.
They do
before the game, and that is something that is happening in baseball more to the point where you made. It's not just managers doing this all the time, like themselves and having these calls. They've made this decision,
which also makes it difficult to criticize the manager, to hold the manager accountable, because it's tough to know, hey, what is really the manager's gut feeling? What are they doing based off of what they're seeing and observing for the game? And how much of it is influenced by the predetermination of the front office or the overall organizational approach? It's hard to know.
But with him, he probably doesn't at this point have the, all right, yeah, you know what, I'm going to veer off of this. My gut feeling, I'm going to veer off of this, and this just didn't feel right to me, like maybe a more experienced manager does right now. And that may come with time, probably will come with time. Maybe down the line he'll feel and trust more of his gut than just what we made the decision before. I just don't know how we sit. Like, can you imagine that, Tyler and Brandon? We sit around, all right, baby, let's look this thing over before we get to Royals tonight. All right, man, if MacArthur comes in the game, the righty coming in, he comes in, he's hard-throwing righty, tough slider against Dubon. If he comes in late in the game, we're going to bring in John. Yeah. I just don't even know how we arrived at that. And everybody's like, all right, here we go. Got that one down. I don't even know how you get to that.
Yeah.
Even before the game. I don't even know how you come to the conclusion this is the game plan, what we're going to do.
Yeah, no, to me, I would just trust the guys that I've got in the lineup over pinch it. It's such a far cry. Like, I'm old enough to remember now when Aledmus Diaz was the dude that they had coming off the bench, and you would pinch hit Aledmus Diaz, or that one year, it might have been 2021, where Jason Castro had some good moments where he come in and have some pretty good matchups, and he have some pretty good pinch hit at bats for you. But it's a far cry from that. Like, you are such a far cry from that. I feel like you're just better off. The feel should be we're better off with the guys that are in the lineup over pinch hitting with John Singleton.
Yeah.
And I love the John Singleton story. It just it doesn't work. It does not work. I don't get it.
Yeah. Like Cody Rhodes, the story is over.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
Sorry, John. All right, the Astros weren't the only ones who played last night. The Rockets, they had their final game this season at the Toyota Center. You were there, Brandon. They defeat a good Orlando team, a team battling for positioning. 118-106. Fred VanVleet. What do you have? 37 last night.
37 last night.
Yeah, he was big last night. as he picked things up. As Jalen Green has kind of come back down a little bit here the last few games. At 14 last night, tough. Not as efficient as he was in that one stretch.
He doesn't do it every night. I mean, that's still a thing. Yeah. Like, even though he had that stretch, it's still a thing that he does not necessarily do that superstar thing every night.
Now, let me pose this to both of you. You all are Houston through and through, born and raised.
Indeed.
Do the Rockets this season, they are one game under 500, right? They can get over 500 this season. Did they bring pride back to you this year? Do you feel proud now? Did they bring that back to you, being proud to be a Rockets fan?
They brought me back to the TV, but I far from proud or proud.
Really?
Yeah.
39 and 40 don't get you there?
Brought me back to the TV, but proud? Nah.
Now, you're not just like, I'm gonna rock my Rocket stuff, baby. I'm going to get on a plane. I'm going to wear my Rocket stuff. Hell yeah, I'm a rock. Really?
A lot of work to still be done.
Yeah. I'll never lose pride in them. I mean, it's not even – I mean, they can go 0 for 82, and I'm still going to rock my Rocket stuff. I mean, it's more of a civic thing. Yeah, no, I mean, it's less about really – it's really less about the basketball itself. And for me, as far as pride, it's just more like a – civic identity thing. I'm gonna rock with them, and
That's
they got
fair.
a history.
I'm with you on that.
That exists.
No, I get
so
you.
But as far as like watchability and being able to follow them and wanting to, it not feeling like a chore, that's what they brought back, like an actual enjoyment. I always had the pride because there's like the Rockets have been a thing for as long as I can remember. So like I was a kid when they won the championships. So I was never gonna lose that pride. I don't think I ever lost it. I still rock my stuff. But I'm definitely more into watching the games. I look forward to it now as opposed to the last few years.
This was to me, a hugely and has been a hugely successful season. Hugely successful season. And for me, I look at it, I'm like, to a point where even people will say, hey, man, what's it like covering the Rockets?
Yeah.
It's been a rough one. Now it's like, no, man, it's a fun team to cover. They got some things. It's real conversations to be had. They feel like a real basketball team. Like, to me, I think that's what D'Amico and CJ have done, is brought back pride with the Texans. Like, people proud to wear their stuff. I'll tell you right now, man, there was a long stretch. Who's your college football team?
Yeah.
Kansas. Won 3 games in the last 4 years. Like, I'm a rock with them, but it sure wasn't yay, let me go find my Kansas football shirts or my hats. Yes, they make those. And I'm like,
so you're more of the competitive fan. Like I want to win.
True.
Yeah, I feel like I'm far less competitive than you are. Like, I'm not okay with losing, but I still feel relatively the same way about myself, win or lose.
Like when
I still feel like a winner. I can lose everything and still feel like a winner.
No, like I said, I don't feel like a winner. I just feel like my team's a loser.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, hey, the Rockets are terrible, and I was still rocking that Rockets gear.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, boys. I get on the flight. I get on the plane. That's when I know it. I'm gonna wear something that shows where I'm from or something.
Yeah.
Like you got your 713 hat on.
Yep.
Yeah, I was moving. I've been moving over them Royals hats.
They look good.
They got a good dub last night.
Moving over them bad boys. Let me find these Kansas.
But see, y'all, the Royals
moving these suckers over.
Hey, the Royals, except for a handful of teams and franchises, have a World Series in the last decade. I would wear my stuff with pride. Y'all got Bobby Witt Jr. with the play to save the game last night on Pena.
No,
I mean, look, man, y'all, it's some things that's going up for them.
No, it's some good things. I'm just saying,
you got to stick with it. You got to stick with it. That's the big criticism of Houston sports fans to begin with, is that we're too bandwagony. We don't rock with our teams through thick and thin. I'm not saying just put up with any old nonsense, and we've had plenty of teams throughout the years put us through nonsense, but you still rock with your franchise. You still hold it with a certain level of pride.
Yeah, I think people rocked with the Texans.
I wasn't proud
to be a
Texans fan.
It
wasn't that I wasn't proud. I wasn't entertained. I didn't feel like watching because it just wasn't good. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't, but I didn't lack pride because of it. I just lacked interest. Now I'm interested. I could wear a Rockets hat and not watch the game because it's not interesting and still be proud that I'm a Rockets fan, even if I'm not watching the game.
Well, good for them, man. A big win. Way to finish off the home slate. And they got a chance to go over 500 in this season, which, as I said, I think this has already been a huge success for the Rockets.
Let's go, Rockets.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, maybe that's where Clint is. Maybe Clint's in Fayetteville. It's become official.
What a weird sight.
John Calipari, I just watched him walk into the building in Fayetteville, and they got the band out. They got all kinds of people. He is officially named the head coach at Arkansas men's basketball. And I for the life of me, Brandon, I don't even understand what's going on.
Hogs are winners.
The most high-profile coach, the most known coach, Coach K is out, the most known coach, is at arguably the most known and high-profile university when it comes to college basketball at Kentucky. And he said, I'm out to go make less to go to Arkansas. He's making...
Hey, Zoe!
God, he's going to be so proud of you. $7 million he's getting. I mean, I ain't not saying nothing. 5-year contract starting at $7 million. He was getting $8.5 at Kentucky. He left.
Yeah.
That is just college basketball.
The world is on its ass.
What in the hell is going on?
Yeah.
What's the equivalent of that in football?
Yeah, that would be like.
That's leaving Alabama.
Saban going to UCF.
No, it ain't that bad. Arkansas's won a national championship, but
it almost because LSU's program raised, but it almost feels a little bit like Brian Kelly going from Notre Dame to LSU, like a little bit like that. Yeah. Except LSU has a little bit more cachet in football than
Notre
Arkansas.
Dame's the blue blood,
but that was also strange when it happened.
Yeah. Yeah,
you know.
But then at that point, you could see all right, they got restrictions on what players, and then that is maybe arguably the greatest recruiting ground, one of the greatest recruiting grounds in Louisiana that you have to yourself. But this is just what
about Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma bound for the SEC to go to USC bound for the Big Ten?
But that's at least blue blood to blue blood.
Yeah.
Like Oklahoma,
I think it sounds like the story that's really being told here, and you're the college basketball. Well, both of us really are. But the story that's being told here is that Kentucky is only a blue blood because they're only a blue blood now because they were a blue blood then. Like only because we used to call them that and have always called them that. They were a blue blood. But are they really? Now?
These jobs just now aren't as coveted or want. Like you just don't hear. All right, man, I'm gonna leave Duke or Kentucky or Kansas or UCLA to go to Washington.
Yeah.
To go to Texas Tech.
Boise State.
When it comes to the business of sports,
you're coming low. You keep coming unnecessarily low. They're at least a Power 5 conference.
Stupid pigs.
But what is a blue blood in the age of NIL? In the age of the TV contracts and all of that.
Yeah, because he can have the less pressure. Yeah. And have the same amount of NIL money that he can spend at Arkansas because of the money that's in that state.
He basically gets to start the clock over on his run at Kentucky and just do the same thing.
Yes. All right, we do this every Wednesday. Our little game, we pick an AFC team, and we asked if you are confident or concerned. Confident or concerned? The team this week, the Cincinnati Bengals. Are you confident or concerned with the Bengals? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Advanced Hair. Look, I know there's folks out there that get up every morning.
this week. Head to sportsradio610.com/contests to register for your chance to win. You can thank us later.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As Clint is out, Brandon Scott, that voice you have been hearing, is in for him today. And it is Wednesday. It is the second segment in the 3 o'clock hour, 3:25-ish. Well, it's after now. And we've been doing this, Brandon. We have been going through AFC teams and discussing, are you, as a Texans fan, with your team? And it has shifted a bit because the team has changed within it. Stefon Diggs crashed into being a member of this team in the middle of this. Are you confident in the Texans when you put them up against this team, or are you concerned?
And you got to pick one.
Yeah, confident or concerned. We've done the Steelers, the Dolphins, and the Jets. Today, the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, we've had conversations about this team.
Burrowhead.
The Cincinnati Bengals last year missed the playoffs. They have a fourth-place schedule this year because the Steelers, Ravens, and Browns all made the playoffs out of the AFC, so they finished in fourth place in their division. So the fourth-place schedule this year, some of their additions, they bring in Trent Brown, the tackle, Geno Stone, who was a good safety for the Ravens. They bring him in. Mike Gesicki, the tight end, is added. Obviously, you know, they traded Joe Mixon here to Houston. They brought in Zach Moss, who we interviewed at the Super Bowl, and never did I think someone would say, we're out on Joe Mixon for Zach Moss.
Yeah, well.
Never thought, but it did happen. Zach Moss there. They bring in former Texan Sheldon Rankins. Big move on defense, and Von Bell as well. They do lose DJ Reader on the inside. Jonah Williams, who was kind of a bust tackle pick for them. Irv Smith, the tight end. And Awuzie, what's his name? Awuzie, yeah. The cornerback. He was hurt a lot last year, which hurt their secondary, but they lose him to the Titans. And obviously, as we said, Joe Mixon is gone for this team. But Jamar Chase is there. Joe Burrow, you'd hope, is healthy this year. And
Which is the main addition.
Which is the main addition.
That's the main addition.
The main addition. And right now, T. Higgins is, I would presume, holding out. He's on the franchise tag. I'll be shocked off my ass if Joe Mixon sits the season. If T. Higgins sits the season and doesn't and pulls a Le'Veon Bell. So he will be a part of this team at some point as well. But they still have him, not Joe Mixon. They still have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Zach Moss in the backfield. Tight ends, maybe a little small improvement there. Is this a team that concerns you, or is this a team that you're confident against?
Yeah, because I would say just about the Texans on the face of it, I'm confident in them based off of what they've done this offseason.
Texans beat this team on the road last year.
Yeah, and they beat them on the road, and they also upgraded their own team. So I would be confident in the Texans going up against basically anybody. But if you just focus on the Bengals themselves and say, are you confident or concerned, I would lean toward concerned. I would say concerned because it's basically like the Spider-Man meme. Like, I see a lot of similarities between the two teams. Clint's been on the show multiple times talking about how the Texans offense, especially after trading for Stefon Diggs, is going to look a lot like the Cincinnati Bengals offense and being C.J. Stroud-centric the way the Bengals is Joe Burrow-centric. They're going to lean a lot into that. I feel like the Bengals are basically the Texans before the Texans. You know, like they were the team that did this a couple of years back in Joe Burrow's second, whenever he came back from the injury, right? So, like, I feel like these are two very similar teams. If you're confident in the Texans, then you should be concerned about the Bengals because they are very similarly situated.
Yeah, this one, I don't know about you, Tyler. I don't know what Clint will say. This is definitely a concern for me. Joe Burrow is something else. And then Joe Burrow with those two dudes on the outside, that Bengals team is something else. I honestly believe last year the Bengals and the Chiefs may have been even. Like going into last year in terms of we were having the conversation saying, all right, who's the top teams in the AFC? I think maybe people would have put the Chiefs ahead because they won it all, but I think it would have been 1A, 1B. Like, these were the two teams. They just faced each other for the second time in the AFC Championship game, and it was a close game on the last second that they beat them. And it is clear, like, the player who has had the most success in terms of quarterbacks in their team against the Chiefs have been the Bengals.
Yeah.
The number one team that I fear as a Chiefs fan is the Bengals.
Well, y'all had that not so redeeming record against them for a little while.
Yeah, and so to me, with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, the Bengals are to me a definite team to worry.
Yeah,
and concern about. And I know you beat them there, and that was to me when you really arrived that moment on the road. But I remember there was no T. Higgins in that game. But obviously, as you said, the Texans are a better team. Right? The little Hunter is there. They've made a lot of moves, but that's a really good football team. That's been a really good football team for years, and not to mention that schedule for them. That's going to be something. They're playing a schedule that the Texans played last year.
And I would be concerned, but I would also point out, kind of to quote C.J. Stroud here, the Bengals got to see the Texans too. Like, I wonder what the other side of this conversation is.
They should be concerned with the Texans too.
When you are the team that lost to them last year and watched them get better, how do you feel about, like, you've got to feel good about yourself being whole and some of the moves that you've made, but you got to be looking at the other side and thinking, okay, the Texans, they're arriving as well. I do feel like, though, based off of Joe Burrow returning healthy, assuming that he's going to be healthy, and then the step back that it seems like the Bills are taking, I would put the Bengals right there with the Ravens of joining, the teams that would challenge the Chiefs in AFC superiority. And I think the Texans are right there. I think all of them should be concerned about each other. Like, if you're the Bengals, you should be concerned about the Texans. If you're the Texans, you should be concerned about the Bengals and the Ravens and the Chiefs, and then some of these other teams that y'all have gone over in the previous weeks.
Text line, how do we beat the Bengals, get better, the Bengals get worse, and yet we are worrying about the Bengals?
Because they got a dude like yours. That's how. They've got Joe. Are you familiar with Joe Burrow? Are you familiar with Jamar Chase?
It's completely real. They've done it multiple times.
Yeah, and that was a good game, right?
Yeah, Yeah.
So I mean, like, it's not like you just like you just took him behind the woodshed or anything like that. Nah, man. I mean, this is a peer.
This is the test. Tyler, you confident or concerned with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Concerned.
Okay,
100%.
Sure. Good for you, man.
Yeah, Tigers don't change their stripes.
Neither do Bengals.
Yeah, they've been wearing the same damn thing for as long as I can remember.
You get it?
Yeah.
That was good.
You got it, Tyler.
God, you're such an ass to me.
You just love these. You live for these.
I am a fan of dad jokes.
I think you write them. Puppy dad jokes is what you're a fan of, aren't you? Yeah. All right. Coming up, Brandon's got some thoughts about the general manager. Brandon's got some real thoughts about the general manager, Dana Brown, for the Houston Astros, as we're starting to look at some things. And when it's early, but still there are some complaints and wonders about the construction of this roster. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Craft Chevrolet, y'all. And they got big-time deals. It's truck month and
Top off with fresh fuel at every fill-up or when you store. Start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Somebody on YouTube and Twitch, man. We appreciate anybody any way you're listening. Couldn't get that one out. As Tyler's uncomfortably winking at the camera and looking, now doing mouth and lip things, and I apologize to you all on YouTube and Twitch. Stop shooting the gun and wink.
We said we appreciate you, and then Tyler started doing all those.
That's how I show my appreciation, you dig?
Please don't say you dig. But Tyler, Tyler is there, and you can see all of us there. However you're listening to us, YouTube, Twitch, Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. My man Brandon said, Bengals came in last in their division and lost Mixon, and people still think they're a top 5 team. What the Bengals did last year was damn near impressive.
Yeah.
When I say they came in last, just have to remember everybody else in their division
went to the playoffs,
and everybody finished above 500 in their division.
Yeah.
They were 9-8. They were a game behind the Texans. They were 9-8.
Playoffs.
And Joe Burrow missed 7 games.
not all finishing last in the division is created equal.
Yeah, Higgins missed 6 games as well. So, like, they almost made the playoffs with Jake Browning running that sucker. So, yeah, I mean, there was I get a lot of credit. I thought Zach, I'll be honest with you, I thought Zach Taylor, I wondered how great of a coach he was. This year, he really showed what he's about. So, yeah, the Bengals just that last place finish is not I guess you got to dig a little deeper in that last place, which is above 500 and injury plague season for them. All right, Brandon, you're starting. It's early. It's early with the Astros, but you are starting to hone in and now looking at old Dana Brown.
Yeah, man, I'm just wondering at what point do I get my Dana Brown moment? And if it's happened already, just let me know. But
what you mean by that? Dana Brown
I'm just waiting on Dana Brown to really make his imprint on this team. I feel like last year was his first season, and like you can give somebody a pass in their first season anyway. That's why, a little bit of the conversation on Joe Espada even feels kind of tough because we're this early in to his first season. Felt a similar way with Dana Brown last year of, hey, it's your first year. We're going to give you some leeway. But not only is it your first year, but a lot of the offseason was operated without you. Like, they made a lot of the big-time decisions last offseason operating without a general manager before Dana Brown got hired. They made the decision to bring back Rafael Montero on a deal that nobody else, it seems like, would have paid him. They did the Jose Abreu move that's not working out. It didn't work out until late last year, and it's not working out early on this year. There were reasons to give excuses for last year because he was still getting his feet wet, still kind of getting into it. But this year is kind of the first big boy year. This is the first year of accountability, real accountability for me with Dana Brown and looking at how the roster is constructed and what this team looks like overall. And we can say it's talented. We can say it's a World Series contender because it is. It does have those guys at the top of the lineup. And when healthy, it's got a fairly impressive rotation. But somewhere along the margins there, the depth of the team, which has been an issue in the past and is an issue right now, to me, falls at the feet of the person that is charged with putting the team together. So when you look at an offseason where your only major league deals that were signed was a big deal, an impressive move by bringing in Josh Hader, I'll give you that. But outside of that, all you did was add a backup catcher, and you didn't really add any depth to your lineup, and you didn't really do anything with that rotation when the opportunity was right there in front of you with Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery still on the market late there in the offseason, late in the spring training, and to not make any of those things happen. Like, it was a quiet offseason, and it is being reflected now. I think that the holes in the roster are being reflected now when you look up and you're pinch hitting John Singleton, when Gray Kessinger is on your roster, and I don't know what that means and what purpose that serves. I don't know if he plays. So, like, where are the players along the margin? Where is the team building happening? And I'm not seeing it yet. And I'm wondering, when am I going to see it?
What's your biggest, and the people, you can answer this question as well, 713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch as well. What's your biggest, because I got an issue with Dana. What's your biggest issue? Because mine is not as much on the field, but what is your biggest problem with what you've seen from Dana thus far? Because really this year is to me, it's Dana's.
Yeah, I think the most important issue is not getting the arm. I think they could have, at the very least, tried to get somebody for the back end of the rotation that would have helped with some depth. Now, you talk about depth, they're unlucky because they got 5 dudes on the injury list right now. I understand that.
Yeah, that's probably, some of that stuff
is luck. I understand.
I mean, they got 5 guys. They got a 5-man rotation on that damn injured list right now.
But they should understand better than anybody how touch and go this pitching thing is, how easy it is to lose guys because they've seen that before. And so to prepare for that, to guard against that, I thought there was an opportunity there to address it in the offseason, and they did not do it. So that would be my number one. And then the second thing would be also not finding things along the margins, whether that would be having somebody in center field that you're actually confident in. And I'm not talking about Jake Myers, and I'm not talking about a platoon of Jake Myers and Chaz McCormick or Chaz McCormick and Mauricio Dubon.
Tyler, tell me if I'm wrong. Dana is confident in Jake.
Yeah,
at least to start the year.
It sure as hell seems like it.
Yeah, I was going to say Dana is confident in Jake. Now
it's an issue.
It doesn't seem
he
like
he sounds confident. You know who else he's confident in? He's who he sounds confident in, and I have an issue with it. Jose Abreu.
I screwed it up.
Okay, so like tell me,
even his.
But he go listen to him talk and see some of his quotes that are out there. You can find them. He's confident in that guy too, and I'm not confident in his confidence. So like I need more action. I need
the weird thing with
results.
Jake is it doesn't seem like they're all confident in it because Jake's not playing every day. We'll see what the lineup shows today, but he's not getting in every day. They're not looking at him like he's an everyday center fielder.
But also nobody else is like really all that upset about it and clamoring for it, saying, yeah, he is. Yeah, he should be, which, again, is an issue. That goes back to Dana Brown or goes back to the organization overall not getting depth, not addressing center field, and then, of course, like I mentioned, not figuring out the back end of that rotation, knowing that you guys that were already going to be hurt or guys that were already going to be out, you traded for a guy in Justin Verlander who we understand is Justin Verlander, but is 40-plus. So where was the plan to guard against some of these things that maybe they could have foreseen?
Yeah, for me, it's not as – I mean, you have some of the injuries, just like last year. To me, man, you get some of these injuries. Some of these are things where you've jumped over a space where it's hard for me to just hammer them on. Yes, I understand they could have gotten – Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, but I can also understand the theory of, all right, man, we got Verlander, we got Framber, we have Christian Javier, we got Hunter Brown, we got Urquidy, we got.
But do you?
Like I could no, I
because you do until you don't.
Because you do until you don't. But they had when you count Blanco, which I think he thought was a starting pitching option, and they got seven. There's 7 dudes who they feel like that could be starters. Now, I guess you could say, like, all right, man, you knew Verlander was going to be down and Urquidy was going to be down, and you bring it in one of those guys, and maybe I can get to a space where they say, all right, we know Verlander's not long-term. We don't want to just bring in a Jordan Montgomery right in and now put him in this space when we know Verlander's not going to be out for a long stretch. We'll just wait it out with this thing. Like I know you don't agree with it. Look, I can at least understand. I can understand that.
You can give me Framber, you can give me Christian Javier, but you can't give me. Oh, we got Hunter Brown, Blanco, and Jose Urquidy. We don't need Blake. We don't need Blake Snell. We don't need Jordan Montgomery. I can't get with that.
Now I'm not saying you don't need it.
That's what I'm saying. But or I'll pass. We got all of this. Like no, you don't.
But what I'm saying
like
is,
this guy elevates you, and at the very least, he adds that it's a depth piece, but or it creates depth with the rest of them because it elevates you at the top.
But whether they annoy me or not, they have a budget that they're going to stand at, and what you're doing is basically saying one of these guys are our 4th starter.
Yeah.
Right. And the thought for them saying, all right, we went and banged over the budget with that closer we gave 5 years, 95. Now, maybe you're thinking to yourself, because I've thought it like, you had Abreu and you had Presley there. You had closers. Maybe we could have sprinkled in and got better, middle relief or another starter.
Right.
That could be the thought. But you went out and got the closer. I could get that. My thing with Dana is, I don't know that I have much to prove on this. I just get the feeling that Dana is putting himself into more than what the general manager job entails.
Hold on, so.
Like, it feels like to me that Dana is putting himself in the space of decisions that are made on the field as well. Like, I feel like Dana has, to me, more decision-making power on what's happening on the field day to day towards the manager than I think I would feel comfortable a general manager does.
Yeah, but I don't know how unique that would be. Like,
I'm not saying it's not. Maybe it's not.
Because I think that's kind of to our earlier conversation. I think that's kind of what the job is now. That's kind of what that's what the role feels like, is managing from the front office. It feels that way across baseball.
Because he's putting together the team, he's buying the groceries, and it feels like he is making decisions too. To me, it feels like, I mean, and I could be dead wrong. It feels like to me Joe Espada is running things by him. on what's happening on the field.
Yeah, I think that's a lot to do with the culture of the game, though. I remember hearing from Bruce Bochy last year about this during the ALCS about, going back and forth with Dusty or the matchup with Dusty. Obviously, they have a rich history against each other and all of that, and him appreciating the fact that he didn't feel like he was managing against, maybe it was Bruce Bochy or maybe Tony La Russa a couple of years ago, whoever it was. They don't feel like they're managing against, a formula, because it's easier to do so. You're managing against a person who you don't necessarily know what moves they're going to make or what their feel for that moment is going to be, and there's an excitement to that. I don't know if you have as much of that in today's game. There is a lot of, hey, you do what the organizational direction is, and that's kind of how it goes.
And it seems like Dana's direction. It feels like Dana
he feels consistent with that.
It feels like Dana has gone Jerry Jones, and he's Mike McCarthy. That's what it feels like.
There it was. Glory hole.
Thanks. Always ready for that, Tyler. All right. Coming up, Stefon Diggs. Is he going to have a press conference? And we got our guy right here who always gets questions in. I know the first damn thing I would ask him. What's the first thing you would ask, and what do you want to be asked of Stefon Diggs when he finally meets with the media? We'll discuss that coming up next on Dirty's Daily right here live on The Drive.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having a peace of mind.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, Dirty's Daily. First time leading it. Clint is out today. And Brandon Scott, he is in with us today. And B. Scott, I've been waiting. Yep. We're going to get this Stefon Diggs press conference, right? I mean, that, you think?
At some point,
At some point, he is going to meet with the media. And we know he's been here. We know he's been in the building, in the locker room. We've seen a lot of photos and pictures. We've heard him even speak.
Yep.
But we are going to get this press conference. I know you're going to be there. I hope it is at a time that I can attend.
But you want to go. You want to be in the building.
I want to be in the building.
Boots on the ground, so to speak.
You don't think it'll be at a time, Tyler?
Doubtful.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like they do a lot of pressers outside of our 2 to 6 window here.
I'm thinking if they can give me an 11, 12.
That'd be good.
Oh, I'd love to be there, too.
I go there because I do. I have some questions.
I'd love even more to get an interview with him after.
And now we know you'll be there. Lord willing, you'll be there.
Yeah.
Hell, what you want to get? Because people are texting in what they want to know. What you want? What do you want to know?
So
I know you live for this stuff.
Yeah. So I know the big one. There's going to be a difference between what I want to know and what the actual question that you got to ask that everybody else wants to know. What the pertinent question is.
But it's also how you phrase it.
And the big question is, why will it be different here? Why will it be different here? How can you assure both the team and the outside that things will be different here? This reputation that you have, that you kind of grate on your organization, and it wouldn't be as long-winded as this. This is just for the radio segment or the radio version of it. But why will it be different here? Why did it end the way it did in previous places, and how will it be different here? I think that's what a lot of people want to know. The question that I want to know is, more importantly, like, how do you see yourself in this offense? How do you see yourself helping C.J. Stroud grow? What do you notice from your experience that takes a young, promising quarterback from really good to great, since you've seen that before? That's what I would want to know. But I do know the pertinent question is going to be, all right, man, you coming with a little bit of baggage here. How we know that it's going to be different?
Yeah, I would be even a little bit more direct. Here comes Ocho.
Damn, I thought that was pretty direct.
No, yeah, but I'd be even a little bit more specific. I'd use names. My question for Diggs will be: Will you complain about getting targets after a win like you did in the 2020 playoffs when you only had 2 catches for 19 yards?
That is very direct.
That is very direct.
That is very direct.
See, I'm going to be direct, but I'm not in the goal of trying to piss him off like Ocho is.
Wow, dude.
I wouldn't do that. No, but I'd have 2 questions.
I don't want him to go Terrell Suggs on me.
No, I don't. Yes. And that is pulling a pistol out in a Starbucks.
Yeah.
No, I would have 2. My first one would be point blank. Are you cognizant and really thinking about how you communicate and how it looks and what your communication style is with C.J. Stroud?
That's a good one.
Is that something that you are really cognizant and mindful of? Because I think that was the big thing. It's not that him and like Josh were talking. It's like he's over there showing him up, going off, and the reason why we know it looks like a problem is because you are showing it as a problem. And I would wonder if that's something that he is really giving thought to and saying that's not something I want to do to CJ.
Yeah.
That's something I don't want to do the second time around.
Or, and this is just me knowing CJ a little bit, so my question might be informed by that of
have y'all talked about this?
What have you What have you noticed about CJ that is different to whereas you might not actually act like that? Because I'm just of the belief, not that he wouldn't do it, but that if and when it does come up, he's going to have somebody that's going to be willing to go back and forth with him.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You feel that way about CJ?
Yeah, no, I absolutely feel that way about CJ. No, I know 100% about that. I don't think that you can handle CJ or talk to CJ in the same way in which you can Kirk Cousins or Josh Allen. I can assure you, actually, that Stefon Diggs, if he does address CJ the same way that he did or had Josh Allen and Kirk Cousins, I think the response that he get will be markedly different from the one that he would get from Josh Allen and Kirk Cousins. Now, how toxic is that? What does that look like? Can that be productive? I think is the question that'll have to be answered.
You think he would go back with it? Go back at him?
100.
Because I think Tyler, is that how you feel too?
I would bet money on it.
You think if Stefon Diggs started getting animated, you think CJ goes with him? I don't
see that.
I feel like CJ.
Y'all are not paying attention to CJ Stroud. No, this is not a meek and mild guy.
I'm not saying he might. I would say this. He might go with him in a sense of he knows how the hell he should handle that as the leader in that locker room, but he will also at the same time be handling it the way he thinks it needs to be handled.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not talking about a shouting match. I'm talking about a hey, you shouting at me, and my response is, hey, watch how you handle me. What we not gonna do is, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know
what we not gonna do is act like this here.
I get the sense. I don't get the sense that CJ is combative like that. I feel like.
Oh well, you're not paying attention at all. You haven't listened to him. You haven't listened to a word that he's ever said.
I have listened to him.
The dude.
We just get a different feel from CJ.
But what I'm saying is, the dude is not afraid of confrontation in any kind of form or fashion.
And again, I'm not saying that he's a punker.
He's kind of got like a little edge to him, even like to the way, like Nick Casario's even talked about it. Like he's kind of he's almost like rough around the edges in some ways that might make some others
I
feel uncomfortable. And notice I said others, not myself, but might make some others feel uncomfortable. It ain't gonna be the same type of energy. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah,
it is not happening.
Now, I don't think he's going to – I don't know that he'll just sit there. I don't think he'll just sit there and look forward the way Josh did. Like, the sense I get – this is the sense I get from CJ, and you clearly get a different sense. I get a sense from CJ that his leadership style and the way he is – CJ feels like more of a peacemaker. Like, hey, let's bring it down. Let's get in here. Like, hey, come here. Let's talk it out. I don't think it's a, hey man, hey, don't come at me like.
Hey, I don't think those things are in conflict. But see, that's the thing. I don't think those two things are in conflict.
I think he handled it. I don't think he just sit there and look. But it feels like a more of a peacemaker feel as opposed to a, hey man, let me tell you what you're not gonna do.
Yeah,
it feels like, hey man, let's calm down.
But to me, saying what we're not gonna do might be how we bring the peace. Because you know what we're not going to do is act like that. And then we're going to reverse and turn around, and we're going to act in a peaceful and a decent and in order sort of thing. So I don't think those two things would be in conflict with each other.
I think Tyler's kind of closer to where I am on this. And because you're saying you haven't been paying attention. I'm not – this is not a gotcha or anything, Brandon. I'm serious. What's the moments for you – because you cover this is why we bring you on.
Yeah.
This is why we have Texas Report with you.
Yeah.
You're in there, you see it. What is it, the moments for you where you're like, CJ is that aggressive, I will, instead of, hey, man, hey, let's talk about it. It's hey, what you're not going to do.
Yeah.
Where have you seen?
Well, we obviously have not seen blow-ups on the sideline between him and any of his teammates.
What brings you that?
I would point a couple of things out.
Because I'm just saying I hadn't seen that.
Him getting in the linebacker's face from Denver, the game that was here in Houston. Him getting in the linebacker's face from Denver. The way that he talks about not backing down against people, not laying
down for nobody.
Hey, not laying down for anybody, not being a punk. The opponents having to see them as well. The fact that he was willing very early on in his career, willing to come out and speak against kind of what they were doing from a game plan perspective. Like, to me, it's just the overall confidence and personality type, and this is just maybe from being around him a little bit. I don't get the sense that you just going to talk to C.J. Stroud and he's going to be like, all right, guys, well, let's hold hands and kumbaya. No, it's going to be like, hey, wait a minute, who you yelling at? Like, wait a minute, we're not going to do all of that. We're not finna to throw tantrums on the sideline. We're not finna do none of that. We're going to talk this thing out and figure this thing out together, and I think those things can work together. Like the peacemaker part that you're talking about and the checking the dude when they talking to you crazy, I think those things can work in concert instead of in conflict.
We'll see. I don't know. I just didn't get that sense from him. I didn't get the sense that's his approach. And again, I don't think you're a punk if that's not completely, because to me what I get is he is going to have extreme respect for Stefon Diggs and the vet he is and what he's accomplished,
right?
And who he is. Like I don't think he would get in Tunzel's ass. I don't think we didn't see him get in teammates'
ass. We're talking about two different things. And getting in somebody's ass and then responding to how
it just feels like an uplifting
responding to their outburst, I think, are two different things. And like, to me, if you watch enough of C.J. Stroud, his background, his get down, his personality, pretty much everything about me screams of a guy who is not about to let you just talk to him any old kind of way. So like, that was, to me, almost the thing that I'm least worried about, because you're not about to talk to C.J. Stroud the way you do Josh Allen or the way you do Kirk Cousins, because he will respond differently. His background, his personality is one that is different.
Piece of positivity.
Like I said, from text line, people coming in like, Victor, Ron, CJ ain't no punk. I didn't say it's not that there's punk in him.
These aren't mutually exclusive.
It's not just. It's not even the punk part. It's the edge. I'm not saying that if you don't do those things that you're a punk. Because think about it, Jalen Hurts not no punk either, but he'll let A.J. Brown scream at him on the sideline. C.J. Stroud ain't like Jalen Hurts. He's not some quiet leader. He's a vocal dude
and I'm glad
who will go back and forth with you. And will trash talk with you.
That's perfect. He feels Jalen Hurts to me.
Nothing like him.
He feels.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say nothing like him, but he is not that.
His leadership style that's perfect. Jalen's not a punk. His leadership style feels closer to Jalen Hurts. I think he's more animated than Jalen because Jalen is a stoic. You don't know what the hell that dude is thinking type of feel, and he's a great leader and no punk. It does feels like that because like the way that I can. This is the best way I can describe it. I don't know if you're like I am. I feel like CJ would react in things in many ways like I do at my wife when we're getting into
I can promise you that. You with all due respect, that woman has you wrapped around her finger. There is no way he would respond anything like you would to your wife.
I'm not a punk, but it is a all right, let's handle this thing. It's not like it's a all right, let's handle this thing. Let's keep this let's move on and get this thing together. It's not like a hey, I'm gonna come right back at you. I'm gonna come right back at you.
But you know what? Honestly,
I'm not saying
let me ask you
it's
this.
not because you talk to him more than I just have not seen anything that shows me that.
Let me ask you this
from CJ.
Do you not think that sometimes the moment calls for that? Sometimes you gotta. You ever heard of like having to match ignorant with ignorant? Like
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And I
sometimes
think
you got to go there. Sometimes you have to go there.
There are certain people who that will get in the basement with you. I don't get the sense that CJ is a get in the basement with you.
Oh, he is 100% a get in the basement. I think CJ comes from the basement. Yes. Absolutely.
I will say I've seen some different clips here recently where CJ Stroud's making his tour around the nation with all these different sports media people doing interviews and such. I will say there have been a few clips in different interviews where, he claps back. They're tongue-in-cheek joking with each other, giving each other a hard time. And he claps back almost too fast.
You got a little dog like you.
He's like, nah, you ain't putting that on me.
A couple of weeks ago, when was it, Ron? Whenever y'all had the clip of him cussing, and it surprised you. That was my first indication that CJ done pulled a little wool over your eyes, man. If that surprised you, dude got a little dog in him now.
It's the guy who apologized for saying hell.
Yeah, that was
an act. That was an act. He pulled the wool over you.
Yeah,
that was an act.
We'll see. Yeah. Ronnie, we all know your wife wears the pants in your family.
See, I wasn't going to talk to you like that.
You're just a person that probably doesn't. Let me back up.
Probably hasn't.
Maybe you're
hasn't seen it since she came out one.
If you think not going off on my wife in an argument is my wife wearing the pants, yeah, she wears pants, and so do I. We both have pants. We both make money. We both make decisions in the house. All right.
You don't always wear underwear.
I'm not Archie Bunker. This is a 1970.
Leave it to Beaver reruns.
And that's smart, by the way. Happy wife, happy life.
That's the best way to put it. I'm not saying I don't know. I'm not saying CJ ain't about that action. God, we didn't even get to any of this other part because this is so much better.
It is.
I'm not, and I will get to my second question I want to know. I'm not saying CJ is not about that action. There just hasn't been, for me, anything like a little kind of word that you might say to people and all right. When it comes down to it, especially right now as he's not established quite yet. He's established a bit, but he's not established his first year in the league.
You heard how he talked last year at the podium? Like he talked like you wouldn't know that he wasn't established based off of the way that he talked last year.
He's got confidence. He's got a great high level of confidence.
But you don't sense an edge to it?
I don't not to that point. I think he's a killer on the field and will rip your heart out. But do I think he's at a place where like Tom Brady would kick a killer out of practice like Aaron Hernandez and told him to get his ass out of practice? No, I don't get the sense of that yet.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not there. I just saying he just hasn't shown us that. Right? To me, he hasn't shown that.
To be clear, if there's anything like an Aaron Hernandez in the locker room, I don't want CJ Stroud nowhere near him. Don't talk to him. Don't check him. Security.
All
Security,
right,
please.
I do want to get to my other question, and this is I got a basketball question for you, Brandon Scott, because we saw something officially amazing happen from a player that only 4 players now in the NBA have ever done. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Crash Chevrolet, y'all, and they got big time deals.
judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know what? Usually, Tyler, and listen, I think there's a little bit of this in it anyway. I don't mean to be. I don't want to be. Sometimes I've embraced it out of frustration, but yeah, I mean, there is a heel quality that has been pushed upon me by some of our listeners, and some people just disagree with me anyway, for no reason. Even it goes against what they actually believe. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that this is the case. That they're disagreeing with me and Tyler, to be honest with you, because I think we're in the same space. And I would say if I'm looking at the text line and YouTube and Twitch on this situation, I mean, I promised the guy we just were going to specifically talk about questions for Stefon Diggs in the press conference. And this is why it's great of what we do. It can spiral into something else. And it has spiraled into how CJ will react if Stefon Diggs did the Josh Allen stuff. Can I just say this? Can we just get this out the way? I'm going to be honest with you.
Pull that carpet back, bro.
I will. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is the case. Some of you in our audience may have some problems with this. I'm just telling you the truth. I think C.J. Stroud being black does help him in this situation.
Street cred is code for.
I'm gonna keep you 100.
Street cred.
100 with you. I do think. I think there is, and that's kind of why I posed the question, the first one, when I said, "Are you cognizant of how your communication style looks, and how you communicate with him?" I'm just being honest with you. I do think he will think twice, even in the moment. I think he'll think twice about how he speaks to him. And I don't think it's out of, man, CJ might lay me out. I think it's out of, and I know Brandon thinks it. I think it is out of, I don't want this kid to look embarrassed like this.
Yeah, well,
in a way that I don't think he ever thought about it with Josh Allen and Kirk Cousins. If you're asking me my opinion, now sometimes I wouldn't have felt comfortable a few years ago saying this, but now I don't give a damn. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I think that does help CJ. There's some people listening to this show who've been thinking it and saying it, but that does help him. I do think Stefon Diggs will think twice about it and how he has that kid looking. I think he will think twice about that. But I don't get this. Like, CJ for me feels like an uplifter, more closer to Jalen Hurts than he is. Hey, I'm like, he does it. Like, for me, it feels like you look at CJ, you think CJ is around the corner in a way, just waiting for him to pop off. I
think it's somewhere in between that and what I think the truth is somewhere in between what you just said and what you said before. I think he's a little bit more edged than Jalen Hurts, not quite waiting around the corner ready to knock you out, but also ready to check you. And I'm with you. I think it would be interesting to ask or to find out, like, hey, Stefon,
you can't get it. You can't.
How much responsibility do you feel to protect a black quarterback? Like, do you feel any level of responsibility as a black man, as a black athlete to do that? I think that's a fair question. And there probably is something to the perception of CJ, the outside perception of CJ as a black quarterback and how he's viewed. But I would say for me, I view him a little bit differently than I view Jalen Hurts, Deshaun Watson, both guys who I think are a little bit more passive, a little bit more laid back, both guys who I think if Stefon Diggs tried them on the sideline, it would look a little bit more like it looked with Josh Allen and Kirk Cousins, the white quarterbacks, and this has nothing to do with one being white or black or the other. I'm just saying personality type, it would look a lot more like that than it would, say, C.J. Stroud or Tom Brady or Baker Mayfield or whatever the quarterback is that you can think of that is not just going to sit there and take it. I think he's much more like that than he is the passive one.
Text line coming through as a white dude. I thought the same. More importantly, D'Amico ain't putting up with it. Someone texted in, why can't it just be about the person changing the channel? I'm just being honest.
Change way, jackass.
Yeah, I hope you come back.
If they're still there, can I say this? The person is who we're talking about. We're talking about black people.
I'm just telling you, there is a man. I just did not know this was going to go here. There is a level of I have responsibility to take care of this. I have responsibility to act a certain way. I have this kid that could be the absolute star of the league. He has set himself up to this point. He is his first year, technically first year, rookie season. He is past what Mahomes did. Now, not Mahomes' first year starting, but his rookie year, he is past that. I'm just telling you the way the mindset is, right? Me as a person who does radio right here, as a black man who does radio right here, I feel a responsibility every day to uphold certain things or to say certain things, whether you think I sound white or not. There is a different response. I'm just being honest with you. I certainly think that there is a different thought in his mind of. That's why I've said to you repeatedly, and I'm just being honest with you. I've said it in kind of code. Not even code, but I've told you, Tyler, I said the person who is going to catch the Stefon Diggs rafts are who? Who do I say? Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick, Big Hat Bobby, is the one who is going to be, I think, the brunt. That's why I said Bobby probably need to take his ass up in that up in that press box and call it from there and see if he maybe say that to Gerard Johnson. But I think that's where we will see it go to. And I'm just being completely honest.
Gerard Johnson, not only black, but also noticeably taller, noticeably bigger. So, I don't know if I would be willing to try. I've stood next to both men, and let me tell you, I like my chances with Bobby a lot better than I like him with Gerard. But to me, the point you just made, it speaks more to what Stefon Diggs' actual issues were, race aside. Like his issues, I know we saw the blow-ups with Josh Allen, and Josh Allen has his own flaws as a player that might make you get frustrated with him if you're either a teammate or a fan of the Bills, a fan of whatever team that he's playing for at the moment. But a lot of Stefon Diggs' issues were with coaching. They were with game planning and things of that nature. So I could see that being the case with Bobby Slowick, aside from these other factors that we talked about. So, I think that's going to be another, part of CJ's leadership is if it say he doesn't try CJ, right? Say what I'm saying is correct and he doesn't try CJ. All right, now does CJ take the extra leadership level of stepping in for Bobby and saying, hey, you're not going to talk to our offensive coordinator like that either. We're going to do things decent and in order, going back to what you're saying, like being the unifier, the one that brings everybody together.
Yeah. My second question, I just never got it off, did I?
Coming up next.
My second question was, I would point blank, I would wonder, hey, Steph, I can call you that. Stefon, what happened the last 11 games, man?
I'll tell you, we changed offensive coordinators.
Okay. I just hear it from you. What happened? What happened in the last 11 games, man? I know you changed offensive coordinators. I wouldn't go off into all of this. And you had 6 games where you caught less than 35 yards.
Ain't throw it to myself.
And they kept winning, which is interesting. All right. Rockets report coming up. You are here. We will get into the Rockets. There are a few things. This is what I want to kind of hit first, and we'll jump into it. But they're 39-40. Is it important? Is it a big deal? Because we've heard athletes and teams talk about this. Is it a big deal that the Rockets finish above 500? Is it a big deal that they have a winning record in this first year under Udoka? We'll discuss that next.
All right, the future of medicine is here, y'all. It's QC Kinetics, man, the nation's leader in the most exciting revolutionary revolution in pain management that we've seen in decades, man. We're talking about regenerative medicine here. Look, if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, if you've got some kind of tired, achy joint issue that's going on, you need to call QC Kinetics right now. Surgery,
$159.98. Plus, shop the Connect Pass-Through Socket Set for $49.98, which you can only find at Lowe's. Shop Klein Tools in-store and online today, because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, welcome in Rockets Report. Brandon Scott is in, and he is hosting the show and damn near was late. He's been here since 2 o'clock and damn near was late to Rockets Report, and he's here.
Thought we were going to have 2 straight weeks of B. Scott on the phone, even though he was hosting today.
And y'all have no idea, man. That ate up at me for the rest of the day. I was like, man, my Rockets Report, I thought I was spitting fire, and it really bombed.
No, the content was great. Your phone or something, the signal was just
I had y'all on Bluetooth. I was just right down the street trying to get in here, but I had y'all on Bluetooth. I probably should have taken it off of the Bluetooth and just handheld it. That probably would have been the better way to go in retrospect. But my bad, y'all. I'm back.
Nah, you good. You good.
And I caught the intro. I wasn't too far away.
He wasn't too far away. All right. We'll dive in here as we do every single Wednesday at 4:40. The Rocket season is coming to an end, and I think it's a successful season. They win last night. They're 39-40. How many more games they got left? What, 2 or 3?
Yeah, 3, I think.
3 ball games left. They're all on the road, and they're winnable games. They don't got the Celtics or anybody in there. They're winnable games. How important to you do you think, and you've covered teams in football, baseball, basketball, you've been here and understanding where the Rockets have been the previous years, drafting high in the draft with the chance to have the number 1 pick, legit chance to have the number 1 pick with how poor these seasons have been. How important do you think it is for the Rockets to be above 500, to have a winning record in Udoka's first season with this group for the first time? How important do you think it is?
Yeah, I don't think that the actual record, hard copy record itself is what's important. So
that used to be a thing.
Yeah, like I think it's more of kind of just, it's almost semantics more than anything. Like it's something to aspire to. It shows you how far you've come. But I think already, even if you don't finish at 500 or above 500, that you should already deem the season as a success. So if they do it, it'll be great. But I don't want to put too much weight on it, because if they don't do it, I'm not going to all of a sudden look back here and say, hey, they failed this season. If anything, I'll criticize more how they played in that Golden State game about almost a week ago.
That Maverick game, it was back-to-back.
And then how they blew the Mavericks game. Like those.
The second one they were in Dallas. The one they played at home, that blowout where they let that Luka underhand damn near shot from the 3-point line, like he wasn't even taking the game serious.
Well,
that
really almost both of them to a degree for varying reasons, or on different levels and for different reasons, right? Both Dallas games, the close one and the blowout, and specifically the Golden State game, which was probably your highest leverage, like do or die. Like you probably weren't going to make the play in anyway, but that was the way to keep hope alive.
That was
and
it. That was
didn't
the
even
biggest
show
game
up.
Yeah.
So regardless of how this season ends, that'll be my bigger criticism over finishing over 500 or not. But I do think it's important to end the season on a high note. How you're playing, how your young players look. I think last night was a really encouraging sign from Jabari Smith, who had a disappointing finish to the game before that, for him to respond the way he did. And we know he gets up for the guys that he was drafted, with Paolo Banchero going first overall. He sees that back and forth. He played well. Obviously, Fred VanVleet went for 37 points. Jalen Green didn't have a big night, but they were able to overcome that, which is an encouraging sign when they're able to overcome him not having a big night and they're able to do it against a good team. So you want to see good signs of progress. They're playing Utah and Portland, 2 teams that are not very good. They should win those games. If they don't beat the Clippers, it's not the end of the world, but you'd like to see them play well. So I think this final stretch here, these last few games, is more about how they play and less about whether they actually win the game or not.
I think there used to be a deal in sports of, hey, a young team, it's big for them to build a winning culture, to have a winning season. Hey, it's a big thing if, a team like the Texans obviously blew that out the water, but I bet you D'Amico and company would say it would have been a big deal for us to win 9 games to show we're winners and we're building a winning culture. I think there is something to that. But I think now we have gotten smarter, not just as fans or people who take in sports, but smarter in how, sports teams or people that run teams or make decisions for teams, the rhetoric that they push. 41 wins, is it that vastly different than 40 or 39? Because regardless of what happens the rest of the way, they're a winning team. They're building a winning culture.
Yes.
Regardless what happens, they have built that. We've seen that. Now, that's why it was even more frustrating to watch some of those games you just mentioned down the stretch, because they clearly have started to build that winning culture. So to me, they win, finish out with a winning record. That, to me, that's cool, but it's not really going to change anything. This has been a hugely successful season. Yeah. This has gone, short of making the play-in or the playoffs, damn near as well as it can go. Still stuff you got to learn. I think they learn what guys they want to keep and who they don't. I think for the most part throughout the 82 games, the veterans that they brought in have helped raise the level of these young guys. So I don't think they now need to have, we won this many games, we're above 500 to tell us that. I think no matter what happens the rest of the way, even if they lose the next 3, I think no matter what happens the rest of the way, they have established a winning culture.
The numbers, I think numbers in sports mean different things now as we've gotten smarter. So being 500 isn't necessarily, it doesn't hit the same. It hits different now than it used to. Hitting 300 in baseball, right? Like Jose Abreu was a 300 hitter for the White Sox in 2022, but some of the more ancillary numbers would have told you, hey, he doesn't hit the ball as hard. He's not as good as he used to be, despite the fact that he's still hitting for average. Despite the fact that hitting for 300 historically has always been a good thing, this guy does it and is not necessarily the player that we used to think of a player of that ilk, hitting 300. I think it's kind of the same thing. Hey, you can be a 500 team, but that doesn't necessarily tell the full story of how good you are. I don't think that necessarily tells you how good the Rockets are. What tells you how good they are is how do they get up against good teams. I thought, honestly, beating the Magic last night was a much better example of the growth that the Rockets have shown versus just finishing over 500.
Because this isn't the same Magic team. They needed that game.
And this is the Magic team that they opened this season losing to, right? And so the growth between what they looked like to start the season to what they looked like in their last home game of the season against a Magic team that turned out to be better than people thought it was going to be is, to me, more noteworthy than what is their actual final record. Now, that being said, if we're going to talk about them being a winning team, we're going to talk about all this progress, then I do need you to handle business against Utah. I do need you to handle business against Portland. I would like to see you be the same kind of competitive against the Clippers as I wanted you to be against the Warriors and as you ultimately were against the Magic, right? Like, you still want to see those signs even if you don't exactly get that record that you want.
Their top free agent they signed this year, Fred VanVleet, had a big game last night, 37. I would think that's his season high.
I think so.
Yeah, 37 last night. He talked about them needing is now moving on to concentrate on making a big run next year. Do they have the pieces here to do that? What kind of changes do they got to make that happen?
Yeah, so I think that's the big thing. It's like, based off of what you've seen this year, does it make you feel like, hey, all you need is another step, more growth within the system, within the coaching, and these players taking that next step? I mean, we talked to Jabari Smith last night, This dude's in his second year. He's still, 20, 21 years old, however old he is. Like, these are still young pups. But, next year, there'll be less of that. Jalen Green will be in year 4. Alperen Sengun will be in year 4. I think it's still a question that the Rockets have to ask themselves, hey, do we have the players already that can take us there, or do we need to get rid of one of these guys to go find one? Or is one of these guys even the type of player that can yield us that guy, right? Like, and it sounds like at this point only Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green would be of that.
Yeah.
And you probably want to keep those guys. So to me, it's almost like you got no choice. You got to develop these guys and see where it takes you.
Yeah. Listen, as I said, man, and we'll talk about it more as the season comes to an end. We'll talk to you next week about this as the season will be completed when we talk to you next Thursday, I believe. This has been a successful season, man.
Yeah, it is unequivocally a success.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They don't need to win a couple of more games for that to happen. This has been a successful season, and like I said, short of making the postseason in some form or fashion, you started to learn more about some of these young guys that you want to learn about.
Yeah.
And you start to see some guys get comfortable. And I think the big thing is it took some time, but you started to see the young players in particular kind of figure out what real NBA basketball is and figure out what Udoka's system is and what he wants for you.
This year you saw flashes. Next year, to me, is about putting it all together. Putting all the flashes together to have a bigger picture and to actually have some sustained success, some consistency. You saw flashes. Next year, you want to put it all together.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the lineup is out as the young feller, Spencer.
You got it. You got it. With your chest now. With your chest.
Let's go, show.
Come on,
Let's go, show. You got
Don't
this.
make me go over and pat you on the back. Make you cough it out.
Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti will get the ball tonight. He's wearing number 41. That's better than the number 70 that Blair put out last week, which was or earlier this week, which was a sign of failure immediately when you wear offensive lineman numbers. Good cornerback, safety, running back number right here, 41 for Spencer. He'll get the ball. The lineup is out. There's another move from Joe Espada in the lineup. Something different. We'll get you all caught up with that little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. But before we get there, I don't know why I turned the mic off there, and I'm excited to talk about soda weight loss. It has been a game changer. It really has. 122 pounds in 11 months. And
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, O.B. Scott and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T/T Mill have the latest for you. The latest is Clint Stoerner is not in the building today. But as we said, Brandon Scott, he is here and in the building, so he's hanging out with us, and you know you're in good hands anytime Mr. Brandon Scott is in the building. And I just let you ready for this. This feels like a bit of a kind of a big game here.
Feels like it.
Feels like kind of a. I know it's early, but this is one you want to. How many series have they won? Just the one against the Blue Jays,
Mm-hmm.
and they even that one out. This is a Royals team. I think when you look at the schedule, your thinking is just probably like you did last year. Hopefully, let's go ahead and get this one beat. The Astros over the years have been really good at beating teams that they should beat. But that was a tough one last night, and kind of things are against you because the young guy is coming up. What do you know? And I know you cover what you've heard about the young guy is Spencer Arrighetti is getting the ball tonight. It'll be his major league debut. Hopefully, they have his shoes and we know that they have his glove because it is the glove that Blair Henley was forced to use in Dallas. So people's stuff is just all over the damn place. Is where we're at.
Arrighetti's glove beat him to the location by several days. But
Arrighetti's glove is already there, like Corey Lee, who had 2 hits for the White Sox yesterday. His stuff's is still there. So, but what are you hearing about this kid? And he is the top pitching prospect in their system right now, and a guy that I think we thought was going to pitch at some point in the big leagues.
Yeah.
Was probably hoping it wouldn't be this early.
Just that he is their top pitching prospect, and he's somebody that they felt good about in spring training, and I know Astros fans felt good about in spring training. I do think, and Adam Spillane was talking about this earlier on In the Loop, if you compare it to how Hunter Brown was viewed a couple of years ago, it's not that. You know, like Hunter Brown was viewed as this guy that was going to come in. Yeah, a step below that. Clearly a starter or a projected starter, but not someone that you necessarily got these high hopes for being a potential ace or even necessarily a potential front of the rotation guy. Now, can he come out there? They've had guys far less heralded than that have turned out to be something. See Framber Valdez. See Christian Javier. I know it's early with Ronel Blanco and that he's 30 years old and everything, but that's somebody that, I don't think there was any expectation of. And then you look up, he's throwing a no-hitter. He's starting the season off pretty good. So, I think that there is a lot of intrigue in finding out exactly that, what you asked. Hey, what exactly is Spencer Arrighetti? Where does he factor into the mix when we talk about pitching depth and all of these injuries that they're dealing with?
Yeah, he'll get the ball tonight, and this is tough. They keep giving the ball to these guys where it feels like, well, you got to get. Well, would love for you to get this win.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that Joe Espada, before yesterday's game, said it would be Hunter Brown who was going to get the start. And then after yesterday's game, I'm not sure what changed, but then it became
whoever was really making the decision let them know, I guess. I mean, what's the other?
I don't want to say that and go there, but, man, it feels that way.
So it's either that or he changed his mind or there was new information. Yeah, I mean, what would be the other reason? If that's not it, then what is it?
Maybe Dana didn't tell him.
But like we're joking, it fit. Like I don't know what to think.
After the game, Dana walks up to Espada. Hey, by the way, manager. Hey, can I get you over
real quick?
Pitch and change for tomorrow.
No, see, I think Dana does it in a way in which. I think Jack Easterby was really good at this. I think Dana does it in a way in which he makes it as if Joe's making the decision, but he really is.
He's legit.
I mean, what's your thoughts, man? You really think
I
Hunter
see
on
what
this?
you're saying.
You really think Hunter on this one? I'm thinking. It's clearly up to you, but I mean.
And Easterby was a master at this. You are right.
You know, Araghetti feels like this could be the move. You know,
See,
not bringing him in early.
That's more passive than I think Dana is. I think it's more like this.
And this is what's happening?
No. I think it's more like this. So Hunter's not available today because we're pushing him back and we're pushing everybody back a day. So you've got Araghetti that's available to you.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. How do you feel about it? Are you confident in it? Hunter's not available today. As opposed to, hey, pitch Araghetti. Hunter's not available.
I don't want to do Joe like that, but it's certainly like that's another. It's something that I suspect.
I don't know if that's a Joe thing, though. This is what I was getting at earlier. I don't know if that's a Joe thing, so it's not as much of a criticism of him as much as it is this is how the game works. It's also why I could see Dusty Baker not necessarily wanting to do it at this big old age with this big old accomplishment next to him. Like, I ain't finna just sit here and let James Click and Dana Brown and folks like and the nerds in the front office tell me how to run a baseball team, and I'm Dusty damn Baker. Joe Espada's in a position where he's kind of got to.
Damn, man. I feel bad for Joe.
Been waiting his whole life for this job.
Here's the starting lineup. I don't know who did this because I don't know who's making the decisions. But Altuve's leading off, and thank goodness whoever made this decision, Alvarez is the DH.
You really don't like him playing in
I
thought about you that it was the other day when Alvarez and McCormick almost collided in the outfield.
I saw it.
That was a couple of games ago now, right?
It was the last game against the Rangers.
Right.
Bottom of the sixth inning for no reason. 10-5, just let it drop. You got two guys coming at yesterday.
It worked out.
Yesterday that he ran wind sprints, and I'm just like, no hamstring. He ran to that wall hard and flagged that sucker down. That big-ass outfield, the biggest outfield in baseball, right there.
Let him be an athlete, Ron.
I want him to be.
Let him be an athlete.
In that DH spot. But he is DHing tonight. Tucker, and then Bregman back at it. Diaz catching tonight with Pena in that sixth spot. McCormick in the 7 hole. And then your first baseman, Jose Abreu, he is in the 8th spot. And how about it? Jake Myers gets a start again tonight. But Jose Abreu clearly dropping one more spot. There ain't but one more damn spot to drop in this lineup right now.
Wow.
And I don't think the 9 hole is for your first baseman with no speed. I think this is the last drop.
Yeah. I mean,
damn.
Where else
I'm just
is he
saying,
going?
like usually your 9
No,
hitter is
you're
a
not
second
wrong.
Table setter. There's not another drop.
Oh, man, Abreu. This is bad, bro.
Again, I have the towel in hand. And
I mean, he's batting behind Pena and McCormick.
I'm almost ready to
and McCormick. I understand Pena's having a good, but Pena and McCormick. Come on, you ready to throw that thing? You ready to throw it?
I'm trying to hold on to. I am trying to give respect of a former MVP and a guy who struggled like hell last year, and then the second half of the season and the playoffs really came on and was one of the top players. But my man.
What if can they send him down and then just bring him up at the end of the season when he starts to hit again?
I don't think he's.
You probably not, but that would be great. Send him away. Send him to West Palm Beach and just let him swing in the cage. And once he figures it out in, say, September, bring him back.
The best way I can describe watching him now, and that lazy fly ball to center field must have felt great for him yesterday. Like, that's the best contact he may have had in weeks. He looks like he is slap swinging like Ichiro used to, except with the bat speed of John Singleton.
I screwed it up.
Like slap hitting, you knew there was not a lot of power when Ichiro was coming up slap hitting, but his bat speed was so quick he was making contact. He's slap hitting with slow bat speed.
Yeah,
I
like that because I absolutely can see what you're saying.
It is. It is just like
stand firm in that box, young fella.
Yeah, like he's jumping out. He's trying to get out. That man got blown away by that 91-mile-an-hour fastball the other day. That one has stuck with me. That's what made me go to the linen closet and grab the towel.
And how does my man improve, again, at this big age, how does my man improve his power and bat speed when both seem to be lacking?
I don't know. It feels a lot worse than last year's start. I don't know. Like the starts, if you look at them on paper, they were very similar. Remember, he didn't hit a home run for a long-ass time, and he ran the bases and sprinted the bases in Oakland and slid at the dugout. It just
remember they used to tell us he was unlucky, like what they say about Kyle Tucker, except that it would actually be true because Kyle Tucker hits the ball hard and does get unlucky sometimes. But they would tell us that Jose Abreu was just unlucky and that it was coming.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm hoping. I'm trying to trust the back of the baseball court a little longer than I would do people. Like I threw it in with Jake, but I'm trying with him. I really am.
I don't see it.
I definitely don't. I'm not telling you I see it. I definitely don't see it. But
that's all you can do, man, is try.
But I'm soon and very soon.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're really holding on to anything.
I think I'm gonna bring a towel in and just I'm gonna do that every day. I think I'll hold that in.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, within the division, kind of knew this was going to happen. He was going to be with the Jags, but not sure how long. The Jacksonville Jaguars signed their all-pro defensive end, Josh Allen. 5 years, $150 million to him, $24 million in 2024 on the tender is what he was going to play for on the franchise tag. They ripped that up and give him new money and get a big deal for him. And I would just say, boy, we kind of knew what it was going to be, but they're going to be there for a minute. They are building a pretty good defensive line up front here. And you look at it in their division, you talk about things that could give C.J. Stroud problems and quarterbacks problems, and that is defensive line. Boy, you're putting Josh Allen, Eric Armstead, who we believe the Texans wanted to go after, tried to get, and Trayvon Walker is not maybe not number one pick worthy, but he is definitely a starting defensive end that is great against the run and a obviously a relentless motor. They got a nice little group up front there. They're developing there on that defensive line.
Yeah, it makes you think about on the other side, if you bring it to a Texans angle, that offensive line, the Texans offensive line, that's going to be a matchup to watch, is a defensive line. And, of course, we know the Texans spend a lot on their defensive line as well. They've invested on the edge at least. But the matchup between the Jags defensive line and what they've invested versus the Texans offensive line and what they've invested in, the fact that offensive line has not yet lived up to the billing, will it do so this year, particularly when they go up against this division foe? I think it'll be a matchup to watch, even though I still put the Jags firmly planted behind the Texans in the AFC hierarchy.
Yeah, that is very fair there. But they signed him, big deal, 5 years, $150 million to Josh Allen. He is off the franchise tag, and
88 guaranteed.
Jags is
good living.
This money's coming. This money is coming down on this
88
line,
million for
him. Derek Brown when he had some money. There you go. Wow. I mean, it's a long-term deal. The Texans gave 48 to Danielle Hunter. Yeah. But it's just obviously a shorter deal.
Woo! Love that money.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a player that we were hoping the Houston Rockets would get. Victor Wembanyama.
He's an alien.
What a season he is having. He is going to be the runaway winner of the Rookie of the Year. And listen, it makes you feel better to see what Sengun was able to do with him and seemed to really dominate him at times. But last night, fellas, he became the fourth player, and I don't mean rookie, I just mean player, to have 1,000 points, 250 assists, and 250 blocks in a season, joining Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, David Robinson, and the great Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
It feels like he's going to do this a bunch of times.
Yeah, well, to the point, I don't think that – I think he is already – this is going to feel hyperbolic because he's only played the 1 year, but I think he's already the caliber of shot blocker that those guys were just based on his height and athleticism alone. So, he is not as accomplished of a player as any of those guys, clearly. But when you talk about ability and caliber, he is of that ilk. Yeah. Hakeem Olajuwon, Kareem, who else did you say? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, cats like that. I mean, David Robinson. That's what we're talking about here with this Victor Wembanyama thing, at the very least, as a shot blocker. At the very least. So this is going to be routine. This will be every year.
Let me ask you this. I know you're watching it nightly like I do.
Right.
We're not seeing a lot of bigs feel this. Do you think ever in his time he will clearly be the best player in basketball?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Giannis is like a bigger player that has been that probably, but outside of that, it's really been wings, guards that have filled that role. You think there is a time in his career where he will clearly be the best player in the world?
I mean, the best players in the world right now are some combination of Jokic, Giannis, and Embiid. Yeah. So the best players in the world right now are big men.
Yeah.
And he is that in alien form. So, think about it like this. In 6 years, when Victor Wembanyama is only 25, 26 years old or whatever he is at that point, and these guys that we're talking about are past their prime, who is the player that you can foresee right now being better than him 6 years from now? That puts Victor Wembanyama right at around 25 years old. Who's going to be better than that cat?
I mean, the Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards will be a better perimeter player probably, but Victor Wembanyama can do a lot of things and just also provide. Anthony Edwards, as good of a defender as he is, and he's a great defender, he'll never be able to provide for you. Victor Wembanyama is almost like, what if you made Anthony Edwards Rudy Gobert's height? It's a weird thing that we've never seen before.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, he's nuts, man. He is insane.
What if Anthony Edwards could protect the rim like Rudy Gobert? It's wild.
He's run down some folks.
He has hit his head on the backboard.
Yeah, he has. All right, there's something here with the Astros as the lineup is out. I think we need to pump the brakes and stop. All right, I'm gonna have the back of Joe Espada on this one. All right, I got Joe's back on this one. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell y'all about Our Vision Homes, man. I'm going to tell you they are Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. I tell you that every time I talk about them. Ryan and Gretchen Rogers.
difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This one into right center field. Pretty well struck. Back goes Renfroe. He won't catch up with it. Dubon will score. Jordan has done it again. 44 drives in a run. It is 3-0 Astros. Second run batted into the game. 11th on the season for Jordan. All in the last half dozen games.
Yeah, Jordan Alvarez. I told you, Tyler. I don't know when that was. A week or two ago, I said I would bet. I would start betting on him because I think he's he's about to get on a tear, and you could see it. I mean, he was punishing the ball. He was just hitting it to people. Like it was like very best I could describe it. You know how fortunate Christian Javier was getting last night in them innings. Like you could see that coming.
Yeah.
He hit. I mean, Jordan ran down a couple. What was that one inning? Jordan had to run one down, and then Chaz had to go and save one as well. Like you could see that coming. They were just out. That's what was happening with Jordan. It wasn't like, man, he's in between. He's not seeing it well. No, he just hitting it at people. And now
Jordan's a go for launch.
I mean, this is his second 4-hit game, like in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
I mean, and he is the only one. Like, and I know he's the only one that seems to be able to come through. And this is something we got to do. And I'm going to defend Joe Espada. All right, I think Joe Espada is doing fine. And is having a rough go of it right now with, I think, some of his big players letting him down in the bullpen especially and in spots in the lineup. And I think he's added to it too. I think he's made some mistakes, clearly. But I'm going to defend him on this one. Many of you who believe this, I saw somebody texted in earlier talking about I don't like Joe's lineups. I wish he moved Bregman back to the 2-hole and Jordan back. I've really heard this because they're struggling getting runners in scoring or getting runners home in scoring position. What, they leave 13 last night?
Yeah.
Y'all got to stop that, dog. Like, yeah, stop that to me, man. This ain't about, hey, boy, let's put Bregman in the 2-hole. No, Bregman would have came up and got out as well in the 2-hole. There were multiple times. There was one time when that idiot for the Royals, Cole Reagans, walked a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs, and a runner on walked Jose Altuve to get to Jordan Alvarez.
Yep.
That would have been Bregman coming up with runners and scoring. We got to stop the cleanup hitter thing. That's not even a thing anymore. I mean, that was something that was always – that's not even a thing anymore right now. And listen, if Alex Bregman, he walks, he makes contact, he hits. No, I'd like for him to walk even in the 4-hole. Like, even get on base in the 4. He's not getting on, but he's not doing really anything at this point.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
And so, to me, if you put him in the 2 spot, he'd be doing that too. Right, it is on the spot. And to be honest with you, we know this from Bregman. He starts off slow like this. I said it last week. I am not going to fall for the trap and do this with Tony Gwynn Jr. as he keeps telling me year after year, I wouldn't worry about Bregman. I wouldn't worry about Bregman. He'll be fine. He'll say it to me Thursday. I'm sure of it. I'm not saying I wouldn't worry about him, but this ain't about, boy, let's move him to the 2 spot and move Jordan out of it. No, it's going to find him.
Is Bregman a back of the baseball card guy?
Yes.
Is that what's happening with Tony and with a lot of the Astros fans?
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
Like, as good as he's been in the past, and as good, honestly, he's still a very good player. He was good last year overall if you take the totality of the season. But it feels like we do the don't worry about the start of the season for 2 reasons. Because we've got this, hey, it's a long season attitude, but also
he's repeatedly done this.
There's a back of the baseball card element with Alex Bregman to where you're not concerned about perhaps some concerning things. Because to me, the on-base part would be what would worry me more. The fact that he's not getting on base. And I do understand, I like Jordan in the 2 spot because I just think it gets him more at bats. But I do understand the argument of, hey, I'd rather have the threat of Bregman just simply getting on base ahead of Alvarez, because I much more trust Alvarez to knock in Bregman than I do Bregman to knock in Alvarez. I do get that, even though I think it's too small of a sample size to say that it's not working.
But, he's going to have to knock in guys anyway, because Alvarez is coming up to the plate with guys in the 2 spot, right? He's going. There are spots where they're getting on base. The bottom of the order, Jeremy Pena and Dubon when he's in there, and
But at 2,
when Dubon is in there, they've been getting on in front of him.
But before, previously, the 2 spot, and whenever he's, if he's hitting in front of Alvarez, the idea is to just get on. Is to just make something happen, and then the guy who actually makes things happen is right behind you, and he's going to make things happen. I feel like there's far less pressure to bring guys in. Going to be far fewer guys on when you're just behind Altuve, as opposed to being behind Altuve, Alvarez, and Tucker. So it's like he's in a bigger role and a bigger position that maybe he shouldn't be in.
You think he's feeling pressure from that?
No, I don't think he's not.
I don't think he's just playing well right now. He's not swinging the bat well. This to me isn't a let's shake him up and move him. I don't think he's uncomfortable in the two. There's a theory, and I see it. I just think he's more comfortable up there. Well, hell, he was a 3-hole hitter for most of the time.
I don't think it's a matter of comfort. I think he's just not playing well. Now, it's more, for me, less about how comfortable he is and more about how good he is, or what he's good at, and or who's better at the thing that he's being tasked with doing. And Alvarez and Tucker are better at driving in runs, whereas Bregman, at the very least, is good or has historically been good at the very least getting on base.
But so you're listen, I'm just not as much of a, because he's sucking at that. It'd be one thing, right, if we had an on-base percentage of 360 right now,
I'm with you,
and he was getting on base, that'd be one thing. No, he's not doing anything. He's not getting on base or hitting,
which is
as usual.
Which, to your point, is an Alex Bregman problem.
That's an Alex Bregman,
not a lineup construction issue.
I was going to say, I don't think there needs to be. Do you look at this? Besides,
I'm good with the lineup.
He is dropping Jose Abreu as much as he possibly can. That's it. Do you have any? I don't have any issue with the lineup construction every day.
No, I don't have any issue. I don't have any issue with it, but I do understand the other side, or the critique of it, or the idea that Alex Bregman is in a better position to not be called upon to be the guy that's driving in the runs, and just to be the guy that, hey, maybe you're driving in runs, but more so than anything, you're just getting on base to allow the guys who drive in runs to do so.
And I think what analytics has shown is, if you bat these guys up in the 2 spot in the top of the order, they still see chances to drive runs in. They still see it. And that's why we're seeing the move. This isn't just the Astros. Most teams are doing this, moving their best. That's what I see the deal of. Let me get these 3 dudes at the top, my 3 best hitters.
I'm with it.
As many at-bats as we can.
You've been campaigning for 2-hole tuck for as long as I can remember. And they upped you one. They did you one better. They was like, 2-hole tuck, you say, huh? Can I interest you in some 2-hole Alvarez?
I like that.
I'm not mad at it at all. I think it's fine. You just need these dudes to come through.
From the text line, sure. Bregman starts slow every year. He needs to bat 8th until midseason. Okay. The thought.
Good God.
Where do you put Abreu? That displaces Abreu. I told Tyler in one of the bricks
12th, I think,
that I'd bat him 12th.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that behind Singleton? Who you got more confidence in right now? Go to the plate, game on the line.
Abreu
or Singleton.
And I feel bad even answering that quickly, but I don't know what Singleton's doing on this roster.
It is only because of history. Mm-hmm. It is literally only because of history. Because I got the towel in my hand, and it's only because of history. Because when I watched the 2 swing, neither one of them are really touching it. But when I watched the 2 swing, John looks like he's got a better shot.
Now that's fair.
Just right now. But I'm with you. It's just all history.
I need to hear more about the matchup, but I still feel like I'd need a drink, no matter what.
You say you care of the matchup.
Either way, I want the at-bat to come with a shot. Tell me more about the matchup, but bring me a shot with it, because I don't feel good about either one.
I might need something stronger with that.
Give me a hell yeah.
I would have said something stronger, but we got one of those emails from Odyssey about,
Did you? I wasn't going to say it out loud. I was going to say what Robert, where's our guy from MLB Network? Robert Flores.
Roflo.
Yeah, what Roflo says. He said he's faded as hell.
I'm faded as hell right now.
Made a little something deeper.
Yeah,
deeper than that.
Yeah,
all right,
man, numb the pain.
There we go. Jose Abreu, 3 for 34 with 3 singles to start this year. Damn. All right, let's get in a little deeper here with Dana Brown. I thought Brandon had an interesting thought about Dana Brown. We'll discuss that and important potentially really, really important news coming out of the NBA to one of its best players. We'll update you on that as soon as we continue rolling. I don't know why I said as soon, but we'll continue rolling here on The Drive.
Tall boy, wolf killer, silver bullet, the one that's made to chill. I mean, it is the most beautiful packaging in the beer business, y'all. If you're out there right now, it's almost it is the weekend, man. It's Thursday. If you're already drinking Coors Light, you're drinking the world's most
in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, news here from Shams. Bucks say that Giannis will miss the remaining 3 games of the season and receive daily treatment and evaluation on that calf strain. They say he avoided an Achilles injury. That was a major scare. It certainly looked like one. And I'm going to say, and I know Clint would say it too, I thought about this every time I saw Joe Burrow, because that's what it looked like when Joe Burrow went down, and it looked like when Kevin Durant went down, and eventually it happened. Like, I hope it's a calf strain. That is a look where it looks like it is coming.
Yeah, I ain't no doctor, but it looked like an Achilles to me, man.
Remember they kept saying that calf strain for Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
In them finals?
Yeah.
It was all going well. And he came down from that jump shot. And it was over.
Right.
That calf strain went quickly to Achilles.
Well, because the calf is right next to the what?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ain't they right there next to each other?
Yeah. They said it was in bone.
Say all of that. All that connected to the. It's connected to the
tailbone.
There you go.
I still remember.
I'd be concerned.
I was going to say thigh bone. I'd be very concerned. That one. We'll see what happens. Yeah, he's going to miss these last 3 games. We'll see. I mean, and they may be cooked anyway. I mean, my God, what has happened to them? They are fighting for the 2 seed, and they went through a stretch where they lost to the Wizards.
Yeah, they're cratering. They're docking.
The Raptors. They're docking.
They're docking.
It's so bad. I almost wonder if they're doing it on purpose to try to avoid the Sixers. Like, I mean, it is so bad. It feels like that.
It's funny that they were like, hey, we're under a lot of pressure. We need to perform under all of this pressure, and what we're going to do to make that happen, we're going to go hire Doc Rivers.
Hire Doc, baby.
Because we need to come through in the clutch. We need to come through in a pressurized moment. You know who's going to fix it? Doc.
2008 Doc. They're looking at the Boston Celtic champion Doc. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They'll be getting down and discussing the NBA draft. And then behind us, Area 45, 7 to 11. And remember.
And the NFL draft.
Yeah, if they discuss the NBA draft, we're going to be in for a treat, boy.
Did I say NBA?
Yeah.
Hey, Vandy, and don't sleep on Vandy and John Harris. They have the depth.
Hey, Vandy can hoop, too.
They have the depth.
I'll tell you what, Greg almost tore his Achilles right there getting off the schneid to go ahead and get that mistake. Sorry, Greg. NFL draft. They'll talk about the NFL draft. And hell, who knows? Maybe they might look at the top 10 as well in the NBA draft.
See where Zach Edey fits best.
Zach Edey fits. See if who's going to be the better pro, him or Klingon. We'll see. Maybe you get that conversation. Yeah. And Area 45, 7 to 11, following them, and they'll have the post game of the Astros as they are in desperate need of a W. Before we get to Dana, I want to send a shout out to our cleaning crew here, up here at Sports Radio 610 and Odyssey. The people here, the cleaning crew, fantastic. Because I am earlier today convinced that there are animals that are using the men's restroom. I'm convinced that, Tyler's dogs, my bear is in here using the restroom.
Well, mine would be in the ladies' room.
Okay, all of yours in the ladies' room. I think they're roaming in and going to the men's room.
Dude, it's a problem.
Cats.
There's a prank.
I walked in there earlier today, and I promise you, it looked like a dog lifted his leg up and just peed right there on the ground.
We haven't even talked about this, but I know exactly what you're talking about because I thought the same.
It was it was just running through the tile, so it's going through the tile and through to the urinals.
Yeah.
Grown-ass men, dude.
I mean, it's just, I'm certain. I was like, damn, that's Bear.
Had to kind of do the splits, put your legs on the 2 sides of the stall to avoid putting your feet in the pee.
I mean, you almost got to go into it like you're shooting a putt.
Pissing like Spider-Man. Oh, you can't say piss. My bad. Peeing like Spider-Man. My bad. I forgot. Yeah. My bad. My bad, partner.
Fine.
I forgot. Peeing like Spider-Man.
I just don't understand. But shout out to our cleaning crew. I just used the restroom, and they knocked it out. I'd be ashamed of yourselves. just ridiculous in here. All right. I think Dana Brown, and now that he is here and Dusty's going, it feels like it's his show. He hired Joe Espada. He went and did that. Jim Crane has let us know that he is the one making a lot of the decisions. Brent, I got to tell you, man, I don't really have as much roster decision or roster issues as I think others do with Dana. I'm not saying that he has been perfect. There are some things that he has maybe missed or some calculations that he has missed. But, I mean, they've got a lot of dudes that are injured and more dudes that are injured you would anticipate before August or before April 10th. So that's not a big thing for me. My big thing with Dana Brown is it just feels like he is in team too much. It just feels like he is the GM and half the coach, half the manager of this team right now, and it feels like it is overboard and overdoing it, and it just feels like his hands are too much into things. I felt funky and weird when the manager didn't announce first that the center fielder was going to be Jake Myers, and things like that. That the manager, we all knew who the catcher was going to be, but the manager didn't announce who the catcher is, and all of this stuff. John Singleton on the roster, he continues to find his way up there. It almost gets to a point of, like, who in the hell is thinking to continue to use him unless you just have something that you want to make yourself look good about? I don't know, man. That's my big thing with Dana Brown right now. It feels like he's doing too much. Team too damn much.
Yeah, and you and I are just on different ends of the spectrum because I've almost conceded that
you agree he's doing it, but you don't think it's this.
Yeah, well, I agree, but I'm almost resigned to it because I understand that this is the case with a lot of organizations in baseball now. Like, this is just the state of affairs, the cost of doing business. Your front office is going to heavily influence how things work with your manager. Like,
to be good.
I think that a lot of front offices are managing from the front office. I got more of the issue with him not doing enough from the front office. Like, if you're going to manage from the front office and dictate that John Singleton be the guy that you're pinch hitting, I also need you to have some foresight to understand that if John Singleton's your option, you need to do something different. like you as the general manager, I'll give the skipper himself some flack for, or I should say some leeway for having to use a guy. You got 4 dudes on the bench, and one of them is John Singleton. You got to use him. But why is he there to begin with? Well, because the guy who's tasked with improving the roster did not do so. And I feel like, hey, he got a little bit of a pass last year because it was his first year, and he got hired late in the process and all of that. But John Singleton was on this team last year.
And Dusty helped him get a pass.
Sure.
A lot of the arrows went that way.
Yeah, but John Singleton was on the team last year. They were having to resort to that last year at the end of the year. To me, it should have been a goal in mind, a goal of his going into the offseason and certainly by the end of spring training to say, hey, if I need to pinch hit for my center fielder or if I need to pinch hit for whoever, I'm not looking at John Singleton's matchups to decide what's the best course of action. No, I've got a better option to go with. And the fact that they don't have that, to me, is a Dana Brown issue, a roster construction issue.
Yeah, I think there's some moves there. With that, yeah, you've got to. It seems like is that their number one bat off the bench?
Well, it's either him or Victor. I mean, it's Mauricio Dubon, but he plays a lot.
But he's now having to.
These are their bench players.
Starting center fielder.
These are their bench players.
Not tonight.
Mauricio Dubon, Victor Caratini, John Singleton, and Gray Kessinger.
But what he
so I mean, one of them is your backup catcher.
What he does is, like, who's your top bat off?
Right.
Dubon, right?
Dubon's
your top bat off. And what he will do is he will pinch hit for, like, Jake with Singleton to put Dubon in center and take that at bat away from Dubon when you're putting him in center field anyway. And he's your top bat. I don't give a rip about the matchup.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're talking top bat. They don't speak that language.
No, I know it.
They don't talk like that.
No, I can understand.
Clearly.
If you had a left-handed bat, like if you had, Jason Castro. You had a left-handed bat that was a good bat. I got you.
Yeah.
Or Diaz, it was a switch hitter back in the day. I got you.
Yeah.
You don't. That part gets me, man. When he's done that, all right, Jake, man, I'm going to take you. I'm going to pitch hit for you. I'm going to take our best bat and put him in the game in center field, but I'm not going to let him have this extra at bat.
Yeah. And
that blows it for me.
Caratini's a switch hitter, and he's already shown himself to be a better left-handed hitter than John Singleton.
Absolutely.
Because he
you
went
don't want to lose your catcher.
But you don't want to lose your catcher. Exactly. Right. So we needed to do better, okay? And when I say we, I'm talking about Dana Brown, outside of Victor Caratini and Mauricio Dubon, who you understand why they're on the team. One's the backup catcher. One is an awesome utility guy. What purpose are John Singleton and Gray Kessinger serving on this team if they cannot contribute to you? If they cannot contribute to the overall production of the team? If their matchups are more of a disadvantage than an actual advantage.
And I think, Brandon and Tyler, this is where I come back to it is, like, I don't. It just doesn't feel like there's a real. And I may be dead wrong. It just does not feel like there is a, hey, me, Dana,